Welcome to Pre-Season Live here on LCFC TV as Leicester's pre-season bandwagon rolls on. There's two games today, one at Derby, which is a 1 o'clock kickoff, and then the one here where we are at Deepdale in Preston, which is a 3 o'clock kickoff. I'm Dan Bates, and for the next hour I'll be joined by Jerry Taggart and David Nugent as we build up to both of those games, and we'll have full commentary and of course in vision highlights of both of the games this afternoon. So really is a blockbuster LCFC TV Saturday. Unfortunately, all three of us have misread the Lancashire weather today, haven't we? We're all in our polo shirts, but we're happy to be here nonetheless, aren't we, Jerry? And it's the first time we've really seen each other this summer.
Yeah,
so.
I've had a bit of an elongated summer break, it has to be said. So yeah, great to be back. I was obviously at the game midweek against Hull, which was a really good performance, really two good halves of football. So really looking forward to these two today, where the teams have been split up, obviously, into 2-11s, and the players will now get more game time on the pitch.
David Nugent, welcome along. This is your LCFC TV debut. It's fantastic to have you on, of course, and it's worked out quite well. Derby, Preston and Leicester all playing in the day. You've played for all three clubs, so it couldn't have been any more perfect. So, yeah, welcome along.
Cheers, thank you very much. Obviously, play for all three clubs. Have three great connections with all three clubs as well. Had great times at all three clubs, so looking forward to watching the games, see how they get on, and hopefully, a few players will show the manager what they can do and hopefully get to the starting lineup.
And I'm sure there'll be a few familiar faces that you'll be trying to find in the dugout a little bit later on today.
Yeah, obviously two sides. Obviously Preston was the last team I played for before I called it, and obviously Leicester, still a few folks there when I was there, or 2-3 players maybe. But obviously know them through playing against them as well, so it'll be nice to see a few familiar faces. Yeah,
fond memories of playing for all three clubs. We're going to embarrass you a little bit firstly, David, by taking a look back at some of your finest moments then in a Leicester City shirt.
Kenny trying to bring it away, Gallagher's taken it from him, Nugent, and it's gone in! It's his first goal in the Championship for Leicester.
Nugent has got in behind O'Brien here. Nugent has got a run at goal and scores! David Nugent with a clinical finish. Leicester City with the lead.
They're looking to strike back here. It's gone in for the equaliser. It was David Nugent who drove Leicester back into the game. It is Gallagher doing some good work for Leicester down that right side. And then it's Nugent and it's fisted away by Lee Barrett. Gallagher a second time in here and they've got their reward this time. Nugent, he loves coming here to Portman Road. 7 goals in 6 visits to the ground for him.
Still pressing for that equaliser. Dyer, Vardy, Nugent! He always scores against Ipswich Town. Credit Dyer for the cross and the layoff, but that's a good finish from David Nugent.
Making an immediate impression. Big mobile striker bringing in Nugent. Oh, this is good from Nugent. It's superb. David Nugent does it again against his former club, and the leaders lead at Turf Moor. Nugent running in behind and slotted it home. The top scorer hits the mark for Leicester City as they close in on the title. There's Vardy down towards Nugent. Leicester City come banging back on Liverpool's door. This is not over yet, and it's the Evertonian who strikes at Anfield.
Leicester have looked quickly for Ulloa again, who's guided it down here to Nugent! Leicester City are level. A simple goal, and David Nugent strikes to bring Leicester City level.
Yeah, We said we didn't want to embarrass you too much, David, but you've been stood here with a massive smile on your face, haven't you, for the last 2 minutes? Looking back at that, I'm sure you look back so fondly at your time with Leicester.
Yeah, great memories, especially when I first signed under Sven. That was the season where they kind of went for it, but didn't really work out. Obviously, Nige came back in and got us obviously to the playoffs, got beaten, then got us promoted the next season. So yeah, I loved every 4 years that I had there. I made some great friends, still speak to them now, and yeah, just loved every minute of it.
When you look back at your time with Leicester, is it the most fondly that you look back of all your clubs? Probably easy to say that when you're working with LCFC TV today, but was it your favourite time as a player, do you think?
Yeah, everything about the club when I first joined, it was a family club. Everyone got on with each other. Obviously the new ownership when they came in, took over the club, made it really everyone close together, and we just kicked on really. Everyone got on with each other, and it was just a great time. And it's shown, from when I did leave, what happened. Won the league, got into Europe, Champions League, stuff like that. So they've gone from strength to strength, and it's looking rosy. As you go along.
And when you look back at those goals as well, there are so many vital goals that you scored, and goals that I'm sure the Leicester fans and those that will be travelling here, those travelling to Derby, will remember very fondly. Of course, in the Championship, you scored so many goals when Leicester were promoted. Then even in the Premier League, there's some really important goals as well.
Yeah, especially the promotion season, because we had a bit of a disappointment the year before against Watford in the semi-final. Where Anthony Knockout missed a penalty and they went up to the end and scored, which was a bit of a blow. But the following season, we all came back, raring to go, and the league was well, it wasn't easy, but we finished with like 9 points ahead of second place, so we were going into the Premier League early doors, and obviously the survival year, the Great Escape, towards everyone ripped off, and we managed to come out of it, on the right end and stay up.
It's a common theme, Jerry, isn't it, for all players that have played for Leicester City, that they pretty much remember it as so fondly, and it's probably their most favourite club that they played for.
Yeah, we were just talking before the show, myself and David in the lounge there, about the amount of players that I played with back in the day before the new owners came in, but the amount of players that never wanted to leave Leicester, and clubs were hunting certain players down left, right, and centre, but they just didn't want to leave because they just loved it so much at Leicester City for whatever reason. I think that family sort of. It's a one-club city, but it's a family club within that city. And I think, it's a central part of the city as well, or the community, should I say, is the football club. And I think that's what makes it really difficult for some players to want to leave. And obviously playing at the highest level helps as well.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's emphasised, as Jerry said, about the community by the current owners here. Obviously you were here when they were here, and making the community part of the football club, making Leicestershire a better place, it has been central to what they've done in their 10 years here at the club.
Yes, as soon as they came in, they wanted everyone together. They brought the fans together, the whole club together. So they've done an unbelievable job since they came in. And as you can show it on the pitch as well, the players they're bringing in, stuff like that. They're going from strength to strength. So onwards and upwards for Leicester. It's a great club, great family club. As you said, it's a one club city, and it's vital that we get behind them this year and hopefully push on and try and get back into Europe.
We'll keep talking about your Leicester career a little bit later, in particular your strike partnership with Jamie Vardy, of course. Jerry's sick of talking about Jamie pretty much week in, week out, so it'd be nice to go to somebody else about it. But obviously, as we've referenced, you played for both Derby, most recently here at Preston, of course. So fantastic that we've got you on, and you can give us a little bit of inside information about the club and what maybe Leicester can expect today.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously they got a new manager in from last season, Ryan Lowe, who come in and did a great job. So I think it'll be a tough game. Preston are ahead, about 10 days ahead of training. Might be a little bit better fitness and stuff like that. But I think Leicester will have the quality in the end, to win the game and hopefully get some wins behind the belt and hopefully kick on.
Yeah, it's one thing again, Jerry, that we've seen in pre-season, that the teams that Leicester are playing are ahead.
Yes.
So Leuven, their first game, obviously comes at the weekend, comes today. For Preston, for Derby, it's next week. Leicester, of course, not for another couple of weeks in the Premier League. How important is that? What difference do you think that makes on the pitch here in pre-season?
Well, I think, this is Preston's 5th game this afternoon against Leicester. Okay, Derby, I think they've only had 3 games in pre-season, unless I've had a couple of behind closed doors games I'm not too sure about. But as far as Preston are concerned, they've got an extra 90 minutes or whatever, 60 minutes in their legs. They started the pre-season training that little bit earlier, 10 days earlier. That's a lot of training. That's a lot of minutes in their legs, a lot of miles in their legs. And so it's a slow build-up to try and get you at the peak performance level when you go into that first game. And that's why they'll be a little bit ahead as far as the fitness. But we've seen again on Wednesday night that the Leicester players aren't too far behind. You know, they're getting there. And so I'm expecting a really, as far as the fitness levels are concerned, I'm expecting to be pretty closely matched, both teams.
As we said, David can tell us plenty about Preston, of course, but let's hear from a man that follows them week in, week out. Lancs Live journalist George Hodgson tells us what to expect from the Deepdale club.
Forward to taking on a team of Leicester's quality. You know, it's to step up from teams they've faced so far. Thought North End played Hearts on Wednesday night and had a really good intensity, energy about them. You can see that they're getting closer to building up to full fitness. A few players got 90 minutes into legs and 80 minutes and things, which, you know, they tend to build it up over the weeks. I know results aren't everything, but they have won the last 2 games and they've played well. So I think they'll be feeling pretty good going into it and looking forward to testing themselves against the higher quality oppositions, and the result against Hull the other night. And yeah, Preston will know they'll have to play really well to come away with any kind of result. I think Preston's midfield's very strong. Probably wasn't an area this summer you were looking at them needing to improve, but Ben Woodburn's come in on a free transfer. Probably raised a few eyebrows at the time because he's had a few difficult loans, but he scored on Wednesday night and he looks potentially a decent pick-up on a free. And then you've got the likes of Ben White and then Alan Brown, captain of the club, and Daniel Johnson, who've been really sort of proven players in the Championship now. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be key if North End are able to put a decent performance in. Got Emil Rees up front, 21 goals in all competitions last season. He's a very unique striker, got bags of pace, but his all-round game has needed a bit of work, and that is slowly happening. So hopefully he can play a part for Preston.
Thanks to George Hodgson there from Lancs Live for that inside information there about Preston North End. As we have done with all of the pre-season games, we've been giving you guys a chance at home to win certain things, whether it's tickets for the Brentford game. This next competition, though, is in regards to that friendly against Sevilla next week. You can win a pair of tickets to that game at King Power Stadium against Spanish giants Sevilla. So they're the most decorated side in the history of the UEFA Europa League and UEFA Cup. The question is, how many times have they won that competition? Is it 4, 5 or 6? All you need to do with those other competitions as well is email your answer to competition@lcfc.co.uk for your chance to win those 2 tickets to that friendly against Sevilla next week. That question against Sevilla are the most decorated side in the UEFA Europa League. Is it 4, 5 or 6? So email your answer there. We heard then from the journalist David about Preston saying the midfields pretty much what makes them tick. Was that the same when you were here?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you got Alan Brown, club captain, Daniel Johnson. They signed Ben White for a lot of money in the Championship as well. So Ryan Ledson, Brad Potts. You know, there's a lot of legs in midfield, which drives them forward. Obviously, they're going to miss the goals of Cameron Archer from last season, who came along from Villa. But they got Emil up top, so he scored a lot of goals. You know, he had 20 goals plus in the Championship last season. So they're a tough team to break down. You know, they play 5 at the back with wing backs, so it'll be tough to get the spacing behind. But as you say, they're a good side. Again, a week ahead of training, so it should be a good test for Leicester. You know, for their upcoming weeks towards the Premier League starting.
It started quite drizzly. It's getting a little bit worse. I'm sure you can probably tell. So we're going to be drenched by the end of this. Again, hearing the fact that they're tireless, Jerry, in midfield is probably a good thing, I guess, for Brendan Rodgers, because it's a pre-season friendly, because it means the Leicester midfield today, whoever it may be, in this game, we assume it's pretty much exactly as it was for the second half against Hull. They're going to be run around, which is exactly what pre-season is about.
Yeah, well, I actually got a chance to do a bit of commentary on Preston last season against Blackburn over at Ewood Park, and a very well organised team. As David said, they've got good legs in midfield, and they did have up front as well, and so they will be, as David said, tough to break down because they're well organised without the ball. And so with those legs in midfield, you're expecting Leicester to have a bit of a tough time trying to get round the back of them. And so in that respect, fitness-wise, it'll be a great game for the likes of Dewsbury Hall if he plays, Madison, and those attacking midfielders, because they're going to have to work that little bit harder to get any sort of joy today.
I asked George, and I'm sure you probably saw it yourself last season, that you were impressed with Preston. He says that if they get a couple more players in, they can certainly push towards the top half of the Championship. And is that what you've seen?
Yeah, they were in and out. They were just on the cusp of making the playoffs for a long time at the back end of last season and just fell away at the end, for whatever reason. I don't know what that was, but definitely from what I seen them last year, they were, as I said, very well organised, robust side, and most importantly, all pulling in the same direction. So the manager Randall has got them working in the right or pulling in the right direction, which is always a great start.
When we normally look ahead to Premier League games, maybe we talk a little bit about tactics and about how the teams would maybe line up. With it being pre-season, it's a little bit different, I guess. But as you said, in terms of the 5-3-2 and the tireless midfield, pre-season is about the fitness, but they will come up against Premier League teams that play like that. So again, it is a good test.
Yeah, it is, especially pre-season. It's still competitive. You still want to win. But obviously, the fitness side, you want to get that match fitness. I'm sure most of the players will be getting 67, 70 minutes today. Not quite the 90, but it'll fall in good stead for the following week. So it'll be tough, but it'll be enjoyable. They want to win, so hopefully they can.
Yeah, one thing that always comes up as well with these, the same with Hull, albeit the result went 4-0 to Leicester, is they want to beat a Premier League team, don't they? They want to be Premier League players next season, so they want to beat a Premier League team now in this pre-season.
Yeah, they do. It's all hands in good stead. Towards the start of the season, they're coming up against a good Premier League side in Leicester City. So their players, Preston players will be fired up. They'll want to win. They'll want to show that they can play against Premier League players too. So, last season they just come up short. They had a lot of draws. So if they convert them to wins, next season, hopefully, they'll be on the cusp of the playoffs, maybe getting in it as well.
As you can tell behind us, Deepdale is pretty much empty. That's because, of course, this is the 3 o'clock kickoff today. The first game is at Pride Park and at Derby. Our commentary team there are John Dunn and Matt Elliott. John, good afternoon. What's it like down there at Derby?
Good afternoon, Dan. Welcome to Pride Park. You might just be able to see some of the Leicester fans who have made the early entrance into the stadium ahead of kickoff, which is at 1 o'clock. You've got a couple of Leicester City legends with you there at Deepdale. We found one here wandering in the car park, looking for directions to Preston. We've dragged him in. Another pre-season game, fresh from Wednesday at Hull. What are you thinking this afternoon, Matt, here at Derby? The squad split into two.
Yep.
Potential today for the players. We'll go through the teams in a minute to play 90 minutes, more minutes into the belt.
Yeah, I think that's the main sort of theme today, with there being the dual fixtures, albeit at different times. 2 separate squads, obviously, and the opportunity to get that 90 minutes under the belts for certainly a number of players, which doesn't happen too often these days in pre-seasons. Strangely, come the start of the season in the Premier League, there won't be too many players who play more than one full 90 minutes, but such is the fitness of the players these days that they're able to cope with it. Back in my day, I wanted at least 3 full 90 minutes to know exactly where I was at. But yeah, it's a good setting, isn't it? Obviously, local rivalry will bring a bit of an extra competitive edge to it. We'll see the structure of the 2 squads and the lineup here at Pride Park in due course, and you can see the thinking behind Brendan Rodgers' thoughts there. But yeah, listen, Derby are going to have an experienced team out as well. Their season starts a week earlier, of course, and they'll be giving it a good go today. So, yeah, a good little recipe for an interesting fixture.
In terms of Leicester's side, very similar to the one that started the first half. So, Jakub Stolacic has come into goal, but it's the same back three: Vestergaard, Amati and Soyuncu.
Yep.
Thomas and Castagna wing-backs. Good news in midfield, Wilfred Ndidi. First time we've seen him. He's alongside Yuri Tillemans and Dennis Pratt. And then Patson Daka, 2-in-2. Kelechi Iheanacho up front. I suppose the big news from that is Wilfred Ndidi. Good to see him back involved.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of standout figure to concentrate on, isn't it? Or certainly catches the eye. A lot of people will be a little bit concerned, going forward to the opening game against Brentford, who's going to fill that defensive midfield role. Samari has been doing so. Maybe not his natural position. Mendy, of course, is an option. But great to see Wilfred back, of course, and doubtful whether he'll play more than 45 minutes, I would think, today for his reintroduction. But everyone knows what an important figure he is as well. But you look at the two teams. I think it's fair enough to say it sounds a bit sort of detrimental to the players out here, but almost there's an element of second stringness, for want of a better word, about the lineup in comparison to the team that you foresee at Preston. But at the same time, it's pretty strong, isn't it? All these players, pretty much genuine first-team contenders, and they'll be given their utmost to make an impression, and catch Chris Davis's eye, and in turn Brendan Rodgers going forward. But yeah, indeed, Ian Acho didn't get, I think I'm right in saying, any minutes against Hull in the week.
Yep.
He gets a start, so he'll be frustrated. He'll be looking to perform, as will the rest of the team. And they're just coming out on the pitch now as we speak.
Quick word on Patson Daka. 2 goals in 2 games. Whoever you score against, confidence is bred from scoring goals when you're a striker, and he'll come into this game and the season on fire.
Yeah, I thought you saw that even in the week against Hull, albeit a pre-season fixture. He's still finding his way a little bit, which is understandable. Just sort of learning the role that Brendan requires him to fulfil. But as soon as he got that goal, out of nowhere, partly down to his own endeavour, he was closing down and forced the error and capitalised on it superbly. Then after that, for 5-10 minutes afterwards, his game improved as well. There was a confidence. He didn't look hesitant in his touch. He was sure, and his decision making was quicker. So if you magnify that, if he gets on a little run of goal scoring, then his all-round game is likely to improve as well.
As Matt said, the Leicester players are on the field ahead of this game. Kick-off 1 o'clock. Back to Deepdale.
Hard as 10, isn't it?
Thank you very much, John and Matt there, the commentary team at Derby. That is, of course, a 1 o'clock kick-off. We'll hear from them again in around about 10 minutes' time, so hopefully they won't go too far. They were talking a bit about the team news, of course, Jerry, so it's pretty much the team that was the first half at Hull, isn't it? And that's the way the squads have split. What do you make of that? What do you make of this in general, having these 2 games in one day?
I can see why Brendan's done it. He's got a massive squad, so why not arrange 2 teams? Players need minutes under the belt. It's as simple as that, going into the new season. So this is an opportunity for everybody to get, as we talked about earlier, 60, 70, 75, and some will actually play the full 90 minutes. Yes, there'll be backup players on the bench, made up of some of the younger squad members, under 23s, whatever, but you need to get, I always like to get a 90 minutes under my belt before the season started. So this is a great opportunity for those players to do that.
Because no one has done yet, have they? None of the Leicester players have had 90 minutes.
Well, I'm surprised Mark Albrighton said after the game the other night that was the first 45 minutes he played in pre-season. You wouldn't have thought that, looking at him, the way he performed. But there you go. So he'll be expecting to play at least 60, 65 minutes, if not 70 minutes this afternoon, and he may well get that opportunity. So, leading up to the game next week, this will be a really good blowout. If you look at the opposition, just going back to the opposition briefly, this is their last game before the season starts, and they've got a massive game against Wigan, season opener, Lancashire Derby next week. So this is going to be a real test of fitness, never mind physicality and technical ability as well. So it's a really good game to pick.
Speaking of fitness, what were you like in pre-season? I was going to say, did you enjoy it? I don't think any players enjoy pre-season, but you understood what it was for, what it was about. It was about getting fit and getting those minutes in the legs, I guess.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. I'm sure Jerry will vouch for that.
Redgate Park runs, was it,
Yeah,
Jerry?
I've been involved in a few pre-seasons as a coach, and obviously over time, the way it's been, the way pre-season is sort of put together has changed from the Bradgate Park runs, hill runs, believe you me, which were torturous.
Yeah, as I say, it's not too bad at the EGs of coming into the game. It's all about science these days and how much you can run, how much you need to run. So basically at Leicester when I was there, it was basically come in, do a run. If you passed it, you get the weekend off and come in to start training on the Monday. So
you did anything you can to pass that.
Yeah, anything you could. Yeah, you had to get to a certain level. It was like similar sort to the belief test, but not exactly the same one. But if you passed it, you get the weekend off and come in Monday ready to go. So, as I said, back in the day, it was like going to a track, running through parks.
Was it the 3-2-1?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Yeah, I did so many track runs on pre-season when I was younger, which basically you ran till you were sick. But now it's a bit more more civilised, and it's all about heart rate and now stuff like that.
I think they bring the football out straight away as well, pretty much on the first day, which again, I don't know about your time, Jerry, but certainly earlier than Jerry, there was no football for at least a week. It was just runs.
In the early days, you'd have 3 or 4 days pure running, and then the balls would come out at the end of the week. And then as time goes on, before it got later into my career, you start getting the balls out maybe on the second or third day. But definitely, first day, maybe the second day, it was all about fitness, just pounding those legs up hills and around the track.
Which isn't fun.
Which is not fun. I don't know anybody that comes up to me and says, I can't wait for pre-season training. It's a lie.
When it's that lactic acid that builds up in your legs as well, like when that kicks in, like you can't move anymore. But as you said, it's all about science now, so you don't really get that anymore at the moment. So.
Did it surprise you hearing what Mark Albrighton said on Wednesday, as Jerry repeated there, that was his first 45 minutes of pre-season? At this stage, what are we now, 2 weeks away from the season?
Yeah, it's not a lot of minutes. He's right, only playing 45 minutes with 2 weeks to go. You expect to be playing 60, 70 minutes by now with only like a few games remaining. The last game's usually the one where you play the full 90, getting ready for the build-up for the start of the season. So, as you said, he's got a chance now to play, 60, 70 minutes, even 90 minutes to get in the legs. So, as again, 2 teams, both going to get a lot of minutes on the pitch, and they're all looking to prove a point.
Well, that is probably why they do this, because there will be obviously some of the younger players here to fill the substitutes bench, but really it's about those players that start both games, because in those other pre-season games, you take your full squad, everyone needs minutes, so you have to change it, whereas here and at Derby, that's not the case.
Exactly, and Leicester do have a big squad. I've obviously been in Europe last season, and not being in this season, so there's going to be a lot of players that won't be playing this season. So, it's an opportunity to play 90 minutes a day, show what they can do, try and push for that place in the team, when the season starts.
That's an important point, actually, that David's making there, particularly for the players down at Derby. We're going to hear from Preston fairly shortly. He scored, of course, at Hull, took his goal really well. He'll feel like he's got a point to prove, as will all the players, not just at Derby, but the players here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about, Patson, obviously, took his goal really well the other night, I thought. So that's piling the pressure on. That's giving the manager not a headache as such, but he's giving them a question mark about his position come the start of the season. And that's all you can do as a player, is when you're given the opportunity in the pre-season. Every game counts in pre-season, by the way. I know it's not like Dave was talking about the way fitness has changed, the way pre-season has changed. It's the same with the games as well. You're given an opportunity, and you're not starting 11 on a regular basis. This is your time to shine, and you have to take it. This will be a competitive game, because pre-season games do count for a bit more than what they used to.
Well, we've been speaking about Patson Daka there, so let's hear from the man himself. John Dunn, the commentator down at Derby, has been chatting with Patson as he and the squad arrived at Pride Park.
Patson, game number 4 of the pre-season programme. How much are you looking forward to another game on the grass?
Well, looking forward to it. I think it's been a great first week so far. We've played a couple of friendly games, and I think each game that we play, we're getting closer to the goal that we want to achieve at the end of this pre-season. So I think it's very exciting to know that today we have got another friendly game, and I think almost everyone is going to get 90 minutes today. So it's something that everyone is excited about.
That is the difference today, with the squads being split. There is that chance of more minutes. How important, how vital is that ahead of the big kick-off?
Yeah, I think it's very important, because everyone gets to have more minutes in the tank, and I think it's also going to help us with our fitness levels. I think to be more prepared, game ready, just to make sure that before the season comes, everyone is at the same level. And I think that's what the coaching staff is trying to get, so that everyone can try to get 90 minutes. So that's why I think they have split the teams. And yeah, everyone is excited to know that they're going to play 90 minutes.
And for you personally, 2 goals in 2 games coming into this one must be a nice boost of confidence, as well as that boost of fitness that these games are giving.
Yeah, I think it's always good to score goals, and it's always a motivation each and every day, every game that you play, every training session. And for my confidence as well, I think a big season ahead, we have to make sure that I'm ready. I up my confidence levels by not just maybe I might not score, but just the contribution to the team is really, really important. And in this case, I've contributed with goals, and it's very exciting for me and also for the team.
Derby came to the opposition today. What do you know about them? What kind of test are you expecting from them?
Well, first of all, we know that it's a East Midlands derby, so the fans are excited, everyone is excited. It's quite a big game, and yeah, I think it's really interesting. They're a good team, they're a good side, they've got quality players, and I think it's really going to be an interesting game, and yeah, we're all looking forward to it.
Thanks, Patson. Good luck.
Thank you.
That was John there speaking to Patson Daka down at Pride Park. We'll hand you back over to that commentary team again. They can talk us through the Derby team as well and what they can expect from the hosts today.
Thanks, Dan. Atmosphere building nicely here. The players going through their final preparation. Supporters behind this goal, Derby alongside the Leicester fans. So that'll get tasty a bit later on. I'm sure some banter between the supporters. Matt's still with me, looking ahead to the game, Matt. And Patson Daka referenced it there. A local derby, the fans will definitely be up for it. And felt as though that Patson was getting the team up for it as well.
Yeah, and I think, listen, at this stage of pre-season, the opening games are fast approaching. So you're going to up the ante a touch, and what ideal place to do it. You know, local rivals haven't played each other for a while, albeit a pre-season friendly. I think half of the ground has been sort of closed off, so the supporters that are here will be quite condensed and compact together and nearby, as you mentioned. So that'll increase the atmosphere around here. So and you know, it's good that someone like Patson Daka, who's relatively new to the club, recognises, I was going to say the bond, but the friendly rivalry, we'll say, between the two clubs, and yeah, give it that extra edge and that extra determination maybe from the players. But there should be an element of that, pre-season friendly or not, at this stage.
Looking at Derby, clearly they're in League One, but you look down the side, they've signed 11 players, bags of championship experience. Looking at the starting 11, Curtis Davies, James Chester, Collins up front, we've got Conor Horan in midfield. This is going to be a real test today.
Yeah, that's just in the lineup today. Richard Stearman, ex-Leicester City player, is in the squad today as well, and one or two other vastly experienced players. You would fancy them to do well in their domestic campaign this season. Mix that with some youth and some legs, and you would envisage Leicester having a strong test today. But again, as I mentioned, this team that Leicester have got out today, in some people's eyes, element of second string, as I mentioned, but pretty strong as well. You know, go through it individually, and they'll fancy themselves to not just come out on top, but dictate the course of play, certainly as much as they can. But Tillerman's out there, and Didi's back, and the names go on, really. So nothing for Leicester to fear, but you've got to be on top of your game as you have against any opposition.
As with Louvre, as with Hull, and again today, the opposition kick off earlier than Leicester. Will that still play a part even at this stage?
Perhaps to a minimal degree. I think it'd be interesting to see how Wilfred Ndidi does, you know, easing himself back in. But the other players for Leicester City, it's only a week's difference, isn't it? So, you know, you're talking minimal at this stage. It was different against Leuven. I felt, yeah, Leuven had the 1 week, so what was it, 2 week difference in the process, and you could see that edge certainly in the first period, but then they played the duration of 90 minutes and faded a bit in the second period. But no, I don't think you can really use that as much of an excuse now. I mean, some people say that it takes 3 or 4 weeks of the actual season to properly get into your stride. I don't really see the sense in that. You should be hitting the ground running as best you can. But listen, they're fit, they maintain themselves well, don't they? They don't need too much work to get back to that peak fitness. It's just fine-tuning predominantly.
Quick one, when you were kind of going back to your playing days, pre-season, are you at the point now where you just want the season to start? You just want all this to be finished, or you still need that next week or so to finish off?
Pretty much. I suppose it depends on your individual case or situation. Some players will be sort of desperate. I'm not saying Dennis Pratt is desperate, but he'll be keen to, exhibit his assets for a couple more games maybe, and give himself that chance of staying at the club and possibly forcing himself in the starting lineup. other players will find pre-season a little bit tedious. Let's say like the likes of Johnny Evans. He knows what he's got to do, but he's got to keep his mind focused. So it's sort of individual situations really, but I think the vast majority of the players, there's nothing like first team competitive football, is there? Pre-season's something that has to be done. Endured more than enjoyed, if they were honest about it.
Kick-off then is less than half an hour away here at Pride Park for Derby against Leicester as we go back to Deepdale.
Thank you very much to Matt Elliott and to John Dunn. They're our commentary team down at Derby for Leicester's. Technically, their 4th game of pre-season today will be here at Derby, at Preston rather, the 5th game. The 3rd one was, of course, against Hull in midweek, and that finished 4-0. Here's the best bits from that game now.
It's a good ball by Jose Perez de Dakar, who wants to go. First time, a snapshot across the face of goal, as sharp as you like, Patson Daka. Dangerously in-swinging ball, and Ingram came but didn't get there. Soyuncu got something on it. It was goalwards, but he's never going to really trouble the goal. And this is Seri. He's not keen to let the ball go, and Daka scenting an opportunity, and Patson Daka scoring for Leicester City. As he did at the weekend in Leuven, he's looking to start the season on fire. Here's Ricardo. Hoping and praying for an injury-free season after the last couple of seasons he's had. Samare bursting through midfield, great strength. Then finding Harvey Barnes. James Justin joining in. Barnes' shot is into the back of the net. Well, another player who has scored already in this pre-season with the goal against Notts County. And a shot from the angle there has started this second half off in some style. James Justin will send the ball back from where it came. It's all Brighton and Maddison again. It's Maddison tiptoeing his way past the challenges, and Fofana with a header off the post. And Leicester are blowing Hull City away at the start of this second half. 2 goals in the opening 5.5 minutes. Maddison. Shrewsbury Hall did well to recover that one. Looked as though Tufan would come away with it. Ricardo just trying to curl the ball towards Maddison. Seri dispossessed by Samari. That's a shot, and that's a very good save for Matt Ingram. Just sat up on the edge of the area, invited to shoot, and shoot he did. Will fall in for Dewsbury Hall. Maddison looking for it. Brilliant skill. James Maddison might go alone. Does go alone. Brilliant goal by James Maddison. Just continuing the form that he ended the season with. Sublime skill, wonderful balance and control, and then a finish into the bottom corner. Smith. And there is full time. Leicester's 3rd pre-season game ends in their first victory of the summer campaign, blowing Hull away. They led 1-0 at the break thanks to Patson Daka, but they started the second half on fire.
That was Leicester's first win of pre-season, of course, away at Hull at the MKM Stadium on Wednesday. Jerry Taggart, you were on co-commentary for us there, as you are, of course, again this afternoon for this game here at Preston. They were impressive, weren't they, Leicester? They got those 4 goals and they looked really good doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously all kicked off by Patson Daka. Great anticipation. Reading that Seri didn't have an option on the ball, and then being on the front foot. Just exactly what Brendan Rodgers is looking for from the centre forwards in particular. And I said, lovely little finish, calms himself down, great composure, onto his left foot, bang. And then the second half performance in general for me was excellent. Everybody came to the party, some players more than some others, some people were something to prove, not for Leicester City but elsewhere in the country, you would say. But yeah, a really strong second half performance.
David's doing well, by the way, despite distractions from a number of your old colleagues here at Preston. But they were
and Leicester.
Leicester as well. Yeah, but they were impressive, weren't they, on Wednesday, Leicester? And to get those 4 goals, I don't know what you were like in pre-season in terms of. If you didn't score in pre-season, did you then go into the season worried, or was it the other way around? Did you score too many in pre-season and then not start so well? What was it like for you and for the likes of Daka, for Maddison, for Harvey Barnes on the score sheet?
I think it's important to score as many goals as you can in pre-season. Get that confidence up straight away. Leading into the Premier League, you want at least 3-4 goals pre-season in the games. And they've all started off getting a few goals each. So it's a headache for Brendan. When he comes to pick the team. But as you say, I think with Maddison, Harvey. Looking to get called up to the World Cup squad, as Jerry said, it's going to be an interesting start to the season because they're all going to be firing on cylinders.
Yeah, we were talking off air, weren't we, just then about James Maddison in particular, how he ended the season brilliantly, didn't he? In pre-season, he's looked fantastic. Brendan Rodgers said after the Leuven friendly that it's the best he's seen James Maddison. It's the best shape he's seen him in. It's the best he's looked in front of goal, and he proved that, of course, against Hull, the goal and the assist, the goal in particular.
Yeah, I've seen the goal, on Sky when he was showing the highlights, his turn, his half turn, going past the defender, coming into the defender and just slotting into the bottom corner. So he's got all the talent, and he's showing it at the end of last season, in pre-season, this season as well. So, and I think he's a vital part of Leicester's playing squad. I think if he's playing well and Vards is playing well, them two, are the 2 main characters in the squad. You make Leicester tick, and if they're both playing well, then I can see a good season for Leicester.
You said during the commentary of that goal, Jerry, yourself, didn't you, about that England squad, about the World Cup being in November, December. James Maddison seems on a mission, doesn't he, particularly in this pre-season?
Absolutely, and not just him. David's already mentioned there's a few other players that are in contention, are in Gareth Southgate's thoughts for the World Cup squad. So it's a vitally important start of the season. We know all the games are congested in that 3-month period, 3.5-month period, and they've got to get off to a good start. Obviously, as far as Southgate is concerned, he'll have a number of players that are nailed on and on that plane. But as far as some of the other, he'll have, I don't know, say 15, 20 players he's still mulling over. And James Maddison, James Justin, Harvey Barnes, they'll definitely be in his thoughts.
And I guess it's the case you could look at all clubs and all players across every single Premier League and all the other leagues, of course. They'll be looking ahead to the World Cup, won't they? But from a Leicester point of view, it's great to see that there are so many that are on the fringes, be it of England, be it of, look at Wesley Fofana in France. He's got a great shout of getting in there. So there's so many players that will be really, really on it in these first few months of the season.
It can only benefit Leicester City. Fingers crossed, come the start of the season. With what is up for grabs later on in the year, going to a World Cup, representing your country at a World Cup, the pinnacle of football, of any kind of football. So everybody knows what's at stake as far as the individuals who are playing the game and wanting to be on that plane, the Qatar. So it's now down the lane, and it can only benefit Leicester City.
Let's bring us back to the present day, David, and concentrate on that Derby game. Of course, another one of your former clubs, as we've talked about. They'll be a League One side this season. They've got a huge season ahead of them. Their takeover only just went through really the beginning of this month, so it's been a lot of turmoil over the last couple of months, hasn't it, down there? And it's a big season for them, and almost in a way starts today. It's a bit of a rival game, isn't it, between two Midlands clubs?
Yeah, exactly. As you said, Derby obviously getting relegated last season didn't help. The punch deduction killed them a lot. You looked at one point where they were going to get out of it, but they lost a couple of games, which Reading winning the games kind of killed it a little bit. But since the takeover, they've signed a lot of players, a lot of experience. They've had a young squad last season when Wayne Rooney was bringing a lot of young players through from the academy.
Because he had to.
Because he had to as well, yeah. He couldn't really sign nobody, but you've seen the signings this year, a lot of experience. Conor Horan, David McGoldrick, Tom Barkus and James Chester. Kurt Davis re-signed, so... it'll be a tough game for Leicester. Again, Derby are heading fitness-wise, but I'm sure, as I said, the quality of the Leicester squad will get them through it and hopefully get a result and prove a point.
How do you see them going this season? Obviously today will be a bit of a test, but probably be easy to ask you in 90 minutes after they've played against Leicester, but they've added that experience, as you said.
Yeah, they have. They've had a few friendlies at Pride Park. They obviously played here for Berlin last week and won 1-0. They beat Bradford. They beat someone else as well. They got beat by Stevenage, I think it was. Yeah, but they'll be ready enough. They're playing a Premier League side. They'll be excited. They'll be up for it, and I'm sure Liam Rose Senior will want to get a few more players in before the season starts, and they'll be one of the favourites. If you look at the the team on paper, they got a lot of good names who've played Championship football and Premier League football as well. So they'll be one of the favourites to go up because there's a lot of big teams in League One too.
David's been talking there about Derby's pre-season so far, and that's exactly what Lee Curtis from the Derby Telegraph has been telling us as well.
The football club has been excellent since obviously the takeover was confirmed on July the 1st. Up until that point it had been quite a stressful and anxious filled time really, because there was so much to take care of, but Clough's developments came in and rescued the club. So from July the 1st onwards, the spirit around the football club has been excellent. Derby have had to move pretty quickly in the transfer market, of course, because obviously they were under embargo prior to being taken over. So the squad really has only been put together in the last couple of weeks or so. So still very early days in terms of getting players up to speed and fitness, because some players have only had a couple of sessions since joining the club. But the mood around the club in general has been terrific. A lot of excitement ahead of the new campaign. They're free of any financial worries, and everybody's just glad that Derby are, don't have to worry about the future anymore. Derby have played very well against Hertha Berlin last weekend, a Bundesliga team, and it was a really good performance, very classy, and they played Bradford and beat them in their opening game of the pre-season schedule. So I expect a totally different game, of course, to what Derby experienced against Stevenage on Tuesday night. I expect Leicester to come and play the Brendan way, which would be nice, patient, attractive attacking football. And Derby also like to keep the ball down on the deck. So I think it'll be a really good game, really good test.
Trying to say something there anyway. I'll sign up or do.
Thank you very much to Lee Curtis there from the Derby Telegraph. Let's remind you of the competition then that we've got running this afternoon. You can get your email, your answer to competition@lcfc.co.uk. The question is, Sevilla, the side that Leicester, of course, are playing next week in a pre-season friendly at King Power Stadium, are the most decorated team in the history of the UEFA Europa League, or the UEFA Cup as it used to be as well. How many times have they won that competition? Is it 4, 5 or 6? Email your answer to competition@lcfc.co.uk and you can win a chance to have a pair of tickets for that Sevilla friendly, which is a week tomorrow evening. Right, last couple of minutes, guys, before we hand over to the commentary team down for that first game at Derby. We've looked at the squad list. Obviously, we know who's going to be playing down at Derby. Firstly, we've got a very good idea who's going to be playing here at Deepdale, but there's still a mix of really experienced players in. And as you were saying, it's a big squad here at Leicester, isn't it? And we'll see that in both these games.
Yeah, we will. Obviously both getting a lot of minutes this game, so it'll be interesting to see how both teams get on. Obviously, both want to win. So, do want to prove a point to Brendan, obviously the team that are playing at Derby, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. But obviously, Preston as well, there's a lot of players who are expected to start the season, so they'll want to show Brendan that they're ready to go and ready to start the season.
Yeah, they won't want to be complacent, Jerry, will they, the team that are here at Preston, because you've got the likes of Yuri Tielemans is at Derby, Wilfred Ndidi is at Derby, Iheanacho, Daka. There's a lot of big players, so I'm sure you can reel off pretty much again the whole 11 that could play in that first game against Brentford.
Absolutely. So as far as squad depth is concerned, everyone a clean bill of health. It looks like with Ndidi coming back, we're seeing Iheanacho in the squad down at Derby as well. So apart from the most important thing, which is nobody get injured, please, then Brendan will be expecting not a much improved performance, but just slightly lifting the levels as we move on through pre-season towards the beginning of it.
Finally, David, you can have the final say here of the pre-match. What do you think Brendan Rodgers is wanting to get out of today in both the Derby game and this one here at Preston?
A strong performance, I'm guessing. These players who are playing today want to make an impact and tell Brendan that I'm ready to play to start the season. So I'm expecting the people at Derby might be a little bit disappointed that they're not here, but they've got to prove that they're willing to play away and do as well as they can and prove to the manager that they want to play to start the season. So again, two teams in two different places. They all want to impress. but I'm sure, with the right attitude, the Premier League players, they'll want to win and show the manager what they can do.
Well, thank you very much to David Nugent making your LCFC TV debut. I hope you've enjoyed it. Cheers again to Jerry Taggart. Jerry's on co-commentary, of course, here at Preston a little bit later on for that 3 o'clock. You'll hear from David and myself at full time, where hopefully we'll get some live reaction from Brendan Rodgers and one of the players here first. But after this very short break, we've got the first half and the full game down at Derby with our commentary team of John Dunn and Matt Elliott.
Because memories never fade, no matter how long. We'll still remember the moments of excitement and the impressions of Thailand. Amazing Thailand, now even more amazing.
Match day. It doesn't start when the whistle blows. It starts with the lucky pair and the lucky party. It starts with making room for the real special one. And with choosing who's on for 2 goals today. It starts with picking up your mate and everyone he lives with, apparently. It starts with the usual in the usual coffee house. Oh, and almost ends there. Don't want to leave those behind, eh? It starts with the walking, with the talking, and with that first glance of home. It starts with the next big thing. No, the next big thing. And maybe with a little nap for the tired one. It starts with a quick flick straight to the same player every week. With a quick tap on the way in, with a quick polish of a friend, and with a quick dash for the pies. It starts with finding a seat, with a deep breath of expectation, and with one last check. Here's to the highs, and to grabbing your share. FBS, always by your side.
Lamia is the belief that perfection lies within the details, where the finest ingredients deserve the finest craftsmanship. In every pursuit of perfection, there is passion and perseverance, where attention to detail inspires a masterpiece that's balanced and in harmony. This is the Lamia philosophy, brewed into every drop of Chang beer. This is the taste of Thai perfection. Chang beer. We brew friendship.
Pre-season game number 4 for Leicester City, and the first of 2 on this Saturday afternoon, with the big kick-off now 2 weeks away. Brendan Rodgers splitting his side into 2, with one squad here at Pride Park and the rest in the northwest for the game against Preston North End that kicks off at 3 o'clock. So for City fans, LCFC TV is the only place to be today, with 2 games to take in. So sit back and relax and enjoy the action that is about to unfold. First up here then at Pride Park, I'm delighted to be joined by Matt Elliott, who'll be taking this one in as we await the teams. And you can already hear the atmosphere and the crowd, who are certainly in for voice, ready for Matt and East Midlands derby.
They certainly are, aren't they? Yeah, getting here nice and promptly. It was quite sparse, the crowd, until 10-15 minutes or so ago, but that rivalry is apparent, that's for sure.
And as you can see there, the Leicester fans in that corner, Derby fans either side of them, will make for some friendly banter, I'm sure, Matt.
Yeah, and it's good to see, isn't it? You know, Patson Daka was speaking before the game, about the players being aware of the rivalry there is, that competitive edge, and you'd expect that at this stage of pre-season anyway, but it's going to be magnified, isn't it? By the locality and that long-standing, hopefully friendly rivalry. I'm sure it will be, but the players will respond to it, and certainly up to this point, and I imagine it will continue to be the case, so will the supporters.
Just touching on Derby briefly, I heard a couple of supporters outside the ground on their way in kind of greeted each other. They're not seeing each other for the summer, but kind of saying we're just glad we've got a club. It's almost like the team, the squad, the club itself has been reborn. They've taken on some work around the stadium to try and refresh it. They've brought in 11 new players, and these supporters will be very optimistic as well as relieved that they've got a club to support this season, because things were looking a bit dicey during the summer. Yeah, to say the very least, but there is that sort of feel of anticipation. Again, like yourself, I've been speaking to people in and around the stadium, and they're quite positive despite all the negative things, quite frankly, that have occurred to the club. But one key factor that a lot of people have mentioned is that the supporters have never really got on at the players. They've always backed the players, even last season when things went downhill. But they gave it, made a good fist of things, didn't they, the Derby County players? And I don't think any criticism is sort of levelled toward the playing staff as such. And certainly, they realise that they have to be as supportive as possible to get Derby back to where they believe they should be. And that's the opinion of most people. The setup, etc. People know the size of the stadium, the history of the club, and how much it means to the local area. So with the personnel they've got, you would expect them to be up the top end of League One. Quite frankly, they should be up there. There's a mixture of youth and experience, and it's vital. It's vital to the sort of, not just the club but the community, that there's an air of positivity and things improve going forward. And I also, from Leicester's point of view, I'm one of those people that thinks there's no point having a rivalry if you're not going to actually compete against each other. Leicester doing so against Notts Forest this season. That will be interesting, entertaining, and hopefully not so far away, Leicester Derby will be an issue again. On to Leicester, game number 4, and game number 5 follows very quickly at 3 o'clock today. Before, I suppose, one final week of preparation, the game against Sevilla next Saturday, the big kick-off the weekend after. Is this where pre-season turns a notch, gets slightly more intense, maybe moving away from fitness and starting to work on tactics and the football side of things? Well, that would be the intention. I think fitness is still probably the main issue. That's the reasoning, you would imagine, for Brendan Rodgers opting for 2 separate squads, and hopefully a decent number of players will get a minimum 75, 80, hopefully 90 minutes under their belts. And it might be the last opportunity for some players to get that full 90 before the game against Brentford, because obviously only a certain amount will be able to play the full quota against Seville. And it's, I think that's the intention. Build it up step by step by step. And so far it's gone to plan, hasn't it? Notts County to Leuven was an improvement after a sloppy start, and then Leuven to against Hull. Leicester were pretty impressive, really. But the opposition is probably, I don't know, Hull would contest that, obviously, in terms of their league standings, but there's an extra sort of intensity about this game, shall we say.
and players got to perform. Preston away, difficult fixture, and up gear by gear. Hopefully that's the intention. If it works out that way or not is another matter, but so far so good.
The first game of a Leicester City doubleheader takes place here at Pride Park. An East Midlands derby against Derby County to whet the appetite ahead of the 3 o'clock kickoff against Preston North End. Chris Davis takes charge of game 1 against a rejuvenated Derby side under new ownership and with a host of new signings ahead of a League One campaign that kicks off next weekend. We'll start with the Derby County side. 11 summer signings in total, 8 of them starting today. It's a side and a squad packed with championship experience ahead of a League One season. The likes of Curtis Davis, James Chester, Conor Horan and James Collins mixed in amongst the youngsters such as Max Bird and Liam Thompson. Derby lining up in that formation this afternoon. In terms of Leicester, there are 3 changes from the side that started the game at Hull on Wednesday. Stolarczyk coming into goal, Iheanacho also starting, but good news, the first pre-season appearance in match action of inspirational midfielder Wilfred Ndidi, his first pre-season minutes. Other than that, the same back 5 that took the field against Hull, and Patson Daka up front, who scored 2 goals in his last 2 pre-season games, including the opener at Hull on Wednesday evening. Yuri Tillemans skippering the side. His opposite number, Curtis Davis, had a loan spell with Leicester a good few years ago. Players gathering around the centre circle. There will be a minute's silence for Joe Barry, former Derby County player who passed away this week.
In total, Barry made 517 appearances for Derby, scoring 110 goals, with 105 coming in the league. Please join us all now in a moment of applause to celebrate the life of a truly great man and a great brand. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Barry.
Teams disperse into their positions, ready for kick-off. As we've seen so often, Matt, although it's Chris Davis today, but under Brendan Rodgers, we've seen that switch between back 3, back 5, back 4. Leicester very comfortable in various formations, and we'll see that as we did on Wednesday, 2 formations in 1 game. Looks like we'll see 2 formations in 2 different games taking place today.
Yeah, it seems that way, certainly from the off, and perhaps there'll be variations between over the course of the 90 minutes in both games, but that flexibility, adaptability, Brendan Rodgers likes his teams to have that, and also playing games in different scenarios, being ahead on level pegging, perhaps the opposition have taken the lead and sit back deep, etc. They've had to experience a mixture of scenarios so far in pre-season. Hopefully good all-round preparation.
Early attack for Leicester with Luke Thomas getting down the left side, but missing the chance to get the ball into the penalty area. Ball bouncing over his foot and out for a goal kick. But immediately on the dugout, Chris Davis urging his side to get forward, pointing towards the Derby County goal. Maybe a sign of early attacking intent from the side, all in blue. As Joe Wildsmith, one of the 11 summer recruits, former Sheffield Wednesday goalkeeper, trying to get Derby forward but it's gone through to young goalkeeper, 21-year-old Polish under-21 international Jakub Stolarczyk, arrived with Leicester from Poland in 2019. Ended last season on loan with Dunfermline. Castagna looks for the pace of Daka, but that will bounce through to Wildsmith in the Derby goal.
Good start early on by Vestergaard as well. He's in the middle of that three. It does suit him. Better on the ball than he's given credit for, actually. Martin taking a little bit of a risk, nearly closed down, but excellent 50-60 yard diagonal ball for Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas just unable to keep the ball in play.
From Derby with the ball into the area. Amati watching over his shoulder. He saw that Tom Barkhuizen was arriving. He joined on a free from Preston, one of the 11. Due to the new ownership, the EFL will only grant Derby County signing players without a transfer fee attached, so it's free signings and loans. William Senior still classed as the interim manager after the departure of Wayne Rooney. He's talked about the value of the experience that he's brought in and mixing it with some of the youngsters, including Corey Smith. Bird, who's the vice-captain, that was named this week. 21-year-old who's come through the ranks as Iheanacho delicately lays the ball off to Dennis Pratt. Tillemans has done well to squeeze that through the gap back towards Pratt, but the ball just passing over the dead ball line.
Yeah, Leicester getting a fair share of possession early on, looked nice and comfortable. Settled into the game pretty well. I think Iheanacho and Daka will be licking their lips, playing as a front two against two centre-halves of Derby, Chester and Davis, both very experienced, but both very capable. Davis in particular, not getting any younger, but he's been an inspirational figure here at the club. But Daka and Iheanacho have fancied their chances a little bit. Derby playing themselves out of their own penalty area rather too easily, to be honest. Daka just needs to work on his positioning a little bit.
There is Curtis Davis, 37 years of age now, former Luton, West Brom, Aston Villa, Birmingham, Hull defender. 5 years now as a Derby County player. He was named captain this week. He did say it was the worst kept secret in the club because he'd been captain throughout the pre-season games. Started with a victory at Bradford, continued with a win here against Hertha Berlin. They were beaten on Tuesday at Stevenage. Some supporters suggest it might just be a bit of a wake-up call if they did think it would be straightforward in League One. Conor Horan fouls. Free kick taken quickly. This is Barkhuizen. Horan spent last season on loan with Sheffield United, left Aston Villa in the summer on a free. Here's James Chester, another former Aston Villa player, another former West Brom player as well. To Corey Smith. He was the last of the 11 new recruits. Joined last weekend, but this is his first pre-season involvement. Hourahan has gone down. Seemed rather innocuous.
A heavy touch from Iheanacho initially, but didn't see a lot wrong with the challenge. Hourahan's just nicked the ball before Iheanacho got there, and he basically just trod on his foot. It wasn't anything malicious.
Republic of Ireland international. A couple of games in June as part of the European Nations competition against Scotland and Ukraine, both as a sub. Smith a long way from goal, but drills a brilliant ball out to Barkhuizen, and he's got the better of Amati, but the foul is given against the Ghanaian from the former Preston player.
Slightly fortunate there, Daniel Amati. The touch took him back towards his own goal, and Barkhuizen had read his intentions there. Amati sort of ensured that the collision and the contact occurred, and he went down. He was hoping the referee was going to blow. Thankfully for him, he did. It wasn't guaranteed, though. What a ball, by the way, by the goalkeeper there, Wildsmith there. He's just fizzed it below head height about 40, 50 yards.
Indeed. First sighting of the Nigerian linking up with Yuri Tillemans. Missed the end of last season after picking up a knee injury in March and the defeat to Arsenal. A huge figure in that Leicester midfield, and Brendan Rodgers will be delighted to see him back on the field, back on the pitch, building up his pre-season fitness. Dwight Smith, who has set the bar in terms of his range of passing, well, not quite on target. However, the back heel from Mendes-Lang has seen Collins race free down the right. Hurahan. Looking for Barkhuizen again. Backed up by Hayden Roberts, on loan from Brighton. He plays a centre-half or as a full-back, where we see him this afternoon. Soyuncu there before Mendes-Lang.
Well, just looking at the lineup there, John, we were assuming that it was going to be a back three. It's looking actually like a back four at the moment, with Thomas left back and Martin right back, because Castagno is in a wide right position. I thought it was just a sort of momentary occurrence, but it seems to be staying in that 4-4-2.
Nice link-up play here. Smith and Barkhuizen, the touch was heavy, and Soyuncu coming across to make the clearance. It will only be a throw.
Yeah, they're a little bit out of sorts, a little bit slow to react there. Leicester, good play from Derby. Leicester, with that sort of shape adjustment, just coming to terms with it.
Roberts to take the throw. Hurahan couldn't get the ball through the legs of Tillemans, but he has taken the throw quickly, and Smith looking for Barkhuizen, who's got there before Vestergaard. Looked like a shooting opportunity. Now there is a deflection off Wilfred and Ndidi, and the first corner of the contest is the way of the home side.
Yeah, the home side finding their feet in the game. Yeah, Leicester looked quite at ease early on, but they sort of, not for taking the foot off the gas, but Derby have strung a few passes together and got some confidence from it, and look a little bit more potent all of a sudden.
It's like an in-swinger from the far side. Three Leicester players at the near post. Knight sending it back in, comfortable for Jakub Stolarczyk.
Iheanacho made the break. He was a touch isolated on that left-hand side. He was frustrated that the ball didn't come from Stolarczyk, but if it had, very little support in truth. Probably the right decision by the goalkeeper.
Luke Thomas back to Soyuncu. Pratt. Noah Marty. Tillemans just in front of him, always looking for the ball. 50 appearances in all competitions last season for Yuri Tillemans. Thomas on the chase as he hooked that one in. Will be a goal kick, not quite enough for Luke Thomas, who turned 21 last month.
Two or three occasions now the ball's found its way out on that left-hand side. Martin, Vestergaard. So Tillemans previously on a shorter distance, but each time the ball has bounced and skidded out of play, they're quite heavily watered, pretty firm underneath. Leicester just need to adjust their range.
Castagna looking to take the throw quickly. Daka coming towards him. Iheanacho lurking behind.
That Leicester throw came as a result of pressure from the goal kick. Wild Smith, we mentioned about his capabilities with the ball at his feet, but between him and Davis and Chester, they don't look particularly confident trying to play out. Leicester capitalising and put the pressure on.
Knight losing possession. Tillemans was hoping Castagna would continue his run. The two not quite on the same wavelength, but it was the right idea from Yuri Tillemans. But Derby proving your point, really, Matt, getting caught out.
Yeah, it's a little bit pedestrian. It's quite unusual. It was Curtis Davis who was starting the ball and playing to his keeper, but they've switched from that now. They're not so confident. Leicester have worked them out the touch. So while Smith just going long, squeeze up, pick up the seconds, and get yourselves up the pitch. Back to basics.
Chester. Burahan. Playing in the more advanced midfield role of the Derby three. Bird and Knight playing deeper. Dangerous ball in. It was Corey Smith making his way forward. Trying to fling himself towards the ball that came in after Collins, I think, was trying to get a touch.
Well, it fizzed in, wasn't it? Oh, wicked delivery. Just let his player get across him a little bit too much. Couldn't make any impact or challenge, really. And you say Collins tried to sort of chest it towards goal, I think. So Ionchu was deceived by the non-touch. And Derby nearly got him round the back. So yeah, a little bit too easy. Just played forward, cut inside. No real pressure in that part of the field from Leicester.
Daniel Amati into Yannick Vestergaard and across to Sionchu.
I'm still trying to work out if it's a 3 or a 4, John. At the moment it's a 3 with the wing backs pushed up. Sometimes Brendan does mix it up. Sometimes in possession it's one shape and then out of possession another, which looks to be the case. As soon as Leicester can see possession, Derby's throwing. Luke Thomas drops back to the left back position. It's a back 4.
That pass was risky. Wild Smith just about getting the ball to Chester with Iheanacho closing down. It looks like a back 4 again now.
Yeah, it can be confusing because you can get caught in that transition. I know it's a word that's often used, but it's literally applicable here, isn't it? You know, from in possession, out of possession, you're changing your systems. Just it makes it that little bit more complicated.
Pratt's ball, searching Daka.
Unless looking for a little bit of a spark from somewhere. Pratt has that capability. Can be creative with his passing, but it's a little bit sedate from Leicester at the moment. No real urgency or spark about their play.
It's a great touch from Yuri Tillemans, and the ball on the outside of his boot was initially blocked by Chester, and then Curtis Davis having to stretch a long leg to get the ball away from Kelechi Iheanacho, who saw his eyes light up as a potential shooting chance appeared. Tillemans showing his class.
Yeah, looking for that spark. Tillemans provided it, didn't he? Like you say, the excellent touch just opened up the path for the penetrative pass, but should have been cut out by Chester in truth. Made the mistake. Daka through to Iheanacho. Davis did well to recover.
Yuri Tillemans to take the first Leicester corner of the game. Vestergaard is trying to keep it inside the penalty area. Here's Mendes Lang, big powerful winger. Will look to use that power against Dennis Pratt, but he just about stood firm as Thomas directs the ball back to Stolarczyk. Vestergaard spotted a run from Luke Thomas.
Well, again, it was on. It has been quite regularly, but yet to find him with any real quality. Decent pass in the first minute or so by Vestergaard. Less so on that occasion. Holds his hand up in recognition. All just skidding through to the goalkeeper. But without doubt, that is an option that Leicester could pursue consistently so far.
Bird. Smith's touch was heavy. Vestergaard's touch wasn't heavy enough to Sionchu, who's forced into a foul, bringing down Collins.
It's not quite working as Vestergaard would like, is it? You know, his whole time at Leicester so far, you know, he has certain abilities without a doubt, but there's just some things not coming naturally there. You know, the touch back, as you say, not heavy enough. So Unchu gets forced into the foul, and Vestergaard's frustrated. I'm not quite sure whether it's with himself or Soyuncu. Certainly should be himself. Perhaps an element of both, but let's have to deal with this set piece.
Gurahan and Barkhuizen are over the free kick. Gurahan square onto the ball, but it is the former Villa man who lobs one towards Curtis Davis between Amati and Castagna. Leicester try and clear the danger. Now it's Bird. Gurahan sets himself up for the cross. Thomas able to evade the touch and away for a goal kick.
Good defending, good positioning and awareness from Luke Thomas there. Got himself round on the semi-cover in case he needed to make the challenge. Realised he didn't. Knew that the ball was likely to run out of play. Knew where the player was behind him. Excellent full-back play. Amati should have been given a shout really there. He made an attempted clearance. Couldn't tell exactly what was behind him, but needed assistance and lack of communication.
The two managers, Liam Rossigna, interim manager. So what title Chris Davis would have today. He is Brendan's assistant, but he's taking charge of the game here at Pride Park ahead of the game that Brendan Rodgers is at. 3 o'clock kick-off against Preston. Luke Thomas has done really well, and it's opened up for Thomas, who sees his shot saved by Joe Wildsmith. For a few times, Thomas has threatened to get in down that left-hand side, and eventually the ball falling his way via Dennis Pratt. Managed to evade the challenge of Knight to get the shot in on the weaker right foot.
He's the main outlet, isn't he, so far? Iheanacho and Daka haven't been able to make an impression thus far, other than that time when Curtis Davis scrambled it behind for a corner. But yeah, 4 or 5 occasions now Luke Thomas could have and should have been found. Eventually was. And brought the first save from Derby goalkeeper Wildsmith, but yeah, right-footed effort, couldn't get enough pace on it, precision, but encouraging from Luke Thomas.
Thomas's last goal was his first Premier League goal, a stunning strike at Old Trafford. There's Amati, just got the one last season, came in the European campaign. Towering header from Curtis Davis.
Amati just digging himself a little hole there. He wasn't sure where he wanted to go. Tried to turn back to his own goal. That avenue was cut off. Then looked forward. Did okay in the end, but you've got 2 strikers there. They've got to show. They've got to show for the fullback, as it was there, in possession. It's excusable when it's only a lone striker, but you're working in tandem as a partnership. Need to develop a little bit more of an understanding in Nacho and Daka.
Vestergaard. Castagna made a run down the right. It's gone into Tillemans, but Castagna still an option. So too is Dennis Pratt, who's brilliantly found by Yuri Tillemans, missed by Daka, and Thomas couldn't get the finishing touch, but Iheanacho sees his shot stopped on the line. Well, it all started by a sublime Yuri Tillemans ball. On 3 occasions, Leicester will feel as though they should have scored, whether through Daka, through Thomas, or through Iheanacho.
Well, Thomas, certainly. I mean, the pass was excellent, as you say. The run was beautifully timed from Dennis Pratt. That's one extra dimension that he brings to proceedings. Brendan Rodgers, Chris Davis will take note of that. Beautifully found by Tillemans. We know what he's capable of as it goes across. Yeah, initially Daka, excusable, but Luke Thomas, I mean, we're talking about his prowess at Old Trafford. Didn't show any of that on that occasion. Scuffed it horrible. I mean, on an angle, yes, but an open goal, literally. No keeper was stranded, no defenders to obstruct his line. Just got it horribly wrong, didn't he? Iheanacho could be excused. Tried to cut it back. It was cleared off the line, and Derby survived, but quite how, I'm not sure.
Victor Wildsmith, former England under-21 international goalkeeper, was very much the second choice at Sheffield Wednesday last season. Made just 8 appearances across all competitions, only a handful in League One. Came through the ranks with the Owls, looking to be very much first choice here at Pride Park. Mendes Lang, another former Sheffield Wednesday player. And to Corey Smith. Smith's ball. Stolarczyk with a loud shout and a comfortable play.
Yeah, it was the first time Leicester threatened, other than on the left-hand side with Luke Thomas. Mendes Lang winning the ball back again early though.
Barkhuizen. Backed up by Roberts. Hourihane. Mendes Lang had moved across into a central area, but Hourihane couldn't find him. Now it's Iheanacho. Can he and Daka link up here? That's a really good ball, and Daka's pace will get him there before James Chester steadying himself to get the shot in, but it's into the side netting. A striker in form after goals in back-to-back pre-season games, but this one not quite on target after Iheanacho rolled the ball into his path.
We're starting to see a couple of cracks appearing in the heart of Derby's defence. Previously with that run from Dennis Pratt, the overload, because they're occupied by Iheanacho and Daka. They've got decisions to make when someone makes a run advance from midfield, and they struggled on that occasion. And then also the ball was won by Wilfred indeed. He played forward quickly. Daka exposed Chester.
Thomas blocked. Well, not blocked. Daka did get the touch, but it's gone well wide. But again, Leicester getting in down the flanks. This time it was Thomas providing a potential assist.
Yeah, the Derby supporters cheering Leicester's inadequacy in front of goal, but you get the feeling that that won't persist for too much longer. Daka got through on a one-on-one. His touch took him a little bit wide. He got him far too easily from Derby's point of view, but he actually took the right option, I think, because the gap was there. Wildsmith had left the option at the near post. Normally, you recommend go across goal and find that fast stick, but just got it slightly wrong. Vestergaard's been caught out here.
So offering some support. There's Barkhuizen. Barkhuizen again to Hourihane. Spent all of his footballing career in the Northwest with Blackpool Morecambe. 5.5 years with Preston. Thomas should have made the interception before he was nudged to the ground by Mendes Lang. No free kick given. Throw-in's been taken quickly.
I'm not quite sure how it ended up with a Derby throw-in there, but you're right. I think Thomas sort of felt the impact coming from behind and sort of pulled out a touch, and it was all a bit of a scramble.
Certainly a big lad, Nathaniel Mendes Lang. Thomas. Daniel Amarte as the supporters sing his name over in the far corner. Tillemans nicely moving into space and delicately knocking the ball into Castagna, and then racing to try and keep the ball in play here, unable to do so.
That's good play from Leicester. Patient, the ball at the back. Over patient, some people might think, but eventually Vestergaard sees the opportunity to play a forward pass. He does it very well. He skims it along on the surface. Players are able to deal with it. It's not bouncing, it's not bobbling. His range of passes is decent when he's given time and space. Then Leicester look a different proposition. All of a sudden there's a couple of sharp passes and a forward run. Just a little bit heavy, the ball for Tillemans on that occasion, but their attacks are looking more promising.
2 more pre-season games for Leicester. One today, 3 o'clock for Preston. Still there's an LCFC TV to watch that one, and then next Sunday is the game at King Power Stadium against Sevilla. 6 p.m. kick-off for the big kick-off, which is the following Sunday, home to Brentford. Tillemans decided to shoot himself, and well, Davies got something on it. There are handball claims. The ball just dropped wide of the post.
Difficult to see, wasn't it? Tillemans flashed an effort towards goal. Look at the replay here. Yeah, actually, I think it has struck Davies' shoulder stroke arm there. He dipped to try and head it. Pace beat his dipped effort, and it's come off his arm and then inadvertently behind his back. But it would have been a soft penalty in fairness.
Tillemans. Brady had made his way to the near post. Roberts with the clearing header. Castagna caught out. Referee waving play on. It's with Barkhuizen, who needs support. Mendes Lang, who's gone down and has stayed down. Here's Collins with 2 to the right, which is where Mendes Lang would have been. He's still down as Knight has the ball. Corey Smith, Knight looking for the return. Instead it goes to Hourihan. Well, it's the Leicester players advising the Derby players that they may want to play the ball out because Mendes Lang is still down.
Yeah, it's one of those innocuous, but it's like instinctive reaction from Castagna. I think he was looking to head the ball out wide as it was cleared up in the air from Derby to Tillemans. And then I think he thought Tillemans possibly was, the avenue was cut off or he's offside. So he's changed his mind, got in a bit of a muddle, chested it, and Mendes Lang came bearing down on him, and Castagna realised that he'd been beaten to the ball and it was going to be a problem. Although it was a long way from goal, it would have, Derby were on the counter with decent numbers, and he's made the challenge. I don't think it was intentional to take him out, but he certainly didn't pull out either. He's run over to check on his welfare. But Castagna, if that was a Premier League game, he's looking at a yellow card. I think it would probably get off a bit because of the lack of intent, but it's certainly clumsy.
It has meant impromptu drinks break for most of the players. A few have stayed on the field. It's given Chris Davies a chance to chat with a few of the players as Mendes Lang makes his way to the touchline. Through from Sheffield Wednesday. Spent the second half of last season with Sheffield Wednesday, having been released by Cardiff, so was unattached. Prior to that, started at Wolves, was with Peterborough, Rochdale, Cardiff, Middlesbrough, well travelled. Liam Rossigna dishes out some final instructions. Derby about to approach their first season since 1986 in the third tier of English football. Leicester embarking another Premier League campaign after finishing 8th last season, 4 points off the Europa League place. Won 3 of the last 4 in the Premier League, so hoping to continue that form when they do kick off against Brentford. Then they've got the trip to Arsenal before returning to King Power Stadium at the end of August. We're going against Southampton. Derby's big kick-off is next Saturday here against Oxford.
A little bit of a culture shock, isn't it, for the Derby supporters? Some of the stadiums and teams that they'll be travelling to, but I'm sure they'll fancy the chances of bouncing straight back into the Championship. I think Leicester will quietly fancy their chances of improving on last year. They were talking about a catalogue of injuries, devastating, wasn't it, at times and for long periods. And all said and done, I know there were certain sort of rumblings and mumblings from certain quarters, but finishing 8th in the Premier League in any season is no main achievement, is it? Especially with the circumstances as they were. It's some supporters wanting to see a few signings. I suppose that's understandable, but when you see the 2 teams that Brendan Rodgers and Chris Davies here at Pride Park can put out this afternoon, I don't think there's too much room for concern, really. or cause for concern, because there's quite some quality performers here on show today.
If anything, Derby will be looking at Leicester for inspiration when Leicester dropped into the third tier, and as disastrous as it was at the time, the preceding years weren't too bad, with a few trophies to celebrate. What they will find, Derby, is when teams come here, the likes of Oxford in a week's time, this will be almost like a cup final for them, turning up at a Premier League stadium. Vestergaard with Marshall, Barkhazen, who will line the ball up for Hourihan. Bird. And Marty meeting the cross. A few of the Leicester players start to warm up, including Hamza Chowdhury, acting as ball boy to allow Hayden Roberts to take the Derby throw.
Yeah, well, there again, you look at the depth of Leicester's quality in the squad. Okay, there's always room for improvement, I understand that, but Tillemans again playing the ball forward.
Daka. Iheanacho and Thomas as options. Here's Mendes Lang.
Yeah, just the depth. So again, two squads today. The likes of Mendy, Hamza Chowdhury, just for starters. You can't even get a start in place when there's two teams out there. There's other players as well. In that situation, it's quite heartening, really. Perhaps not from their point of view, but from the supporters' point of view.
Chowdhury to find the ball for Hayden Roberts this time. Has to go and get it himself. Two midfielders, Hamza Chowdhury and Papi Mendy, hoping they'll get their chance in the second half.
You'd imagine, oh, lovely ball again,
Stanya almost giving Tillemans the eyes where he wanted it. Flag is raised. The Belgian link up on the right. He's looking for the Zambian in the middle in the end. The flag brings that one to a halt.
Excellent again from Tillemans. More and more he starts to run the show. There's the pick of the players out there. Good positioning. Leicester actually working well with their wing-backs, Luke Thomas in particular, Castagna to a slightly lesser degree, but excellent movement, timing of the run, good delivery. Could have done with it maybe just half a yard further forward, but it was neither here nor there, because as I say, the Zambian just crept offside. A little bit naive from Daka there, a little bit over-eager. You could see the line right across in front of him, just straight offside when it wasn't necessary.
Iheanacho. Soyuncu is quickly closed down by Mendes Lang. Stolarczyk looking to Castagna, his header. Out of play. Like many last season, Timothy Castagna was in an injury-hit season. Started the last 7 Premier League games, however. As he found his way back to full fitness, and certainly a department well stocked for Brendan Rodgers in that full-back area. Castagna, Thomas, Justin, Ricardo. I feel like I missed one out there somewhere.
Amati.
There you go.
As it is today, anyway.
The referee had a look, he's not given anything. Indeed, he wanted a free kick. Corey Smith has stayed down.
Yeah, I know what Ndidi's saying there. Ndidi's like looking to challenge for the ball. Corey Smith made a back for him, taking his legs from underneath him. Could have been an awkward fall for Wilfred there. You're sort of in the air for a nanosecond, and you don't quite know where you are, but he's ended up okay. In fact, it's Corey Smith who's come off the worst. I think it was a flailing boot, might have just clipped him somewhere on his forehead, but they're both up, shake hands, and getting on the play.
As you saw there, Mike Stowell and Colo Torre alongside Chris Davis. Smith back on his feet. Twice a League One title winner. Once with Bristol City, once with Norwich. Joined Derby on a free after leaving Swansea. Marquezine fancying his pace against Daniel Amati. The two tussling for the ball, but the final touch came off the Derby player.
Well, he had the march on Amati, but just gave himself too much to do, didn't he? Eventually, Amati's come covered well, got the luck of the ricochet, ends up a goal kick. Just a little bit of a lull in the game there. You know, occasionally it's brought to life by predominantly Yuri Tillemans producing a bit of quality. Other than that, a little bit. There he is, Tillemans again finding his mark. Iheanacho in possession.
He's got Thomas to the left, but Iheanacho fancying his chances, and then at the last minute saw the gap, tried to squeeze it through to Luke Thomas. Wildsmith quickly off his line.
Wonderful 40-yard pass straight to the feet of Kelechi Iheanacho from Tillemans, and again Derby looked extremely uncomfortable in those situations in the middle of their defence. Iheanacho just couldn't quite make his mind up. I think his intention was to try and create an opportunity to get a strike on goal, put it onto his right foot, less favoured, but would have backed himself. But good positioning by Curtis Davis, I think it was, and then eventually he was forced into trying to play the intricate pass. Perhaps should have played it earlier. There would have been more space to play the ball into for Luke Thomas, but good opportunity. It didn't bear any fruit.
Pratt onto Iheanacho, lovely first time layoff, two in the middle, more arriving, but Iheanacho flings the ball over the bar, and the ones arriving in the penalty area are left extremely disappointed.
To say the least, yeah. Castagna, good sign that they're getting bodies in there. Pratt, Daka, and it's Iheanacho who's on the left-hand channel, but we'll put that down to rustiness, John. I think he hasn't had too much game time. One of those moments when I don't quite know how Kelechi Iheanacho just looks extremely awkward as a footballer, when we all know he's very, very talented indeed and is capable of it extraordinary at times, but that was not one of those occasions.
8 goals in all competitions last season, 4 in the Premier League, all came away from home, and 7 of his 8 across the other competitions, all away from home as well. Smith, one trick too many. Thomas was alive to what Smith was trying to do. Knight fouls Pratt. Pratt thought about looking for Castagna. It's the more tricky pass, and he kept it short and simple. And here's Thomas.
Just looking at the setup again, you know, in possession, back 3, out of possession, back 4, and the reasoning for that type of selection. But to me, it makes sense. You know, when you consider things depending on the opposition as well. Brendan Rodgers, stroke Chris Davis, probably aware that the Derby were going to set up as they have. You know, it's like a 4-5-1 when they're defending, springs into a 4-3-3. Now that back 3 can all end up, you know, just marking one centre forward, and it can be a little bit of overkill and a little bit of a waste. So I think, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense to me. Although they've got some defending to do here. But
Smith, deflection has looped off the back of Soyuncu.
Yeah, so when Leicester are out of possession, dropping to 4, dealing with the front 3. When they have the ball, nice and comfortable in possession with that back 3, and the wing-backs can push on and cause problems as they have done.
Collins. Mendes-Lang. Hourihane. But couldn't get the ball beyond the wall of Leicester players. Pratt with a direct ball that's gone straight through to goalkeeper Joe Wildsmith. Roberts. Beyond Hourihane. Stolarczyk had 13 appearances on loan with Dunfermline at the end of last season. 3 clean sheets took them to the Championship playoff final, where they were beaten 1-0 on aggregate by Queen's Park. Wildsmith, not sure if he was going to continue sliding out of the area, so punches the ball on the ground away. Stayed in play, and now it's Thomas. Knight briefly had it for Derby, but Pratt winning it back, and Leicester winning the throw.
Good run initially by Patson Daka, stretching Derby's back 4. Curtis Davis struggling to stay with him. It was a little bit heavy from Luke Thomas, though. Just needed a little bit more bend and curl and softness in the delivery. It was rammed into Daka, and the scramble ensued. But both teams, half an eye on the half-time whistle, you feel. Nice ball from Amati out to Thomas, wide on the left again.
Again, plenty forward, including Pratt. Curtis Davis with a headed clearance. Pratt again. Wildsmith claiming, with Castagna and Daka either side of him, rolling the ball out to Hourihane. Iheanacho, look over his shoulder, knew he could turn into space. Then he was dragged down by Conor Hourihane. Without James Maddison on the field, there'll be a few fancying their chances. A rare chance to get on a Leicester City free kick.
No bookings in this friendly then, John?
Not yet.
Well, I mentioned Castagna was pretty fortunate, and Hourihane there was absolutely nailed on if there was going to be a booking of any description. You have to be a little bit careful on it, though, don't you? Don't give players a licence to get out of hand and do something silly, but hopefully that won't be the case. I think Iheanacho fancying this one. 10 yards right of centre, 22 yards out.
Tillemans or Iheanacho. There's a 2-man Leicester wall in front of the Derby County wall, so Inchi making a late burst into the penalty area as Iheanacho sees his shot over the bar. Wildsmith for a moment looked concerned at that one, but he watched as it went over the top of the bar.
Decent enough effort, good contact. It's a little bit heavy, wasn't it? I'm not going to criticise anyone for an effort that got that close, because I know how difficult it is. But Iheanacho's certainly capable. Not quite up to Maddison's standards.
Slightly more accurate than the left-footed cross from about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's getting there, isn't he? He's getting there.
there is half-time. No goals then during that first half, but Leicester certainly the better side, and Yuri Tielemans, the standout performer, integral to all that was good about the Foxes. A few intricate passes sparking Leicester attacks that maybe they should have scored from, in particular Daka involved. So too Luke Thomas as the players head for the tunnel. We will come back for the better of the chances during that first half here at Pride Park. It's half-time, it's Derby 0, Leicester 0.
Because memories never fade, no matter how long. We'll still remember the moments of excitement and the impressions of Thailand. Amazing Thailand, now even more amazing.
Match day. It doesn't start when the whistle blows. It starts with the lucky pair and the lucky party. It starts with making room for the real special one. And with choosing who's on for 2 goals today. It starts with picking up your mate and everyone he lives with. It starts with the usual in the usual coffee house. Oh, and almost ends there. Don't want to leave those behind, eh? It starts with the walking, with the talking, and with that first glance of home. It starts with the next big thing. No, the next big thing. And maybe with a little nap for the tired one. It starts with a quick flick straight to the same player every week. With a quick tap on the way in, with a quick polish of a friend, and with a quick dash for the pies. It starts with finding a seat, with a deep breath of expectation, and with one last check. Here's to the highs, and to grabbing your share. FBS, always by your side.
Lamia is the belief that perfection lies within the details, where the finest ingredients deserve the finest craftsmanship. In every pursuit of perfection, there is passion and perseverance, where attention to detail inspires a masterpiece that's balanced and in harmony. This is the Lamia philosophy, brewed into every drop of Chang beer. This is the taste of Thai perfection. Chang beer. We brew friendship.
Time then here at Pride Park Stadium between Leicester City and Derby County, part of the double header this afternoon, with a game at Preston kicking off at 3 p.m. In terms of one here at Pride Park Stadium, let's look back at some of the best chances and the best action within that first half alongside Matt Elliott. The first couple of chances, Matt, falling the way their home side, who started brightly enough.
Yeah, Leicester looked comfortable enough the first minute or two, and then Derby sort of seized the initiative a little bit, grew in confidence. Might have had a shot, a touch earlier there before Barco's and his effort was deflected wide. Never a serious threat. This was an excellent ball. He's been quite impressive for me, Barco's, and on this left-hand side. He's tested Amati out, whipped in a beautiful ball there. Suspect defending, Leicester got away with it.
And Leicester really came into the game with certainly the better side, and Luke Thomas was a definite outlet that you spotted early on in the game, and this was one of the chances he was involved in.
Yeah, Leicester set their stall out in a certain way and looking to provide the wing-backs with some decent service, and they've done that to a point. Here was the biggest chance. I mean, perhaps I was a little bit harsh on Luke Thomas. It was wider and more of an acute angle. He should have got some sort of effort there. I mean, Daka possibly should have done a lot better than I thought initially as well, but Luke Thomas scuffing it. Tillemans again, the provider. Excellent run by Pratt. Hasn't done that often enough. Thomas is trying to be precise there with the finish, isn't it? I'm not quite sure what he's done. Iheanacho can be forgiven for not getting an excellent strike off, but one way or another, Leicester should have scored in that instance.
And again here, Tillemans was involved, and Iheanacho, we thought he would take the strike on, but in the end he just spotted Luke Thomas. Thomas had probably stopped his run, expecting Iheanacho to have the shot.
Yeah, I could say James Chester's done quite well there to force the issue and block the obvious route for Iheanacho. He perhaps could have scooped it onto his right foot and got the shot off. Was waiting for the perfect opportunity. It didn't materialise for him, and then he's trying to flick it to Thomas, ran out of space, and missed opportunity again.
The man that we mentioned quite a bit in that first half, and we saw him, I think, in every bit of Leicester action, was Youri Tillemans, who was head and shoulders above everyone on the pitch.
Yeah, I think so. Leicester were looking for a little bit of a spark. Luke Thomas, could have provided that opportunity if he was found more often. Leicester attempted it, but not successfully too regularly. But yeah, Tillemans has been class above, as a lot of people would perhaps presume and expect. But I wouldn't say he's totally run the show, but the moments of quality have predominantly come from him once or twice. Good contributions by Pratt. Iheanacho's just been a little bit rusty, shall we say. Pats and Daka, similar. But Tillemans has been a notch above and produces those moments of quality, and we're looking to do the same again in the second half.
This is pre-season game number 4. Number 5 follows at 3 o'clock at Preston. James Justin will be involved in that one. He was also involved, and we spoke to him after pre-season game number 3 at Hull on Wednesday.
James, how's pre-season been for you? You came back a little bit later, didn't you, as part of the international group returning, so how have you found it?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been tough, but it's been nice getting back to it and finding our groove now in the game, so we'll look to keep pushing before the season.
There was that trip, of course, to Evian. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was really intense, and obviously I've been there before. I think it was the year that I signed, and hasn't changed one bit. It was tough, but it was really good for us, and we bonded well as a team, and hopefully we can build on that whilst we're here at Seagrave.
That's something that's actually come through quite a lot in the interviews that we've done with players and with Brendan Rodgers himself, that it isn't just about the training when you go over to Evian, it's about the bonding as a group. You're there's no distractions, you don't go home every evening, you're spending an awful lot of time with each other.
Yeah, I mean, you're there obviously 24/7 with each other. You're getting up and doing 2-3 sessions a day, and then meetings in the evening about how we can improve as a squad and what we can do to get there. And it just helps and builds that base. And we haven't been able to do that obviously because of COVID in the last couple of seasons, but now we've nailed it down again, and hopefully it will pay us dividends in the season.
I think team spirit's always been good at Leicester, hasn't it? But when you get the chance to go and do a trip like that, that must really help that and bring everyone back together again. Like you said, a lot of people have been to lots of different places this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be a good thing for us. I mean, the last time we were in Evian, probably half the people weren't there because of various different things, internationals, new signings, etc. but it just helps the new players and the younger players get a feel for what we expect of them as a team.
You've had a couple of games now yourself personally in this pre-season, so what was it, 45 minutes, 60 minutes as well? How have you found that? How have you found getting back to the fitness levels that you want to be at?
Yeah, it's been really good. I think the heat over in Leuven was tough to play with, and the pitch was quite dry as well because obviously the weather, and they were a step ahead of us in pre-season. Also a great side as we know, and it was a really tough game against them, but it was good fitness exercise for us. And then the game against Hull was a good workout, getting us 45 minutes in before this weekend. So yeah, it's been a good getting back into things really.
That was James Justin. He'll be involved in the squad at Preston, which kicks off straight after this game. Second half on the way of Derby County versus Leicester City. The pre-season game after today's matches are finished is next Sunday. It's a home game against Sevilla, and we're giving you a chance to win some tickets for that game. All you have to do to win 2 pairs of tickets is answer this question. Sevilla are the most successful team in the history of the UEFA Europa League. How many times have they won the competition? Is it 4, 5 or 6? To enter the competition, it's free, and you can email competition@lcfc.co.uk with your answer and details. The winner will be announced ahead of the game, and there are 2 pairs of tickets available. The question again, Sevilla, the most successful team in the history of the UEFA Europa League. How many times have they won it? Is it 4, 5 or 6? Email the answer to competition@lcfc.co.uk, and hopefully you'll be in King Power Stadium next Sunday to watch the final pre-season game ahead of the big kick-off, which follows 7 days later with the home match against Brentford. Are you eagerly anticipating and looking forward to the big kick-off, Matt, now we've got through these pre-season games?
Yeah, just about, yeah. I mean, it's been preoccupying the mind, hasn't it? You know, all the goings-on of pre-season, and, you know, not that there's been a lot of activity, but you know, you hear rumours about certain players, comings or goings, or at other clubs. So, but yeah, eventually you sort of had enough of that, haven't you? And you start looking to the real business. But you know, first things first, from a player's point of view, you've got to deal with the here and now. It's not, you know, it can be a little bit dangerous looking too far in the future. But for the likes of ourselves and supporters, etc. Yeah, you can't wait till the real action begins. Although there's a nice little warm-up, isn't there? You know, as you just mentioned it there, against Sevilla. They're decent, very decent opposition. Different proposition to today. But I think the pre-season in general has been quite entertaining, really. Going over to Leuven was a wonderful experience. The football was of a decent quality. Then, okay, Hull was just a middle-of-the-road fixture, shall we say. But then today, you know, you've got the competitive edge with Derby and a little bit of glamour next week against Sevilla, and then the real business begins. So, all been pretty entertaining one way or another, but nothing quite like the Premier League.
Big difference today with the squads being split is the lack of half-time changes. It looks as though the same 11 that started the game will re-emerge for this second period. Certainly as you look at the players heading out, Yuri Tillemans applauding the big number of travelling supporters who have made the short trip to Derby. Many more, I'm sure, will be heading up to the northwest to the game against Preston. Kaglar likewise applauding the support that has been provided this afternoon. Second half on the way, and that is the big difference, Matt. These players will get more minutes than they have had in previous pre-season games.
Yeah, as well as the tactical aspects of things, you know, the little technicalities as well. I think first and foremost it's about getting those minutes. You know, the players can do what they can do as individuals. Brendan Rodgers knows that. That's why they're part of Leicester City's squad. You know, there's always room for improvement, little areas of development on a personal front, but yeah, it's just getting up to that peak match fitness as best they can, as quick as they can. But it's a multitude of things going on, but primarily that's the main purpose of the exercise and the reason why you're seeing 2 squads today.
We're awaiting the home side. They're yet to appear as Chris Davis Has he spotted you, Matt? Has he waving at you? Maybe. I think he's maybe spotted his family. We're just a few rows below us.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be that friendly to me, Chris. I know him, but not to that level. He's not that happy to see me, for sure.
Certainly enjoying himself, taking the hot seat this afternoon, while Brendan Rodgers takes the main team away to Preston. And here we are, Matt. There you go. There's a sight for sore eyes. If you look at the monitor,
caught me off guard,
he's not ready for that at all. You can tell the older of the two. One stands, one sits. Or maybe it's just I'm shorter and I need to stand up so I can see what's going on.
Oh, I see. Like that is it. Like that. You need to keep your system going.
We still wait for the Derby side to re-emerge. Eventually. Left the away side waiting. Normally a trick that you say for a league game, not a friendly, to leave the opposition waiting on the field, unless Liam Messina had more words to be provided. Their big kick-off is 7 days' time, so no surprise that they haven't made any half-time changes. Jason Knight has come through the ranks here at Derby, well over 100 appearances. He's only 21 years of age. He's a Dublin-born midfielder. Very versatile, can play anywhere in the midfield, has popped up as a fullback on occasion. Joined Derby from Bray Wanderers in Ireland. His two brothers still play there.
They'll be reasonably happy with how they've acquitted themselves. As you mentioned, John, Leicester, classier outfit, better side overall, but the scoreline remains on level terms. Perhaps they'll be looking to make a few more inroads in the second 45, but easier said than done.
Mendes-Lang. I thought initially he may have lost his footing, but the foul is given. Soyuncu with a shrug of the shoulders, not too much of an argument.
It's not a bad start from Derby's point of view, is it? Leicester just caught napping a touch straight from the kick-off.
Mendes-Lang made 19 appearances last season for Sheffield Wednesday when he joined in the January, including a substitute appearance in the playoff semi-final against Sunderland. Sheffield Wednesday losing on aggregate. Sunderland going on to win the final and back in the Championship next season. Marquezin and Hurahan over the free kick, which is diverted away by Patson Daka at the near post.
Yeah, needfully so as well, and fizzed in by Hurahan. Slightly concerned, there were a couple of options for the pullback from Derby. Tillemans was trying to make sure that didn't happen with one of the Derby players, but a bit of invention could have caused Leicester City problems there.
In and out, and a goal kick.
Time to reset now. They've got away with it to a certain degree. A little bit of sloppiness there from the off. Perhaps, as you say, coming out that little bit early, they've sort of switched off a touch, and Derby, whether it's intentionally or not, making them wait, coming out and bounce straight into the second period, where Leicester will sleep in a touch, need to stir themselves.
Indeed, his first action of the pre-season in terms of game time. He may be the first player to be replaced. And look to gain a good week of training, and no doubt will be involved next Sunday against Sevilla. Be a busy few days at King Power Stadium. Next weekend, the Community Shield taking place on the Saturday. Leicester in action on the Sunday. Our award-winning ground staff will no doubt be able to deal with those pressures. Castagna. Indeed, too high, still finding his range. We can give him the excuse of pre-season rustiness.
He found it was sort of inexplicable to himself there, had his head in his hands. The pass was easy enough, wasn't it? Just finding his levels, maybe, got far too much on him.
Derby with one more pre-season game before next Saturday's League One clash here against Oxford. They play a game locally on Tuesday against Alfreton Town. Smith back to his feet and nearly got between Thomas and Iheanacho. Bird nudging Tillemans to the ground. There's indeed it.
It'll be interesting to see how Leicester approach this second period. I imagine that the majority of personnel will get 75, 80 minutes plus. Whether they play it with the mentality of sort of not coasting through, but being comfortable and just hoping that eventually their quality comes through. Or personally, I'd like to see them play like they have to win it, like it's a cup fixture maybe, and take the game to the opposition and get as much out of this game as possible in terms of intensity, and that has a knock-on effect, doesn't it? And go and force the issue, not just get through the 90 minutes.
The last time Leicester were here was in a cup game, a competitive fixture, a 2-2 draw, January 2017. A Darren Bentone goal and a Wes Morgan goal. Took it to a replay, which Leicester won at King Power Stadium. It's a game in which Wilfred Ndidi scored his first ever Leicester City goal. Burahan going back to Roberts. Thomas felt that should have been a Leicester throw. It's gone the way of Derby. It's taken quickly. Smith couldn't find a route infield. Goes back to Chester, across to Davis. It was a 12-game loan spell that Curtis David had with the Foxes back in 2010. It did include victories against Derby and against Nottingham Forest.
He's done well, Davis, hasn't he, to continue and extend his career. What is he, 36, 37?
37, 38 next March.
Fair play to him. Whatever level you're playing at, that's some achievement.
Was Derby County's Player of the Year last season. Didn't miss a minute, which is some going at 36, 37 years of age.
Yeah, very much so. Hell of an achievement.
And a very good tour around the Midlands. Derby, West Brom, Villa, Birmingham. Thomas's header straight to Corey Smith.
Haven't really got going in the second half, Leicester, so far. A little bit loose in possession, a little bit casual, really. There's no sharpness about their play, and as a result, they're getting forced into tight areas, and Iheanacho guilty of giving it away too easily. A couple of minutes ago, Thomas there, and there's a better opportunity. Tillemans again playing it forward.
Daka got beyond Curtis Davis, but not James Chester. Bird on hand to mop up the danger. Not quite sure he wanted the return pass, but he's dealt with it before it goes forward to Collins. Fouled by Soyuncu. Ndidi, bit of afters.
Both quite competitive characters, aren't they? Ndidi and Collins. But again, it's Tillemans who's making a bit of difference, and he's the only individual out there really for either side who is certainly regularly.
Davis giving the ball away, and Leicester may take advantage of that as Iheanacho bundles his way past Davis and Roberts, and it's Castagna standing one up to his compatriot Dennis Pratt. Plenty of support, but opts to shoot himself.
Never the option, is it really? I mean, he hung out too deep initially from the cross from Castagna. He needs to be moving forward onto it, then hesitate, too many touches, close down, try to force a shot. He's never going to make it work his way through.
Pratt again, spent last season on loan with Torino. Was an unused sub in the first 3 Premier League games before that move took place. Vestergaard, who joined just in time for the opening game at home to Wolves, came on and played a key part in sealing the first 3 points of the first clean sheet of last season. Tielemans, Castagna carried on the run and gave Tielemans that option, and there's blue shirts swarming towards the penalty area, and one of them was Kelechi Iheanacho, who gives us the first goal of this game. Well, the 2 Belgians linking up on the right, Tielemans and Castagna, and the ball into Iheanacho was perfectly weighted so he could take on the shots. His first goal of pre-season is the first goal of this game, and Leicester are in front.
Well, again, it's Tielemans there who initiates the move, produces the quality ball forward into the path of Castagna. He's been probing up and down that right-hand touchline for the duration of this game so far. Gets his head up, picks out the run of Iheanacho there with a square stroke cutback. Iheanacho takes it in his stride. Beautiful touch. Even better finish. Goalkeeper Walsh with no chance. Gets beaten at the near post. Leicester had a number of options there. Good to see Pratt getting forward. Daka, you would expect to be at Iheanacho as well. So Castagna had a variety of options to pick out. Pick the right one. Iheanacho has got rid of that first half rustiness, it seems.
Castagna again here, looking to provide another assist. Davis cutting the ball out, and Leicester have a corner. Well, the fans were finding their voice just before the goal. Now they are in full voice, the Blue Army, over in the corner.
Yeah, a little bit casual from the off in the second period, but you felt if Leicester could up the ante, the opportunity would be there, and so it's proved. And just looking for them now to go on and improve on this, and you feel as if Derby's shoulders sagged a bit on concession of that goal. See if Leicester can go and increase their lead.
We've got another corner, 2 in quick succession here. Tielemans, big part in the goal, will take the set piece. Away by Collins. Soyuncu. Here's the goal scorer. Continuing that run of scoring away from home. 7 of his 8 last season away from King Power Stadium.
The fans certainly enjoying it. It's an unusual atmosphere, isn't it? Certainly not your run-of-the-mill pre-season friendly, for sure.
It's the Derby fans now have responded by raising their voices. Chester's touch straight to Ndidi. And Thomas with some space. Iheanacho just in front of him. Back to Thomas. Just couldn't quite get the back heel. Ndidi nudged in the back by Smith. And Derby are about to make their first change of the contest. Corey Smith, who's just committed the foul, going off. Kweku Aduro is coming up. Another of the summer recruits, a free transfer from Manchester City. Club he was at since the age of 8. Now he's a Derby County player.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a little look at him. Obviously, you would imagine a player of sizable talent. to be a club like that for so long. He's looking to make an impression, wasn't he, in front of his home fans?
Had his debut season in Premier League 2 in the last campaign, which Manchester City went on and won the title in, made 16 appearances in total, plus a couple in the Papa John's Trophy. He was the under-18 captain the season before, and City won the title in that as well.
Well, that goal has certainly sparked proceedings into life off the pitch, and hopefully we'll see it on the pitch as well. Leicester start to dominate and take control a little bit, you would imagine. It's getting very interesting off the field, and some very animated characters around.
Iheanacho in a pocket of space, unable to find Daka. Ndidi winning the ball back. Leicester camped inside the Derby half. Dennis Pratt, Castagna, lovely swivel. Back to Tielemans. He looked left, but he's played it short to the right. Pratt went early, and Wildsmith saving at the near post. 1-0 then here at Pride Park.
Sorry, Tom. Yeah, good play by Leicester, very measured, controlled. Lots of players getting involved in attacks, and more advanced now. Pratt making runs beyond the defensive line of Derby. Derby back in big numbers, doing their best to contend with it.
Vestergaard just lost his footing, and then Collins dragging him back after he thought he could take advantage of the slip.
Fortunate there, Vestergaard. He got himself in a decent position initially, but sometimes what he doesn't do is use his very sizable frame to his own advantage there. It's almost as if he's hesitant to do so. He covered well though, played a nice ball through the midfield line, but he's Daka.
First time pass from Castagna, nearly got Leicester in down that right side. The left side was the outlet in the first, but the right half, or the right side, the outlet in the second.
Yeah.
Daka, ball given away. Iheanacho, back to Daka. Just seemed to consider the shot for a moment with his left foot, but it's gone out to Castagna again, and Tielemans. And then it's a cross looking for Daka, but Wildsmith coming to claim.
Yeah, just going back to Vestergaard there, just needs to be a little bit careful. Use his huge frame, to nudge players out of the way. Don't give them half a sniff. Collins came back and nearly nicked it off him, and could have been a dangerous situation. But up the other end, you're right. Leicester attacking predominantly down the right-hand side in this second period. Still looking, a good bet to go on and win the game, and I would back against increasing their lead, but we'll have to wait and see what sort of response Derby can muster. Leicester starting to show their capabilities a little bit now.
Derby have made the first change, and Leicester will make their first change. Probably the one we expected, Matt. Wilfred Ndidi has had just over an hour, and Pape Mendy is an able deputy.
Yeah, Leicester supporters will be absolutely delighted to see him back out there on the field of play. He's done everything you'd expected of him this afternoon. Doesn't look a million miles off it. Precautionary, taking him off. Obviously, he's had a set allotment of minutes. What is it, 62 minutes on the clock. It doesn't look like he's had any issues at all there. So good news going forward, because there isn't another player quite like him at the club. There are 2 or 3 options that could cover for him, but they don't quite have the all-round qualities that Wilfred Ndidi possesses.
In terms of the quality of the squad, it's a Senegal international, an AFCON winner, a player that's going to be in the World Cup in the winter, replacing the Nigerian in Wilfred Ndidi.
Yeah, other options as well. Hamza Chowdhury, who's on the bench this afternoon. Of course, Sumari, who's been playing in that role. You presume will do so again this afternoon at Preston. But there's nothing quite like Wilfred Ndidi in that role.
Barkhuizen will take the free kick. He was a big threat in the first half, not really mentioned him in the second. Curtis Davies' header has come back off Timothy Castagna, and that will be a Derby County corner.
Let's have a little look at how Leicester set up, defending this corner. Mixture of zonal and man-for-man. Soyuncu belatedly taking up his position, should have known where we were standing earlier.
It's taken towards Soyuncu. Header that closed the 18-yard area.
Better late than never. And all's well that ends well. But yeah, I've been slightly surprised in that. I suppose maybe a little bit of adjustment there. Sorry. With Ndidi coming off, players had to readjust their position, so won't be too harsh in that instance.
Wildsmith, the Derby goalkeeper. Hurahan's ball blocked by Amati. Tillemans stopped in his tracks by Hayden Roberts, and then Curtis Davies back to Wildsmith again. Pride Park, now 25 years old, opened by the Queen back in 1997. As Bird scoops the ball out to Hurahan. Barkhuizen scores for Derby. Very nice move, very nice goal. Two of the summer recruits linking up. Hurahan on the left where Barkhuizen has been. Barkhuizen in the middle, arriving on cue. First time angling the ball into the bottom corner beyond Stelarczyk. And we're all square at Pride Park.
Well, it's one hell of a finish. Nice ball out initially on the outside of the left foot from Max Bird to Hurahan. Found himself drifting out wide. I thought initially maybe he hadn't got enough on the cross, but credit where it's due. I think that was his intended target. Whipping it in, but what a finish by Barkhuizen there. I think he's been a standout player for me. I mentioned him at half-time. Been impressive on that left-hand side. Found himself central on the run. It's a Jamie Vardy-esque finish, isn't it? Yeah. No hesitation whatsoever. Stelarczyk, no chance whatsoever.
How do Leicester respond? Here's Thomas. Iheanacho. Made 13 championship appearances last season, Tom Barkhuizen. His last one was at the end of January as he dropped out of the Preston side. Collins. Just sense that goal will lift Derby going into the final 25 minutes or so.
Well, you'd imagine so. Looking to see a response from Leicester. Like their pride will be dented. We're seeing a little evidence of that, but yeah, like you say, Derby will be roused. Both sets of supporters are as well. And again, you could be forgiven for not thinking this is a pre-season friendly, that you're actually at a competitive fixture, and it's good to see.
Pratt finds Luke Thomas. Tillemans drifting to the right. Prolonged possession, and then a switch of play, and Thomas nearly got beyond Aduru. will stop the clearance from the teenager.
Yeah, Thomas could have been a little bit more purposeful there. Sort of was waiting for the ball to come to him. He needed to move on to it if it was going to avoid Aduro, which the switch ball did, because he wasn't purposeful enough. Aduro was able to recover. But yeah, looking forward to seeing the mentality of Leicester. You say this remaining 22 minutes or so. Had a little setback. It's another scenario for them to deal with collectively. See how they fare.
Thomas saw Mendes-Lang coming towards him.
Yeah, I look forward as well. I mean, OK, fair enough, the ball was switched left to right to left, sorry, but the two up front didn't have any options. A bit stationary. Iheanacho and Daka was looking for a bit of assistance there, Luke Thomas.
Amati kind of in that right back role when Leicester switch formations in game when they've got possession and turns into a back four, allowing Castagna to get even further forward. Iheanacho. Tillemans, great return. Castagna to Pratt, blocked by Chester. Pratt once again stands one up, and Aduro makes the clearance. Tillemans and Castagna and Pratt, the three Belgians, all linking up nearly to devastating effect.
Again, precision from Tillemans there. Derby back in heavy numbers in a back four with a row of five in front. But still, Tillemans is able to penetrate. Again, the timing of the run from Castagna, pretty impressive. The cut back, the awareness from Pratt was good to get that position, but then you've got to finish the job off.
Tillemans sees his corner cleared. Thomas jumping twice with Barkhuizen.
Just too often, I think.
Castagna had to be aware of the pressure that was coming from Nathaniel Mendes-Lang.
Yeah, looked a little bit too close for comfort, but I think he was in control of the situation. But yeah, just with Dennis Pratt, I've just got a feeling at times it's like nearly but not quite. A little too often. You know, that was a decent opportunity, not a golden opportunity. Can be forgiven for not executing or converting it, but it's got to come a stage when you do.
Tillemans out to Pratt. He's got Castagna running beyond him, then uses him. Near post headed clearance from Conor Hurahan. And another Leicester corner with just under 20 minutes of normal time remaining.
Yeah, decent response from Leicester, as you would expect. I mean, in fairness, the goal came a little bit out of the blue. As good a goal as it was, but nonetheless, they still got to deal with it.
Away by Roberts at the near post. Pratt sends it back to Youri Tillemans. Everyone regroups inside the penalty area. Castagna right-footed. Davies couldn't get there. Iheanacho drilling one in at the near post. Wildsmith pushing the ball away with his chest.
I think he caught the keeper off guard a touch there, didn't he?
Now Pratt, Tillemans out to the right. On to Patson, Daka. First time Daka wide of the post.
Again, Tillemans providing the quality. Pratt involved as well, but it's a slide rule pass over a shorter distance on this occasion, but beautifully weighted. Daka doesn't have a chance to really see where the goal is. He needs to know where it is and perhaps fire it across the far stick on that instance, well wide of the near post.
So Louis Sibley is on. He's replaced the goal scorer Tom Barkhuizen, and Hayden Roberts is coming off. He'll be replaced by the experienced Craig Forsyth, who's about to start his 9th season as a Derby player, having joined from Watford.
Barkhuizen played excellently, I think. Haven't seen too much of him previously. Excellent performance from him. Louis Sibley. Been interesting, been hoping he'd be getting on the pitch. I saw him perform for Derby on the 23s last season. Extremely impressive on the night. I'm surprised he hasn't sort of created a better reputation for himself, but this season may be his to do so.
He made his first team debut back in December of 2019. 76 first team appearances in various competitions for Louis Sibley. Represented England from under 17 up to under 20 level, still only 20 years of age. Leicester looks for another England youth international in Luke Thomas. Last touch was off Aduru. Thomas to Soyuncu. Mendy. Tielemans, Daka unable to grab the ball under his spell.
Good effort though, wasn't it? Again, a little bit of finesse from the midfield maestro, the Belgian, who there's quite a bit of speculation about, and seems to be an ongoing situation. The fact that he's playing in this lineup today suggests that things aren't finalised one way or another, of course, but we'll have to wait and see. But he's been a class act this afternoon. Good defensive line by Derby there to just force Daka to sort of hold his run a little bit and make that pass a little bit more difficult for Tielemans.
Thomas into Tielemans, great control. And it's Daka who's managed to squeeze a shot between a crowd of players on the edge of the area. In the end, it was a routine save for Wildsmith.
Yeah, good play by Mendy, switched out the left-hand side. Thomas, I like to see that intelligence. Didn't just put a ball in blindly, picked out his man, in this case Tielemans. Squared across. We've seen the effectiveness of that type of ball with the goal from Iheanacho. Tielemans had his touch and the ball ended up at Daka's feet, but Daka never really looked convincing there. The strike was sort of more in hope than expectation.
Forsyth, away by Vestergaard, but it's Mendes-Lang with all the time in the world to pick his spot, but he sliced it wide.
It was one of those where you think, oh, has he got time for a touch? And it looked like he has, but Leicester players were soon to descend on him, and if he had that touch, probably would have got it taken off him, but did have time and space to consider his strike, went for the half volley, went for the spectacular, got it horribly wrong, unfortunately, sliced it well wide.
Dennis Pratt has been replaced by Hamza Chowdhury. That's come through the ranks of the Leicester City Academy, joined when he was 7 years of age, the Loughborough-born midfielder.
He'll be pleased to get a bit of game time. He's been restricted so far. His pre-season unofficially found himself down the pecking order.
He's in the action here, alongside another fellow Academy product in Luke Thomas. Just beyond Thomas, Derby will look to break with Mendes-Lang, who when he gets going is a real speed merchant. Iheanacho turns away from Louis Sibley. Mendy. Vestergaard. Iheanacho made a run through the middle. That wasn't spotted. It's come to the near side. Thomas, in keeping the ball in, has given possession to Derby. Mendes Lang to Aduru. Mendy. Daka, the flag has stayed down, and Patson Daka makes it 3-3 in this pre-season with another goal. Another cool, composed finish. The ball laid into his path. There wasn't really any question where that was ending up. And the beaming smile on the face of the Zambian with another goal to add to his summer tally.
Well, it's a top-class finish. Excellent run. Element of doubt about whether it was on or offside, but the assistant referee seemed happy for play to continue, signalled to do so. And I was just thinking to myself, Patson Daka maybe needs to contribute a little bit more to his all-round game, and will he be a little bit frustrated with himself? But full credit to him. Keeps persisting, keeps threatening to make those runs along the line of the opposition defence. Something which is a little bit more out of the ordinary was the forward chip pass from Papi Mendy, who's not necessarily known for that. He does have that capability. He'd like to see it produced more often. But beautifully dinked straight pass, excellently weighted. Derby caught out there defensively, hoping for the flag to go up. Beautiful touch by Daka. Left or right foot finishes. He's more than capable and supremely confidently put away. And that big beaming smile appears yet again.
Aduru, as Derby look to get themselves level again. They have made another change. Nathaniel Mendes Lang has gone off, and another member of their academy has come on, Jack Stretton, who did score against Leicester last season in a Premier League 2 game at King Power Stadium. It did end in a Leicester victory, however.
There's many areas of Patson Daka's game that I'm sure he'll admit himself that he needs to develop. I think the right place to do that, given the opportunities, but without any shadow of a doubt, you put him in front of goal, any sort of half-decent position, he'll produce the goods.
Another Derby change. Another member of their academy, Liam Thompson, coming on for Conor Hourihane. It's the youth amongst the squad that's going to finish the game. Thompson, 19, born in Nottingham, through the academy, signed pro 2 summers ago. Made his first team debut, as many of these youngsters did, in that FA Cup game at Chorley a couple of winters ago when COVID really did hit.
It's almost like one extreme to another, isn't it, for Derby's? Vastly experienced or very youthful, up and coming through the academy system, or not many appearances for other clubs coming into the mix. But that's the way it is these days at Pride Park.
Change every couple of seconds here. Callum Wright coming on, wearing the number 7 jersey, which is normally reserved for Harvey Barnes. Iheanacho scored Leicester's first goal. He'll be replaced. Wright, who spent the last season and a half on loan at Cheltenham, impressed last season in League One. 8 goals, he scored 3 in his first 4 games before a minor injury took him out of the action.
Yeah, talented individual. Just to see whether he can make that step up to push for a first-team squad place initially. I don't know, perhaps it might be another loan on the cards for him, but without doubt, he has ability.
Here he is. dazzling in orange boots, as a few of the players are on the field this afternoon. Last 7 minutes of normal time here before we pass to Deepdale, where we'll have live coverage of the second pre-season game of the day. Leicester taking on Championship Preston North End. Next Sunday, the final pre-season game, live on LCFC TV, is a 6 o'clock kick-off for the game at King Power Stadium against Sevilla. Papi Mendy. Daka scored Leicester's second. Will it prove to be the winner? Thomas had to make that challenge. Collins with a chance to steal and get into the penalty area.
There's not much of him, Luke Thomas, but he doesn't mind mixing it with others, does he? And very determined, dogged, and had to be there, as you mentioned. Yeah, if he hadn't made that challenge initially, Derby could well have been in. But it's got to keep their concentration, Leicester. They've let Derby back into it once. Can't afford to do so again.
Chadrick. Thomas. Daka just holding back, hoping the ball would come his way. It's with Chowdhury. Chowdhury. Thomas should have made the run. Chowdhury expected him to, and frustrated that his pass in the end goes away. Another Derby change. The experienced Curtis Davis, former Leicester loanee, coming off. Replaced a player at the other end of the age spectrum, Aaron Cashin, 20 years of age.
Another example of that divide almost in the squad of Derby, but it is what it is. Almost a loose pass.
Tielemans may use Wright, shoots himself, but Wright is there to apply the finishing touch. The substitute scores Leicester's third of the game. Well, he made the run hoping for the pass. Tielemans took on the shot. Despite the efforts of Wildsmith, Callum Wright, another huge smile on the face of the youngster, Leicester's latest goal scorer, applying the finishing touch from close range.
He'll be absolutely delighted with that. His first team Leicester City goal, I believe it is, as such.
Yep.
I know it's not an official fixture, but loose play from Oduro. Yeah, not for the first time, you have to say, since coming on the field of play, but Tielemans, the grateful recipient initially. Good movement, good persistence there almost by Callum Wright, to get himself, or determination to get himself into a position that Tielemans could perhaps utilise him, and in doing so, the dummy run created an opening for Tielemans. Tielemans gets the strike off, and then inadvertently, off goalkeeper Wildsmith, the ball falls straight into the path of Callum Wright, and he gleefully accepts and sets the Leicester faithful back on their merry way again as well. They're enjoying the afternoon, and all round pretty much job done. 1 or 2 little hiccups along the way, but smooth enough from Leicester's point of view.
3 goals in Leuven, 4 in Hull on Wednesday, 3 so far tonight. Pressure is on at Preston.
Yep.
We need at least 3.
Yeah, I mean, pre-season perhaps tends to be a few more goals flying around than there would be in league games, you know, perhaps overall, but Leicester have been pretty controlled. I sometimes look and ask for too much. I want Leicester to go and take the game to the opposition all the time, especially when they have that edge in terms of quality and class. But bit by bit, they've impressed themselves on proceedings, and you know, it's been a very worthwhile exercise, and not too many negatives or complaints from Chris Davies' point of view, I imagine. All those, you know, certain little things to look at.
Keep ball for Leicester. The fans applauding and cheering every pass. Daka is onside from Mendy's pass, and he's gone for an ambitious effort that wasn't far off. Confidence oozing through his veins.
Well, you do see that difference with Patson Daka when he scores. He's a different animal. But I'm not sure he would have tried that if the score had been 1-1. It was in the last couple of minutes. But with the scoreline as it is, he can be forgiven for doing so. But half-decent effort, needed a bit more loft and elevation on it. But all things considered, we'll allow him that extravagance, shall we say.
Approaching the final few seconds of normal time. There will be 2 added minutes here at Pride Park before we pass to Deepdale. The team are ready and waiting for you. It's stayed in play, it's almost curled further into play. Ball had left the field. Tillemans has run the show for Leicester. Stolarczyk. Oh, he's missed his kick, he's come back off the post, and then he makes a wonderful save right at the end of the game. I was about to say he's had a relatively quiet game, and then he goes and gets himself involved with a missed kick that bounced off the post. And with a goal at the mercy, he pulled off a very good save. His heart is still beating very fast, I'm sure.
From the ridiculous to the sublime, that wasn't it? But I did fear the worst as the ball was played back. I didn't expect what happened to happen, but Chowdhury initially played it back. I think it was to Soyuncu.
And there's full time. Leicester win it by 3 goals to 1. Fletcher Iheanacho giving the Foxes the lead after great work between Castagna and Tillemans. Derby equalised, but Patson Daka got 3 in 3 with a very neat finish before substitute Callum Wright applied a finishing touch after Wildsmith had denied Tillemans. It finishes here at Pride Park. It's Derby 1, Leicester City 3. As we depart from Pride Park, we head to the northwest, where Dan Bates is waiting for us at Deepdale.
Game number 1 done of the day, and it's finished in a Leicester City victory, 3-1 down at Derby. We're live here at Deepdale, of course, the home of Preston, for Leicester's second pre-season game of the day. What did you make of game number 1? It was a win, which is always great to see. 3 well-taken goals as well from the Leicester City players.
Yeah, especially for the strikers as well, getting on the score sheet. You know, that's what they're meant to do. You know, Kelechi with the first, Daka with the second goal, and then young Callum Wright coming on as a substitute scoring the third. So, well-earned win. You know, they'll stand them in good stead for the start of the season or the next game that comes along.
I'm sure Brendan Rodgers will have had half an eye on it in the change rooms just to our left-hand side here. He'll obviously watch the game back, won't he, at some point this week, but he'll be delighted, won't he? And as you said, it's goals for forward players. We spoke before, those of you that were watching our build-up earlier, about goals in pre-season mean everything to strikers.
It does, you know, it gives you confidence going into the season. There's not that many games left now till the season starts, so the more you score, the better. You know, getting the manager's head, knowing that you're playing well, scoring goals, and you'll have a good chance of starting the season when it comes along.
Do you think those players in there that will be due to come out in 5 minutes will have seen that and thought, OK, they've done their job, they've played really well against Derby, albeit there was a very late scare there when it was nearly 3-2, but they'll want to obviously win their game as well. Yeah, it's competition for strikers, that's what you want. You know, obviously Vards is the main man at the minute. You know, Patson and Kelechi want to get that spot, so it's up to Vards now to come out and do his business like he always does, score some goals, and I'm sure come start of the season Vards will be ready to go, as all three of them will be. I promised earlier that we would talk about that partnership between you and Vardy. We never got to it before, so we can quickly do it now. He's some player, isn't he? You obviously have played with him, outscored him as well at times, which I'm sure you'll be quick to remind him of that. But what an amazing career he's had. What an amazing career he's still having. Yeah, exactly. He's still going strong now at his age of 35, is he now? Yeah, so he's still banging the goals in the Premier League. Over 100 goals for the club in the Premier League. Not many players have done that for Leicester, so it was a joy to play with him when we were together, and he's just carried on even more. So hopefully another good season behind him this year, and you never know, golden boot again. Maybe. Right, very final point from you, David, ahead of this one, obviously, as the players are due to come out any minute now, so if you can still hear me, final thoughts, what are you expecting from this one? A tough game, Preston, a hard team to break down, but I'm sure the quality in Leicester's side and the players who are in form in pre-season can make the difference in this game, so I'm going for a Leicester win. It'll be tight, I'll say 2-0, Vards Madison. Let's hope you're right. Right, that's game number 1 done then at Derby. Time for game number 2 here at Preston with your commentary team of Jerry Taggart and first Niall McCorn.
Thanks very much, Dan. Yeah, pleasure to be here this afternoon. Preston North End, the latest opposition for Brendan Rodgers' side in pre-season. A good victory after that 1 o'clock kickoff down at Derby County. From League One opposition, it's a championship test this afternoon for the Foxes. A split squad today, of course, to manage the fact that there are 2 games. And just 15 days to go until the start of the new Premier League season. So preparations ramping up before that opening game of the season on Filbert Way against Brentford. Alongside me to call the action today, Jerry Taggart. PA's booming up here, Jerry. It's a bit of a party atmosphere, a bit of a pre-season atmosphere.
Yeah, well, I think that's all the rage these days. I remember I've been obviously across the country calling games, and they seem to have turned the volume up a little bit with the PA system, as you say. We're trying to get the fans involved in a bit of, there you go, a bit of pre-match frivolity. So Preston obviously playing their part in that.
Yeah, it's a bit more like Ibiza than Preston at the moment, but no such partying for now for the Leicester City players. It's all about hard work and preparation. And after a decent championship test against Hull City, Jerry, it's another championship opponent here in a Preston side who have looked bright in their campaign so far in pre-season.
Yeah, that's right. I think they've had 4 games up until this point. This is the 5th game and the last game before late kick-off next week against Wigan. And a massive game for them, a massive Lancashire derby. So, this will be competitive. There's no doubt about that. Because of that reason, because it's the last game that they have, the last pre-season game they have before, it's for real, so to speak. So, yeah, big game for Leicester. They'll know it's going to be competitive, and so they have to make sure that mentally, they're ready for a physical battle today.
In 15 days, it will be Filbert Way and Brentford. But for now, it's Sir Tom Finney Way and Preston North End in pre-season for Leicester City, as they line up for their latest test against Championship side North End. We often say that pre-season's more about the fitness and the minutes in the legs rather than the results, but it's always nice to win, and the Foxes are off the back of a win from that 1 o'clock kickoff against Derby County, but a different side entirely here, of course. And let's take a look at that team news for today's game at Deepdale. Here's how the home side line up. They play a 3 at the back system, something which manager Ryan Lowe is known for. Arrived here at Preston in December 2021 after guiding Plymouth Argyle to promotion from League 2 to League 1. Some notable names, including new signing Freddie Woodman, who's arrived from Newcastle. He's playing in goal today. And on the bench, you'll recognise Ben Woodburn wearing number 20, a former Liverpool player who's also signed on a free transfer this summer. But the danger man is number 19, the Danish striker Emil Riis, who has been North End's main source of goals. For Leicester City then, it's the first appearance of pre-season for Kasper Schmeichel. James Maddison looked really bright against Hull City, scored an exceptional goal. And Harvey Barnes too has been amongst the goals this pre-season. Bouba Samare will sit at the point of a 3-man midfield. In front of him, Keane and Dewsbury Hall, alongside the aforementioned James Maddison. Some interesting names on the bench. Paul Appiah is a new addition to the development squad, and he'll be joined by fellow under-23 teammates Hughes, McAteer, Ewing, Nelson and Braybrook amongst the substitutes. Today's man in the middle is Jared Gillett, the Australian from the Gold Coast, 35 years of age. You might recognise his name as when he was refereeing in the Australian League, the A-League. He had a microphone placed onto his shirt, and it was really interesting to hear what the referees had to say in terms of their communication with the players. And underway sharply here at Deepdale.
Yeah, almost an immediate chance, wasn't it, by a bit of careless play there, I have to say.
I was too busy talking about referees, Jerry. You don't normally expect a chance after 5 seconds.
No,
but
absolutely. Well, it does happen, but very, very rarely, I have to say. But he's got off lightly there.
What we generally tend to see towards the end of pre-season is players getting longer spells on the pitch. Do you expect to see that today, Jerry?
Absolutely. I think it's important that comes the beginning of the season that the majority, if not all your players, are completely up to speed. We were talking earlier about how pre-season, how to go through pre-season, and obviously the scientific side of it is used a lot more. But you still cannot beat minutes on the pitch.
Here's Dewsbury Hall. Now this is Wesley Fofana. On for Johnny Evans, now Justin. Searching ball for Jamie Vardy. Trying to get away from Liam Lindsay. Decent link-up play as Vardy tries to collect again, and the Foxes have their first corner of the afternoon, 90 seconds in.
Yeah, it was unlucky, wasn't it? As you said, nice play initially, then the ball just gets caught. It's a fellow Northern Irishman, and Ali McCann, who gets back there and makes a decent interception, but concedes a corner.
Yeah, you're right, Ali McCann, born in Scotland to a Northern Irish father and an English mother, playing in the midfield for Preston today. So, corner kick early doors here for the Foxes. Swung in, not convincingly dealt with. This is Ricardo. Dewsbury Hall. This is all Brighton. Decent delivery. Just a little too high. Flashes across the face of goal. In fact, it had already drifted out over the top of the net, so goal kick.
Smart play again this time from Dewsbury Hall. Just reads that situation brilliantly. He's on the front foot, picks up the loose ball, and that's a lovely little reverse pass.
Yeah, breakthrough season really for Kieran in Dewsbury Hall. In 2021-22, scored his first senior goal, a memorable volley in the Europa League group stages against Napoli, and was also crowned the Young Player of the Season at the end of season awards. And I don't think there can be too many arguments with that. Excellent season. Here come Preston on the attack with Brown. Well, he did have an option in Emil Rees, who had made a run off him, decided to go alone. Still Preston in possession. North End hosted Hearts here at Deepdale on Wednesday night. They beat them 2-1 in front of 3,000. Bit of a sterner test today against Leicester, as Jamie Vardy can't quite keep that one in.
Yeah, I think today, you know, fitness levels were pretty much equal today, I would have thought. You know, Leicester coming off the back of a good performance the other night against Hull. Looked really sharp, especially in the second half.
Yeah, James Maddison, who's on the ball now, scored a beautiful goal against Hull City. Tries to drive one in, but it's deflected into the path of Rees for Preston North End, who will try and play their way out from the back. That's the Ryan Lowe way for North End. Plenty of positivity around Preston at the moment. I'm told almost 12,000 season tickets have been secured already ahead of the new championship campaign, which is several thousand up on this time last year. Speaking to a couple of Preston supporters before the game, and one of them was telling me that a couple more additions in the transfer window and they fancy a good tilt at the playoffs. The style of play has been welcomed positively. This, of course, Ryan Lowe's first full pre-season as the manager of Preston, and they're in behind the Leicester defence here. This is Brown. Evans is standing him up. Justin is there as well. Out it comes to McCann. And here is Brown again for Preston. Dealt with by Kieran in Dewsbury Hall.
Yeah, just got caught underneath the ball there, Johnny Evans. Come towards it, a decent ball over the top, but really something he should be dealing with. So again, a little bit of rustiness there.
Here's Robbie Brady, a man with plenty of Premier League experience, wearing 11 for Preston North End today. Ball comes loose for Maddison. This is Kieran in Dewsbury Hall now. Always looking for the positive pass, James Maddison. Finds Justin. Barnes delivers. Takes a flick off of Justin, who had made that forward run. And we've become accustomed to that with James Justin making those bombing runs forward.
Yeah, you're more likely to see him making an overlapping run, but this side it's an underlapping run. Right into the middle of the box. Again, just needed a bit more on that, but good play from Harvey Barnes.
Maddison just tries to poke it through for Vardy and ends up being clipped, so the referee, Jared Gillett, gives a free kick Leicester's way. One feature of James Maddison's play is that he does get fouled a lot. We'll see that in the Premier League season, no doubt.
Well, you see again there with that. When the ball comes in, he knows exactly what's on his mind. He's trying to get rid of the ball first time. He knows the Preston players trying to come in and get tight on him, so he gets rid of it first time. Good drawing off a foul there from James.
It's been 11.5 years since Leicester last played Preston in a competitive fixture. That was back in January 2011. Seem to remember Yakubu scored for the Foxes in that game in a 1-1 draw. North End actually finished rock bottom of the championship that season, while City ended up 13th.
far too long ago for my memory to remember that. No.
How far back does your memory go, Joe? Last week?
Yeah, Wednesday night, I think it was. Hull.
No, lots of history around Deepdale. A historic old club, Preston North End. One of only a handful of clubs to have won all 4 divisions in English football. This is Justin. Did think about playing in Barnes, but instead checks back here for Dewsbury Hall. Now this is Fofana. Ricardo. Buba Sumare. Madison, just a little short for Sumare, and Johnson can pick it up here for Preston. Skips away from his opposite number, Madison. And Preston will try and get the ball moving quickly here. Well, it's a good job there's only a few thousand in here rather than a full house, Jerry, because those are the sort of mistakes you want to get out of the way in pre-season.
Absolutely, you know, initially it was a mistake from James Madison, you know, little short ball, too short for Buba Sumare to get onto it. And as you say, as it comes out to this left wing, Robbie Brady, an experienced player, he's trying to play it the first time, completely missed kick set. Just get the rustiness out.
Robbie Brady arriving at Deepdale after spending last season at Bournemouth. Of course, will be best known to Premier League followers for his time at Burnley. A Republic of Ireland international, 57 caps for Robbie Brady. And here's another international on the ball now, James Justin for Leicester. He picked up his first 3 Lions cap at the end of last season. Here's Albrighton for Leicester. Now Fofana. Evans. Justin tries to slide through Dewsbury Hall. And he's shown to the dead ball line by Bambo Diaby.
You can see what Brendan, you can just hear Brendan on the far side. He's just urging his players to play the ball quickly. 1- and 2-touch football.
And Dewsbury Hall nice and agile, but do well to get beyond Bambo Diaby.
Yeah, he looks a bit of a unit, doesn't he, Diaby? Clean pair of heels as well. Looks like he's got a bit of pace.
And there he is, the big man who was without a club for 2 years after leaving Barnsley in 2020. Signed for PNE in January on a short-term deal and was offered a 2-year extension in May. So here to stay. Strong header from Fofana. Barnes underneath it. Comes now for Dewsbury Hall. Gets away from Brown. Tries to play in Vardy, and Vardy will get there first. This is Jamie Vardy, and he opens the scoring for Leicester City against Preston North End. A little smile to the crowd. Vintage Jamie Vardy, and Leicester lead here at Deepdale, 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Vintage, the right word, but it all comes from this. Well, it doesn't show you the header. Wesley Fofana, fantastic defensive header, wins the first contact. I think when that ball's played through, for me, the Preston goalkeeper's just a little bit hesitant. Here, we'll see it again. So it's a good ball, but for me, I think the keeper should come and get that, and he doesn't. And as soon as he doesn't come and get that, it spells danger. When Vardy's racing on the end of that pass.
He almost makes Jamie's mind up for him, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's the space. Thank you very much. 1-0 Leicester.
But it's that first contact. Wesley Fofana getting rising. Fantastic leap and fantastic defensive headed clearance.
Schmeichel nearly getting himself into a spot of bother there. Well, we talk about experienced players in the Leicester squad. There's one of them, wearing the captain's armband, and of course the goal scorer Jamie Vardy. Jamie into his 11th pre-season as a Leicester City player.
He looks sharp, doesn't he, as well, you have to say.
Searching ball for Johnson. Fofana intervenes. Fofana felled by Daniel Johnson. Fofana scored a nice header against Hull City. Still only 21, sometimes so easy to forget just how young Wesley Fofana is with the maturity of his performances.
Yeah, and he looks sharp as well. You know, it's been a long road back for Wesley Fofana after, well, it was almost a year ago to the day, isn't it, where he had that bad injury. But I'll tell you what, he looks in great form at the minute.
Here's Albrighton trying to latch onto this long ball. Safely into the arms of Freddie Woodman. But you're spot on about Wesley Fofana. Approaching a year ago since that horrible injury, which saw him out for a long period, several months at the start of last season. Came in that game at King Power Stadium under the lights against Villarreal. Spanish opposition again for the Foxes next weekend. Sevilla the opponents. But for now the focus is firmly on Preston, who trail by a 1-0 here on their own turf at Deepdale. Ledson, cross for Diaby. Brown. Diaby's ball is cut out and Evans can play it into Soumare. Much like Preston, Leicester content to try and pass their way out from the back. Well, the referee did think about it and he's had no other choice than but to show the yellow card to Preston North End's Ryan Ledson.
Absolutely the right decision. No, you just cannot do that. It's just a reckless challenge, isn't it?
Well, we were hinting about what happened to Wesley Fofana nearly a year ago. It's a manager's and a player's worst nightmare to get injured in pre-season.
Yeah, and it's frustration from Ledson because he knows he can't get anywhere near the ball. And he's obviously been told to do a job on James Maddison. And you know, unfortunately for him, at the minute, he can't get anywhere near him, so he's taking his frustrations out on him.
Here's Albrighton for Leicester. And yet another Foxes set piece, just over a quarter of an hour played. And Leicester have looked the brighter side. They've got the goal to show for it too, Jerry.
Yeah, good crisp passing again. You know, working the way through the thirds. Leicester, and obviously finds its way out to Albrighton. But it's the build-up play, the crispness of the passing. It's been really impressive for me.
So it will be James Maddison to deliver this corner. Hooked on and away by Ali McCann. This is Ricardo. Now the Foxes were in Evian in France for some warm weather training earlier this pre-season, whilst Preston had a nice trip to Spain, in which they played La Liga side Getafe. They're beaten 2-1. Here's Barnes approaching the penalty area. Leicester on the hunt for two. Still it's Barnes. Brilliant goal. Harvey Barnes has yet another goal on his pre-season tally, and this one could be the best of the bunch. stayed upright, stayed mobile, found the finish, and Leicester find themselves 2 goals to the good.
Yeah, again, watch this for a pass from Dewsbury Hall to find Barnes. And he's done better than I thought he would do, actually, here, Harvey Barnes, because he looks as if he's run out of room. He's got 2 players around him. He does fantastically well just to spin on that ball and get it back into that far corner. Fantastic finish from Barnes. But the ball from Dewsbury Hall, exquisite.
Almost uses the 2 defenders here as somewhat of a screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goalkeeper sees it late, and by that time it's too late. And it's 2-0. Harvey Barnes, the scorer. Brendan's happy. Well, if you've been watching LCFC TV all day, you'll have had to wait far longer for the opening goal at Pride Park between the Foxes and Derby. Got 2 in the opening 20 minutes here at Deepdale, scored by Jamie Vardy and Harvey Barnes. So it's a Preston set piece, and although it's pre-season, this may fill a few Foxes fans with a few jitters. There were some concerns over the defensive capabilities at set pieces last season. In it comes. Johnny Evans gets the job done. It's high, but it's not clear. Good opportunity here as it's deflected behind Kasper Schmeichel's goal for a Preston North End corner.
Well, again, not convincing. That ball comes in, it gets deflected. Nobody really taking responsibility. I think it was till Johnny Evans hooked it, but didn't get it clear. As you say, I think it was Whiteman first to react to it. No pressure on the ball. Could see the corner.
Brady goes short. This is Johnson. Out it comes for Whiteman. Headed away by Dewsbury Hall. Taken down by Brown. Hughes. It's a devilish delivery. Combination of Fofana and Evans get it clear. And a little trip there from Johnson on Dewsbury Hall. Not sure it was deliberate, but the referee says foul.
Yeah, it's clever from Dewsbury Hall. Just feels a little nudge. Realises his team are under a little bit of pressure. Thinks I'll just go down and I'll get an easy one from the ref.
And that's loose from Ricardo, and here's Johnson. And in steps Wesley Fofana. Just didn't give Johnson a moment of space on the ball.
Quality, absolute quality from Fofana.
Here's Whiteman for Preston. Brown dispossessed. Evans has it for Leicester. Dewsbury Hall now. This is Madison. Oh, it's a beautiful raking pass. Might just have a little bit too much on it for Barnes. But the vision was there.
Yeah, exactly the right thing to do from Madison. You know, he's well within his own half. He's got 1 or 2 options in front of him. He's trying to play forward. So he has to try and play that pass. It's the right ball to try and play. Just slightly overhits it. But again, the build-up play from Leicester, deep inside their own half, playing out under pressure, keeping their cool. Fantastic.
Yeah, as you say, Jerry, back to front quite quickly, which is what you want to see.
It's almost a counter-attack, even though they've kept the ball deep in their own half. It's about keeping possession and then hitting the opposition quickly once you've got out or let's say, a corner of pressure, which they were over in that left-hand side.
One back by Maddison. This is Bouba Soumaré. Gets it back from Ricardo. Johnson tries to close him down. Here's Evans. Barnes might well have triggered the flag here. No, stays down and headed behind for a corner. Leicester have had a number of these corner kicks in the opening 23 minutes, Jerry. Good to see someone get on the end of one.
Yeah, well, again, the first one that came in from Maddison from that side, I thought it was an excellent ball into the box. So let's see if he can replicate that.
Oh, corner taken short. It's a smart one and fizzed over the top by James Justin. Might have taken a deflection on the way past as well, so it will be another Fox's corner, but a little bit of intuition.
Yeah, just coming in, wasn't he? Blindside run. I think it's Daniel Johnson out there. And one or two other Preston defenders just did not see that run from James Justin.
It's a little too long from Maddison. Soumaré, the closest player to it.
There was plenty of space, wasn't there, at that far post, as you say. Soumaré's made that run. That's obviously a tactic of Brendan's, to try and drag them towards the middle and the front post and leave the space at the back.
Bouba Soumaré, who had a really good 45 minutes against Hull City. Very impressive, collecting the ball from deep, and probably the standout moment, Jerry, when he drove forward and started that attack.
Yeah, he's looked impressive, you know, I have to say. I think for Bouba, if you look at the way Leicester, you know, started this game, it's about moving the ball quickly and getting on the front foot quickly.
Maddison just trying to search for Vardy. Again, almost a case in point there, Jerry, just as you were describing it, the one touch, the turn, and the pass, just moving the ball on quickly.
That's it, you know. And within those few seconds, you've completely opened the Preston midfield. And then it's the ball, obviously the ball that's played forward is again just slightly overhit, but, you know, the build-up to get into those attacking midfield positions is very, very good at the minute.
Preston playing with almost a box in midfield, two defensive players and then two number 10s as well. Leicester seem to be managing that P&E system quite well at the moment. They are 2 goals to the good, and 2 very good goals at that. Here's Maddison, unable to dance his way through, but Justin nips in. Now it's Dewsbury Hall. Soumaré goes for the first time pass, audacious, but nearly reaches Harvey Barnes. Well, this is encouraging to see when the ball does go loose. Leicester are winning it back pretty quickly. Here's Justin. Now Barnes. Great link-up play. And a white shirt in the way. Jamie Vardy unable to apply the finish. When you hear managers talk about pre-season, they often talk about looking for minutes and fitness, but they're also looking for patterns of play, and we've seen that from Leicester so far.
Absolutely. I mean, the pitch here is in excellent condition from Preston, so the passing game has to be right at the forefront of Brendan Rodgers' thinking coming in. Well, not only this game, but all pre-season games, but especially in a game like today where, you know, the clock is counting down, basically, till the beginning of the season. So he's expecting his team, you know, he's expecting his team to play with crisp passing, running off the ball, and he's seeing all that in the, you know, the opening what are we on, 27 and a half minutes, so he'll be really pleased with what he's seen so far, Brendan.
It's Diaby, but rather wasteful. Of course, just over 2 weeks until Leicester kick off their campaign, but this represents the final test for Preston North End before they start the championship season. Just 7 days from now, short trip down the M61 for Ryan Lowe's men. They take on Wigan Athletic in the curtain raiser. 13th in the championship last season for the Deepdale side. Forward by Woodman, taken down nicely by Ricardo. Fofana finds Evans, and on for Justin. Fizzed in towards Maddison, and now Barnes can take it away from Diaby, but slightly heavy touch allows Preston back in. Not sure could be any qualms there with that foul on Alan Brown.
I'm just looking at you know, the way Preston is set up, like you said, it's like a box in midfield, and at times there's no cohesion between the two wing backs in McCann and Brady, who effectively want to play as wingers. But that is where Leicester are getting all of their joy at the minute, is in that midfield area. They're just opening Preston up at will at the minute.
Well, Ryan Lowe does prefer to play with wing backs, and when the team sheet did come through earlier this afternoon here at Deepdale, there were a few question marks over why there were so many midfield players in the Preston starting 11, but they do have options on the bench today should they need them. The likes of Ben Woodburn, formerly of Liverpool, and Ched Evans, who's a centre forward. Give them some more attacking flair if needed. Behind at the moment as we've passed the half-hour mark. Jamie Vardy opening the scoring for the Foxes after just 11 minutes. And 7 minutes after that, Harvey Barnes doubling the Foxes' advantage. Again, Leicester City win that midfield battle. Here's Albrighton. Searching pass for Vardy. Easy claim for Freddie Woodman. This is Ledson for Preston. Now Johnson. Over the top from Hughes. Fofana will get there first. He's just going to watch this one out for a goal kick.
It's good covering, isn't it, from Fofana? Just reads again. No options on the ball, really, was there for Hughes? He had to play that one over the top. But Fofana just reads its situation fantastically well. Really started well, Fofana.
He makes defending look so easy at times, Jerry, doesn't he? And
well, these are the things he's got to learn now. Is, you know, like I say, he's only 21, so he can't learn everything. Yes, he's got all the physical attributes. He's got the pace. He can play. And then it's all about learning how to defend.
Here's Hughes. Dangerous ball across the penalty area. It's going to be collected on the far side by Ali McCann. He'll try and recycle. Hughes is there again, but so too is Albrighton doing some defensive work. And Albrighton just trying to hit Jamie Vardy, who's playing up front on his own for Leicester City at the moment. Not really been too involved, Jamie Vardy, but the one chance he did have just after 10 minutes he buried.
Yeah, but how often have you said that?
Sounds like a familiar story. just those runs in behind. Jamie Vardy, the best in the business. Interesting to hear Man City's newest recruit, Erling Haaland, has been talking about how he's been practicing his runs in behind. And guess who he was watching to practice?
Jamie Vardy.
Of course. Here's Ricardo. And there is Vardy with the header. And it just drifts wide of the post. Jamie Vardy has made a career of taking up those positions and finding the back of the net on hundreds of occasions in the past, but that time in pre-season, unable to test the goalkeeper Woodman.
He just pulls off. I just think if there was a bit more pace in that, in the cross that is, he'd have been able to steer that into the corner. Instead, he's tried to generate a bit of pace on the header.
Well, Fofana doesn't get enough purchase on his header, and here's a chance for Emil Rees for Preston. But he runs into Johnny Evans, and he bundles Johnny Evans over as well. And the Northern Irishman wins a free kick for the Foxes. But again, you talk about Wesley Fofana just learning.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he just gets caught, he misses the flight of that ball, gets caught underneath it slightly. That's something he'll learn from.
Oh, that's wonderful skill from Barnes, who strokes it in for Vardy. And now it comes for all Brighton, who fires a shot over the top of the Preston North End goal. It all started with some lovely footwork from Harvey Barnes, and all Brighton, you can see the disappointment in his face. Just got underneath it and over the top and into the stand it went.
Yeah, Madison, lovely little ball. And Harvey does well after miscontrolling it. Just watching here. Yeah, he just gets underneath the ball slightly, doesn't he, all Brighton with that shot. But again, great, quick football. All started off from James Madison with that sweeping left for the pass down to Harvey Barnes.
Harvey Barnes doesn't have any England caps, but it was unlucky a couple of years ago when he got injured in the February of the season before the Euros, and with his goal record at the time, you'd argue that he probably would have been included, or at least in Gareth Southgate's thinking, for that Euro tournament. And then, of course, with the World Cup coming up in November, good start to the season, then who knows what's possible. Certainly got the talent and the potential to play international football, Harvey Barnes. This is Maddison. Maddison sits down the defender. Move still might be alive, eventually cleared away. Well, that was a bit of an ankle breaker from James Maddison. He sat the defender down, got the shot away, but it was blocked in the end.
Again, the passing and the build-up to that move, fantastic.
Yeah, it's the ball speed that's been really impressive.
Yeah, one and two touch pass and pace on the pass as well. When it's being fired into a Leicester player, it's got real pace, genuine pace on the ball, and players like that.
Alan Brown, the Preston skipper, walking a little gingerly here. Scored the winner against Heart of Midlothian at Deepdale on Wednesday. As you see there, Ryan Lowe, the Preston coach. A lot of faith in Brown, who's 27 years of age, but this is 9th pre-season as a Preston player. Very much loved around these parts. Fafana's ball forward. Come out as far as Brady here for Preston. This is Hughes. Gives it straight to Ricardo Pereira here for Leicester City. And now this is Maddison. Nothing doing, says the referee, as Ricardo goes to ground. One thing I will say, Jerry, and I'm not claiming I'm some sort of fashionista, but I'm not sure about these lime green boots with the new Leicester home kit. It's a beautiful home strip that Leicester have got this season, but I think it must be the new colourway, because Wesley's got a pair on, Jamie Vardy's got a pair on.
Yeah, I think I'll keep my powder dry on that one. No. It's all the rage though today, isn't it?
They only sold black boots when you were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Dewsbury Hall's got a pair on. I think he's the only one. No.
Well, we talk about all of the ups and downs and the benefits mainly of the modern game. Quite a bit of rain in Lancashire in the hours preceding kickoff. And only a few years ago you might have expected the pitch to cut up, but such is the way that the ground staff deal with the surfaces these days, in immaculate condition, and Leicester have used the surface well. Here's Albrighton. Oh, it's a dangerous one, and the shot from Barnes is blocked at the far post. Ryan Ledson was in there, and Preston are going to be able to get themselves out of danger here. A bit of a tussle between the two 11s, Brady and Albrighton. All fun and games in pre-season.
Yeah. He was tapping out there, wasn't he? Brady. Just want to see that chance again.
Reece up there battling with Wesley Fofana. This is Hughes again for Preston. Seen a fair amount of the ball in this first half, as far as Peony are concerned. Now Bambo Diaby. Lindsay gives it away. So too in turn does Bouba Soumare. And Preston can rebuild again from the back. Approaching half-time, and it's been a positive first half so far for Leicester City. 2 goals so far, but it could have been more. Have been chances. Barnes had an effort blocked just a few minutes ago, and before that, Mark Albrighton fired over the bar. Jamie Vardy had a free header. Can't say that Leicester aren't good value for the 2-0 lead that they have right now. Skyward from Barnes. Vardy might get there. Well, only a handful of Leicester City supporters have made the trip up here to Deepdale today, but they're giving it a good old go of making as much noise as possible.
He's just gone a bit scrappy, hasn't in the last couple of minutes. He's done well there, James Justin. Just to draw that free kick.
Yeah, Ali McCann in and amongst it with James Justin. So a deep free kick for James Maddison. Dewsbury Hall is also over it. Gives Leicester the left-footed option. Maddison will take it with the right. Or will he? No, we'll go again. Headed away by Whiteman. All Brighton. Evans is still forward, and here he is. It's a good pass from Johnny Evans. Still bodies in the box for Leicester. One of them's Wesley Fofana. Diaby makes a mess of the header, away eventually by Lindsay. And again, the Foxes win back control of the ball.
Yeah, it's great anticipation again there. Dewsbury Hall this time. Just his desire to win that first ball.
Well, it's another Leicester free kick, this time for a foul on Barnes. Foxes take it quickly. This is Sumare. And now Ricardo.
There will be a minimum of 1 added minute at the end of this half. That's 1 added minute.
Well, Brighton can nip in here. Well, that's a foul given by the referee there against Mark Albrighton, but showed good endeavour and enterprise to get back up on his feet.
Yeah, again, you just see he's first to it. We've seen that all over the pitch today now. Leicester players first to that, you know, that free ball, that ball is just bouncing down in the no man's line. And again, Albrighton first to it, just his first touch lets him down slightly and allows Hughes to get back in.
Yeah, Mark Albrighton, who's spoken this pre-season about rediscovering that winning mentality. There'll be fewer games for the Foxes this season, of course, not in Europe. After that European journey last season took them to the Europa Conference League semi-finals and a trip to the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. But half-time here at Deepdale, and Leicester City are firmly in control. It took only 11 minutes for them to open the scoring. Jamie Vardy taking it round the goalkeeper and tucking it into the back of the net. We've seen him do it on so many occasions. And that man, Leicester's number 7, Harvey Barnes, has also made a habit of finding the back of the net this pre-season. Possibly his best goal of the pre-season campaign so far, tucking it neatly into the corner to make it 2. Leicester have had their chances, and at half-time they lead Preston North End by 2-0.
To raise funds for the kids' facilities that will directly benefit the club and surrounding.
Because memories never fade, no matter how long. We'll still remember the moments of excitement and the impressions of Thailand. Amazing Thailand, now even more amazing.
Match day. It doesn't start when the whistle blows. It starts with the lucky pair and the lucky party. It starts with making room for the real special one. And with choosing who's on for 2 goals today. It starts with picking up your mate and everyone he lives with. It starts with the usual in the usual coffee house. Oh, and almost ends there. Don't want to leave those behind, eh? It starts with the walking, with the talking, and with that first glance of home. It starts with the next big thing. No, the next big thing. And maybe with a little nap for the tired one. It starts with a quick flick straight to the same player every week. With a quick tap on the way in, with a quick polish of a friend, and with a quick dash for the pies. It starts with finding a seat, with a deep breath of expectation, and with one last check. Here's to the highs, and to grabbing your share. FBS, always by your side.
Lamiat is the belief that perfection lies within the details, where the finest ingredients deserve the finest craftsmanship. In every pursuit of perfection, there is passion and perseverance, where attention to detail inspires a masterpiece that's balanced and in harmony. This is the Lamiat philosophy, brewed into every drop of Chang beer. This is the taste of Thai perfection. Chang beer. We brew friendship.
Welcome back to Deepdale, where Leicester City are engaging in their second pre-season game of the day against Preston North End, and so far so good for Brendan Rodgers' side. They lead 2-0 at the break, and they could have had more in that first half as well. So let's take a look at how Leicester City do have the advantage. Jamie Vardy on the score sheet. All starts with Wesley Fofana at the back there, Jerry, something you were keen to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't show it in the replay, but the move starts with him. Lovely free ball to find Vardy. The keeper, for me, just makes a slight mistake by not coming out. And as soon as you do that, you know, you can forget about it as far as Preston are concerned.
Yeah, it's just one look, isn't it? That's all Jamie Vardy needs. Looks up once, sees where the goalkeeper is, and then that's his decision made.
Yeah, it's food and drink, that for Jamie Vardy. Through on goal. He's got the pace to go around the keeper, and then it's all about the composure. And it's a cool finish, as you would expect from a player of that calibre.
Well, we talk about strikers taking confidence from goals. Someone who's full of confidence at the moment is this man, Harvey Barnes, and you can see that with this finish. Jerry takes the ball inside, rides a challenge there, and slots it nicely into the corner.
Yeah, again, great reverse pass from Dewsbury. Two assists for him in this game. As you say, Harvey sort of closes the angle down, makes it a little bit more difficult, but has the presence of mind, as you said before, to use the Preston defenders as a shield. It's this little reverse shot. Preston defender thinks he's going for the far corner this side. You can see him stretching, trying to make a challenge. And Harvey just reverses it into the corner and off the post. Fantastic.
Well, before the game today, we did have a bench made up of largely under 23 players, but Iose Perez was a late addition to the substitutes, and there are some of those development squad players. Sammy Braybrook there on the right of your screen with the blonde hair. And Yestin Hughes, McAteer, Ewing, Nelson also amongst the substitutes. May well see them introduced in the second half. And it's the second half that will restart with the score 2-0, but it could quite easily and conceivably have been more for Leicester at the half-time break, Jerry.
Yeah, that's right. You know, some good defending, you have to say, in regards to Preston, but this chance, I just think a bit more pace on the ball. It's a lovely little flight of ball, but from where Jamie Vardy's heading it from, you can't generate any pace without tensing your neck muscles, and that may well have just put him off or caused him to put it slightly wide. But, you know, again, trademark play from Pereira and from Vardy.
Yeah, and this was a nice piece of skill from Barnes, who drove the ball into Vardy, and then Albrighton with the drive of himself could only drill it over the top.
Yeah, again, lovely play here. Vardy, not a miscontrol, but probably didn't take the ball where he wanted it to, so in the end does the right thing, drops it off, and you see 3 Preston defenders, as you see it here, coming out, close him down. That puts him off slightly, Albrighton, and he just gets underneath that ball and takes it over the bar.
It was another Leicester City opportunity in that first half. Seen a bit of this as well. Balls into the penalty area, getting nice and high and wide. Mark Albrighton on a number of occasions has done that. Drives it into the box, and sometimes you see these fall anywhere.
Yeah, well, if you look at Albrighton, when the ball's coming to him, he has a little look up, and that's a pass from a wide area. It's not a cross, it's a pass, so he knows exactly where it's going. I say Ali McCann at the back post, you know, great defensive block. Harvey Barnes will probably be thinking a little bit more composure on the finish. I'm steering that into the far bottom corner. Just unfortunate.
Well, half-time here at Deepdale, and so far, so good, the score 2-0. But this, of course, is Leicester's second pre-season game of the day. There was one earlier on at Pride Park where the Foxes took on Derby County, and after the full-time whistle, LCFC TV's John Dunn was speaking to Patson Daka. Just having a few issues with the sound there. I'm promising you, Patson's a very quietly spoken guy, but he definitely said something to John Dunn. We'll try and get that for you very, very shortly. But he's always a smiley character, isn't he, Jerry? And you know, regardless of whether he would have been playing at Derby County today or here at Preston, he always tends to give 100%, and that's what you want from every player.
Yeah, and you know, he scored a couple of goals now pre-season. Great for him, confidence-wise. So yeah, two good finishes. Well, the one at Hull the other night, and obviously today at Derby. So that'll do him the world of good. And you know, obviously he's still at this moment in time. He's just got to wait, waiting by his time. If Vardy fits, Vardy starts for me all day long. He just makes such a big difference. But definitely Patson Daka, you'd like to think that slowly and surely that he's improving game on game.
OK, well, let's hear what Patson did have to say at Derby. Here we go.
Patson, game number 4 of the pre-season programme. How much are you looking forward to another game on the grass?
Well, looking forward to it. I think it's been a great first week so far. We've played a couple of friendly games, and I think each game that we play, we're getting closer to the goal that we want to achieve at the end of this preseason. So I think it's very exciting to know that today we have got another friendly game, and I think almost everyone is going to get 90 minutes today. So it's something that everyone is excited about.
That is the difference today with the squads being split. There is that chance of more minutes. How important, how vital is that ahead of the big kick-off?
Yeah, I think it's very important because everyone gets to have more minutes in the tank, and I think it's also going to help us with our fitness levels. I think to be more prepared, game ready, you know, just to make sure that before the season comes, everyone is at the same level. And I think that's what the coaching staff is trying to get, so that everyone can try to get 90 minutes. So that's why I think they have split the teams. And yeah, everyone is excited to know that they're going to play 90 minutes.
And for you personally, 2 goals in 2 games coming into this one must be a nice boost of confidence as well as that boost of fitness that these games are giving.
Yeah, I think it's always good to score goals, and it's always a motivation each and every day, every game that you play, every training session. And for my confidence as well, I think a big season ahead, we have to make sure that I'm ready. I up my confidence levels by not just, maybe I might not score, but just the contribution to the team is really, really important. And in this case, I've contributed with goals, and it's very exciting for me and also for the team.
Derby came to the opposition today. What do you know about them? What kind of test are you expecting from them?
Well, first of all, we know that it's a East Midlands derby, so the fans are excited, everyone is excited. It's quite a big game, and yeah, I think it's really interesting. They're a good team, they're a good side, they've got quality players, and I think it's really going to be an interesting game, and yeah, we're all looking forward to it.
Thanks, Patson. Good luck.
Thank you.
Patson Daka there speaking to LCFC TV's John Dunn before the game at Pride Park earlier on this afternoon. That game finished 3-1 to Leicester City in the end, and Patson and the rest of the Foxes squad will be entertaining Sevilla at King Power Stadium next weekend. That game a 6 p.m. kickoff on Sunday the 31st of July, and tickets are still available from the website, but you can also win them as well. You can win a pair, or 2 pairs in fact, of Sevilla tickets as the Spanish side visit with the prestige of being the most successful team in the history of the UEFA Europa League. But here's your quiz question: how many times have they won the competition? Is it 4, 5 or 6? Or whatever your answer is, make sure you email competition@lcfc.co.uk for your chance to win 2 pairs of Sevilla tickets up for grabs. You can also buy them off the website as well. But once again, that question: how many times have Sevilla won the UEFA Europa League? Is it 4, 5 or 6? And you can email your answer to competition@lcfc.co.uk. Well, the Leicester players have re-emerged. Of course, Sevilla another step up in level when it comes to the opposition, with no disrespect to Preston North End, who have got promotion ambitions of their own this season, I'm sure. It's been a long time since North End were last a top-flight club. You have to go back to the early 1960s and the days of the late Sir Tom Finney for that. As Leicester City really enjoyed their time back in the Premier League. Seems a lifetime ago now since that promotion season from the Championship back to the Premier League, and then of course that famous title win under Claudio Ranieri, an FA Cup under Brendan Rodgers, 2 5th-place finishes, a European semi-final as well against Roma last term. So 2 changes to be made by Ryan Lowe. Chad Evans will come on and replace Daniel Johnson. And the other change is Bambo Diaby, who's withdrawn, and introduced is Jordan Story in his place. So just a couple of changes for Ryan Lowe at half-time. No such alterations for Brendan Rodgers and Leicester City, and we're just about ready to get underway for the second half here at Deepdale. Another 45 minutes, valuable 45 minutes into the legs, these Foxes players, as we approach that Premier League curtain raiser against Brentford in just over a fortnight's time. Well, alongside me in the commentary box here at Deepdale, Leicester legend Jerry Taggart, and mentioned a minute ago that Sevilla game. Preston, obviously a Championship side and one of the toughest leagues in Europe. I think the Championship, it's widely considered, but Sevilla will also pose a difficult test, won't they? And that will be a good indication heading into the new season of just exactly where the Foxes are at.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that a team like Sevilla will come and try and dominate the ball in a similar way to what Leicester are doing at the minute.
Well, Leicester were very much in control in that first half here at Deepdale. We're hoping for more of the same in this second period, as Vardy plays it nicely towards the edge of the penalty area, just stretching to get onto the end of that one, but he did manage to do so. Nice turn from Barnes. It's a low shot towards the near post, and Freddie Woodman wasn't sure between the sticks for P&E, but it ripples into the side netting.
Yeah, again, early opportunity. Lovely play from Barnes again. And again, it's Dewsbury Hall that finds him with the pass. He's probably trying to go to a far post, just couldn't quite wrap his foot around the ball enough to direct it in that, into that far corner.
Oh, Leicester had a number of corners in the first half. Here's an early one in the second. Eventually cleared by North End. This is Justin. Now Brighton. Interesting that Brighton's currently occupying the same wing as he did in the first half, playing on the left side, shooting the other way. At least that's where he's stationed at the moment. As Maddison's on the ball for Leicester. Here's Dewsbury Hall. Just behind Barnes. That's Preston away out. Brown moves it on for Brady.
Again, Fofana on the front foot, reading the situation, stepping in.
How much is it about timing, Jerry?
Oh, unbelievable. And that's where, experience, you can only gain that from experience. You can't be taught that. You can be taught it to a certain degree, but it's only really in a game where you learn when and when not to step in and when not to go all the way. And he'll make mistakes. We've seen it in the past, but his whole attitude towards defending is just fantastic.
Of course, playing alongside someone like Johnny Evans, who's his centre-half partner at the moment, will be very helpful. Preston come forward, and there's a good chance for McCann at the back post. And early on in this second half at Deepdale, the home side, Preston North End, of half the deficit. Clipped across to the back post, and there was Ali McCann to head beyond Kasper Schmeichel. And it's Preston 1, Leicester 2.
Yeah, we'll just get caught napping here for me. We've got a couple of chances. Here's the first one to get it cleared the dome. And then, as you see, James Justin just gets caught at narrow. He has to go in there because Brian's in there and nobody else is picking Brian up, so he has to do that. He does exactly the right thing for me, James Justin. But when you're playing the wing back, that's what a wing back gives you when you're attacking, is that extra man in the wide areas. And so there's not really a lot James Justin to do. I suppose the only other thing to do is call to his fellow defenders and try and get him to retreat and get back onside to pick Brown up so he can go and deal with McCann. But sometimes things happen that quick, you haven't got time to do that.
And that goal will please Ryan Lowe in particular. Ali McCann, conventionally a central midfield player, so not normally suited to that wing-back position, but he might well be given that responsibility this upcoming championship season for Preston. He's managed to get himself on the score sheet here. Just thundered away by Bouba Soumare. Ferreira takes the throw. Here's Albrighton. Headed off the 6-yard line by the Preston goal scorer McCann. And there's Ryan Lowe, 43 years old, from Liverpool. Had an 18-year playing career in the Football League as a striker, 9 different clubs, multiple spells at Bury and Crewe, where he's best known. He started his managerial career at Bury, in fact, before moving on to Plymouth and now Preston. Good mates with Stevie G, apparently, I'm told. Rees will chase this and get there ahead of Johnny Evans. It's a fair challenge and a good challenge from Mark Albrighton as well. The Deepdale crowd were up on their feet asking for a free kick, but it was well done by Mark Albrighton.
Yeah, it had to be, hadn't it? But the referee's in a good position there. And he deemed it spot on, and I agree with you.
Swept out for McCann. Overlapping run here from Jordan Story. McCann goes inside. It's moved out to the other touchline by Preston. Brady. Good challenge on Hughes. Back for Brady once more. He wants runners in the box, does Robbie Brady, and he's found McCann here. Ball across, and Sumari was in the right place. Preston have certainly come out much livelier in the second half. And Leicester City regain that 2-goal cushion. They'll have a chance here with Harvey Barnes. Barnes, across it goes, and rare from Vardy to not tuck that one into the back of the net, and James Maddison unable to profit either. Still Leicester have it though. Smashes into the forehead of Ledson. Not sure he knew too much about it. And now it's Preston's turn to come away with the ball. Oh, you thought for all the world, Jerry, that Jamie Vardy was going to bury that to make it 3-1.
Yeah, it was quite a bizarre passage of play, wasn't it, really? And you think Jamie Vardy has to score. Harvey Barnes does brilliantly well, but and then Madison gets onto the loose ball. He goes down, and Preston stop playing for a minute, and the referee, you know, he does nothing.
Well, Madison went over as well, didn't he?
Yeah, Madison went over, you know, trying to buy a penalty, and the referee wasn't having it, but he also didn't blow his whistle for, you know, simulation. Quite bizarre.
Well, just 3 or 4 minutes after the restart, Ali McCann giving Preston a route back into this pre-season fixture at Deepdale. Well, here's that opportunity for Jamie Vardy again, Jerry, as you say. Great work from Barnes, but just got caught between Vardy's feet, I think.
Yeah, he tries to control it, doesn't he? Just gets stuck. And then here we see Madison. I don't know what the keeper's doing. It's almost as if Jamie's just been bowled in a cricket game, isn't it? The way that ball's come off. He's taking his wickets, taking his stumps off, but
here's Maddison. Free kick given. They do like their cricket round these parts, Jerry.
Absolutely.
Probably one of the more famous Preston North End supporters, Andrew Flintoff. Freddie Flintoff, Preston born and bred.
Great use of the feet from Madison. Just bamboozling the Preston midfield and the defenders. Good position for him as well here.
Well, James Maddison, when you see these free kicks in these sorts of positions, there's not many players in the Premier League you'd rather have over a dead ball situation than the Foxes' number 10. I seem to remember one at Brentford just after the turn of the year at King Power Stadium, or at home to Brentford, I should say. Brilliant free kick he scored on that day. Against Randers as well, he scored one. Five in the Preston wall then, 3 Leicester bodies in front, and this is James Maddison for the Foxes. Over the top of Freddie Woodman's goal.
Just sharpening his pencil there, isn't he?
I remember speaking to Madders actually after that free kick goal he scored against Brentford. He said that actually sometimes he prefers them a little bit further out than that, just so it gives him enough time to get the ball up and down.
Yeah.
It's been 3 wins from 5 games for Preston in their pre-season campaign so far. Preston winning their most recent match here at Deepdale on Wednesday against Hearts. Scottish side coming down to 2-1 victory. Ryan Lowe said after the game he was very happy with the way his side played. Not sure he would have been too happy with that first 45, but certainly he would have been more pleased with the way his side have come out in this second period so far. They've made it more difficult for the Foxes.
Yeah, they have, but I don't think Leicester have stepped up. They haven't started the second half the way they started the first half. And so a combination of Preston going into half-time, changing a couple of things round, and Leicester coming out and not, you know, taking the foot off the gas slightly has led to that, you know, that goal for Preston.
Here's Justin. Dewsbury Hall. And shoved to the ground there by Jordan Storey. He only came on at half-time as a substitute. And he's going to go into referee Jared Gillett's notebook here. Yellow card.
Again, great footwork. This is what drives you nuts as a coach, as a manager, as a player. You've broken that midfield line. And then someone just drags you to the floor.
Well, again, the same 2 familiar figures over this dead ball for the Foxes. James Maddison, as mentioned before, with the right-footed option. Dewsbury Hall gives you a left-footed choice. It will be Dewsbury Hall's left. Well, one back by Albrighton. It's there ahead of Brady. Oh, that's excellent skill from Albrighton. And drives one in for Fofana, who very nearly met it sweetly. Just grazes the top of his head and comes here for Barnes. Maddison. Dewsbury Hall on his left. It's collected here by Evans. Comes for Dewsbury Hall. Maddison, who thought about shooting, he will now. Deflected easily into the arms of Preston goalkeeper Freddie Woodman. Great stuff from Albrighton, though, on that far side.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you know, what they've done there, they've recycled the ball brilliantly. You know, good pressure from Preston defensively, but Leicester have kept the hold of it, kept their composure, recycled the ball brilliantly until finally, you know, James is able to get it out of his feet and have a shot.
Good ball in the end from Kasper Schmeichel, taken nicely by Harvey Barnes. Dewsbury Hall to get away from Whiteman, so it's back for Evans. This is Ricardo. Here's Dewsbury Hall. And now Barnes. Always looks dangerous, cutting in off that left. Harvey Barnes. In the box is Justin. Trying to twist his way through. Just too many bodies in his way. This is Barnes again. Dewsbury Hall's got the defender backpedaling. Comes for Justin, trying to hook one goalwards. Just a little scruffy as far as Preston are concerned. Leicester keep knocking. In the end, put behind by Mark Albrighton, but a little bit of miscommunication in the Preston ranks.
Yeah, absolutely, it wasn't convincing, was it, from Ben Whiteman, was it? As you say, Albrighton almost sneaking in on that.
Well, this is a nice moment for Daniel Everson, who'll come on to replace Kasper Schmeichel. Kasper's first appearance in pre-season. He'll be 36 in November, but Everson, who spent last season on loan at Preston, played every single championship game. He's getting a warm reception here from the Deepdale faithful upon his return to Lancashire.
Yeah, apparently he did really well up here last season on loan, didn't he?
Michael Brighton's race is also run for the day. His replacement, Iose Perez.
And the other half of the double substitution for Leicester sees number 11, Mark Albrighton, replaced by 17, Iose Perez.
Perez, the only outfield squad member today who started the game against Hull City on Wednesday. Very much two squads to deal with the double match day for Brendan Rodgers. 1 PM kickoff at Derby, resulting in victory. And the Foxes have the lead here against the Preston side, who are on the attack. This is McCann, who was the scorer of their goal. And here's Story. And this is Rees, the big Danish centre-forward for North End. Tries his luck. Blocked into the arms of Everson, who gets his first touch back at Deepdale, albeit in pre-season and in the shirt of Leicester City. Good stuff from Leicester. And here's Sumare trying to burst through the midfield. He's getting pulled back. Referee plays advantage. This is Justin. And now Barnes. Leicester corner. Good advantage played by the referee. Jared Gillett could easily have pulled it back, and instead he let the play go on and Leicester have a corner.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it, isn't it? Again, that first time passing we've seen in the first half. Probably the first time we've seen it in the second half, that crisp passing. And this time it's, Samari breaking from midfield. And again, McCann does well. You think that Harvey Barnes is away from him, but McCann gets back, and that's a good block as far as he's concerned.
Madison goes short, gets it back from Justin. This is Ricardo. Just clips one into the penalty area, but no blue shirts there. Harmlessly behind for a Preston goal kick. Seen a great deal of Ricardo Pereira in the 65 minutes we've played here at Deepdale so far. Not to say that he's had a poor game by any stretch, it's just sometimes that happens. And players are more involved than others. Certainly Dewsbury Hall and Madison and Harvey Barnes have all been key influences on today's game. It's a foul on Ryan Ledson and Iose Perez. Looks all right to me, Jerry.
Yeah, I was going to say it's amazing, isn't it? Rolling around, grabbing his ankle, and then 10 seconds later, oh, I'm okay.
Well, the referee's got his whistle to his lips again. And once again, it's a familiar outcome. It's a Preston North End free kick, this time in a much more dangerous position as far as Leicester City are concerned, on the edge of the Foxes' penalty area.
Yeah, I don't think Whiteman knows what he's doing himself here. He just sort of flicks it with the outside of his left foot, doesn't he? I don't think he means to do that. Obviously, puts Samari off slightly, and he just catches him. So a little bit unfortunate there, Samari.
Yeah, Whiteman signed from Doncaster 18 months ago. 4 goals and 4 assists in the Championship last season for him. Used to play in the Manchester United and Sheffield United academies. And along with Robbie Brady, he stood by the ball here for this free kick for Preston. It's Brady. Calls for handball as it strikes the Leicester wall. Nothing doing, says the referee. There's a good chance, and it's a really good save from Daniel Everson. Well, the Preston North End fans here at Deepdale will have seen a lot of that last season. And a big, strong right hand to keep the score at 2-1 to the Foxes.
Yeah, and it's a reaction save, isn't it? The ball's bouncing around in the box. And he has to react very, very quickly. It's a decent strike, not a true strike, I'd have to say, but it's decent enough to call it Everson into action, that's for sure.
Well, certainly, Ched Evans has given Leicester's defence another physical presence to try and deal with alongside the Danish centre-forward Emil Ries. Ryan Lowe did play 2 up front against Hearts midweek. Meanwhile, here's Jamie Vardy, and it's another missed opportunity. It's not often you see Jamie Vardy miss a number of chances, but the flag was up anyway on the far side. Let's just take a look.
Yeah, and it's all about that. It's all about the build-up, the pass, and one-touch football, give and go. This is offside. But even though it's offside and he knows it wouldn't have counted, he would have liked to see that, nestling in the back of the net, that's for sure.
Well, Ali McCann halved the deficit for Preston North End just after the restart, but he's withdrawn. And introduced is Ben Woodburn, who signed on a free after leaving Liverpool. He was initially on trial here at Preston North End. Given his Liverpool debut by Jurgen Klopp as a 17-year-old and became Liverpool's youngest scorer of all time as well. Ben Woodburn, 11 caps for Wales, useful player.
I'm just going back to what you mentioned earlier. Here we go. Just going to see.
Yeah, here's the save from Everson.
He's just bouncing down. He's moving one way. He's got to readjust quickly there, Everson. When that ball gets shot at him, he's probably more central in the goal, and he gets across brilliantly well. I was going to talk about Ched Evans. He's an old head Ched Evans. He's a different type of player, different prospect. He backs in the defenders, makes it difficult for them to come in and nick the ball. And obviously they've got two playing up front now instead of that, the one up front with a four-man midfield. They've gone to a more orthodox three-man midfield in the second half. Preston, so things are just a little more difficult for Leicester in regards to breaking them down. And obviously having Evans on the pitch just gives the likes of Wesley Fofana, a totally different aspect to try and deal with.
In the meantime, you'll have noticed there Ben Whiteman booked for obstructing Jose Perez. Perez on for Maddison, and Barnes is in some space here. This is Harvey Barnes. Oh, it's off the post. Well, that would have been an audacious little finish with his right foot, just trying to slide it beyond the goalkeeper. And Leicester within a post width of making it 3-1.
Yeah. He just slows it down, doesn't he, Harvey? Yes, he gets a shot off. I think the angle just becomes tighter and tighter the longer he takes to take this shot. And obviously you've got Story coming across to try and, you know, worsen the angle for him as well. For me, that's all about one touch, have a shot.
Yeah, naturally for Harvey, you'd think he'd take it across the goalkeeper and try and drill it with his left, but try something different. Very nearly paid off. Another Leicester City chance to note down as Maddison bursts forward. This is Bouba Soumare. Here's Ricardo. Bridwell touches it out of his feet. His drive is blocked. Maddison might fancy it himself. Can't test Freddie Woodman in the end.
Just more teasing at the minute. And I think, again, for me, Maddison, one touch too many. He sets himself up with his first touch to, you know, go and have a pile driver, so to speak. And he just tries to obviously bend it by taking the second touch. He just opens his stance out.
I think Brendan Rodgers will be quite pleased in terms of chance creation.
I think some of the passing we've seen today is as good as I've seen over pre-season. Now, I'll be honest with you, the one-touch crisp passing, so that is a big plus for Brendan.
And if you're going to miss chances, Jerry, you want to do it against Preston in pre-season.
But yeah, they've created umpteen opportunities, you have to say. They've scored 2 goals. Obviously, they scored 4 the other night at Hull.
You could have had 6 here today.
Well, exactly. And so, if you're on about chances created, then Brendan will have no qualms. But as a player, as a manager, you want to see the ball in the back of the net as often as possible.
Well, Leicester try and keep the ball out of their own net as it's driven across to Rees. He'll dispatch it, but the flag is up. And the Big Dane will have to curb his celebrations. Thought it was a simple tap-in to make it 2-2, but the assistant referee puts paid to that pretty quickly with a raised flag.
Again, just if you look, just that overlap on the outside, on the right-hand side here, almost pays off again. It's a pretty easy one for the assistant referee, to be honest.
Yeah, Emil Rees, 16 league goals in the Championship last season. Preston's top scorer. Scored 5 goals in August alone last term, 16 by the end of January, which is the tally that he finished on. Actually joined Preston from Randers in 2020. And Leicester face Randers en route to the Europa Conference League semi-final. Free kick given here against Wesley Fofana.
Again, it's just one of those situations where as a defender, just trying to overdo it slightly. You know, he has a chance to put his foot through that. And I know that's not the way Brendan wants to play, but it's horses for courses sometimes. And instead of conceding a throw in 20 yards, you know, further up the pitch, it's now a free kick in a good position.
Well, Leicester have had enough chances to put this pre-season game to bed, but North End still in with a sniff, and they have a free kick here. Comes out as far as Woodburn. And he's certainly got the skill to trouble Everson from there, but simple enough for the Leicester goalkeeper.
Yeah, nice strike. But as you say, not enough pace on it to beat Everson from that range.
Well, that number 10, holding midfield system that Ryan Lowe tried in the first half certainly isn't as effective as reverting back to the 2 up front in Evans and Rees. It's given Leicester something a bit more to think about.
Well, I've never seen it before. I'm sure it's something that's been used somewhere in the footballing world, but two defensive midfielders and the two attacking, if they're not close enough together, you just get so stretched across the pitch.
I mentioned earlier that Ryan Lowe's good mates with Steven Gerrard, the Aston Villa manager. He's one for playing two number 10s. The Villa boss likes that system.
Is that two number 10s or two number 8s?
I think it's two number 10s and then two sort of ball winners as well.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you can get bogged down.
The jury's out on that for me.
The jury's always out on stuff for you, Jerry. Here come Preston with Brown. This is Evans. Whiteman. It's going to come here for Whiteman again. He takes it on. There's to shoot by the home crowd here at Deepdale. Dealt with by Leicester City, and here's Dewsbury Hall on the move. Pass is telegraphed. So to the ricochet for Maddison. And Preston just enjoying a spell of possession here with 12 minutes remaining in pre-season. Evans. Rees. It's away from Fofana and to Soumare. This is Woodburn. Brady's delivery, headed away by Johnny Evans. And Preston will try and come again here. Here is Brady again. It's a deep delivery, flipped away by Justin into the path of Brown. It's come for Story. Lindsay. Patience here from PNE. Brown. Certainly what Ryan Lowe wants his Preston players to do, keep hold of the ball. Try and outpass the opposition. It'd be tough to do that against the Leicester side who, as Jerry rightly points out, have been excellent in their passing today. Good pressure from Maddison. Ched Evans fouled by Wesley Fofana. He receives a yellow card, much to the delight of the Preston fans.
Yeah, so you just see Ched Evans just gets his body in front of the ball, in between the ball and the man, and makes it really difficult. There's a little bit of frustration there for Wesley. Because he can't get in front of Evans, he's trying his best to step in, but Evans, an old head on them shoulders, just make sure he doesn't do that. And the rest, as I say, you know, it's just a frustration from Wesley, giving away a silly free kick.
Yeah, Ched Evans, 34 in December, formerly of Sheffield United, Fleetwood and Manchester City. Just the 2 goals for him in the Championship last season, Ched Evans, but as we've seen, he does offer something a bit different. Extra physical presence. So too is the big Dane, Emil Rees, who's just had a goal ruled out for offside. Would have been the equaliser for Preston, who are on the hunt for that goal to make it 2-2 at the moment. Fairer challenge this time by Ayose Perez. There's a bit of a coming together here. Ched Evans and James Maddison, and once again Jared Gillett's got his yellow card out. Quite a few bookings for a pre-season game.
It's competitive. Let's
take a look here Oh, yeah. You can understand why Madders is a bit annoyed about that one.
And then what the whispering to each other.
Quite politely asking him what he's doing, I think. I remember one referee I spoke to used to describe it as industrial language.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard a bit of that in your time, Jerry.
Couldn't possibly comment.
Well, as is often the case in pre-season, sometimes matches just crawl to an end. Leicester have been on the back foot for the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, as Preston have tried to find that equaliser into the remaining minutes here at Deepdale. And we do say mainly pre-season is about the fitness rather than the results, but every player is competitive and every player wants to win. Evans moves it on for Emil Rees. Tracking back well was James Justin. Had to make sure he got a toe in there.
Yeah, again, Evans, though, you know, just great use of the body. Wesley Fofana again on the front foot, trying to get in front, trying to get a nick, but Evans not having any of it.
Yeah, the two Evans up against each other quite regularly in this last 10 or 15 minutes. Ched against his namesake, Johnny Evans. Given away straight to Perez. Madison. Shrewsbury Hall with a little look round the corner. Finds Justin. And shifted on here for Barnes. Just trying to drive at the apex of the penalty area. This is Harvey Barnes. And deflected behind, could easily have crept into the back of the net. And instead it'll be another Leicester City corner, but once more, enterprise and endeavour from Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, that's better from Harvey. You know, we've seen him trying to go inside on numerous occasions, but this time takes it down the line. He knows Brian isn't going to be able to keep up with him. And in the end, it's good defending the game from Preston to get that one away. That's better from Harvey.
Well, we thought we might see some more 90-minute performances today. We're approaching that stage. Madison delivers out as far as Dewsbury Hall. Here's Ayose Perez. Tries the reverse. Blocked, and now it's Sumare. Well, you'd presume at this stage, Jerry, that everyone will play out the full 90 valuable minutes.
Well, I can't see. Well, I can see one substitute warming up. So, yeah, you'd like to think that that'll be it. They'll be feeling it. You know, the Leicester players will be feeling it at the minute. It's been a tough game, and for a lot of them, this will be the first time it's happened. You know, playing a full game.
Yeah, speaking to players right throughout this pre-season, it's quite strange how that match fitness can drop off so quickly. Even if you don't play for a couple of weeks, it can go, can't it?
Absolutely.
Brendan will know that.
And to get it back is nigh on impossible without playing. There you go. It's just a fact. It doesn't matter how much pre-season you do.
That's brilliant from Harvey Barnes. He's into the box. Harvey Barnes for Leicester City. Again, carving open Preston. No one there at the back post to finish it off. Ricardo thundered away by North End. Rees wrestling with Wesley Fofana. Sumare comes across to deal with him. Once again, Harvey Barnes causing trouble.
Again, that's where Ayose Perez probably should have been in at that far post. He realises that when it was obviously too late. As you say, Barnes, you know, getting lots of joy in the closing stage of this game.
Here's Ched Evans for Preston. Whiteman. Now it's Story. Spent the second half of last season, Jordan Story, on loan at Jamie Vardy's beloved Sheffield Wednesday. Evans goes to ground, dealt with in the end by Leicester. Johnny Evans asking the question of the referee. Matters not, safely in the arms of Daniel Everson. Here's Alan Brown for Preston. Nodded on by Rees. Foul on Ched Evans by Wesley Fofana. Just a couple of minutes remaining here in pre-season at Deepdale. Valuable exercise for Brendan Rodgers' side. Flicked on by Ched Evans, and it's come here for Emil Rees, and it just didn't fall for him. It's well constructed, that, by Preston North End.
I think there was a pass out to Brady on the left-hand side, and it was turned down. That probably would have been a better option, to be honest.
Here's Barnes, who's caused Preston problems all day. Johnny Evans, who, if he plays 23 Premier League games this season, Johnny Evans, Leicester will be the club he's played the most league games for, surpassing Manchester United and, of course, West Brom, two of his former sides.
Fingers crossed, stays fit.
The officials have indicated there'll be
We'll have 2 minutes at the end of this pre-season game then, as we tick towards 90. Seems a lifetime ago that Jamie Vardy gave Leicester City the lead. In the 11th minute, Harvey Barnes made it to 18 minutes gone. Preston did manage to pull one back just after half-time with Ali McCann, who's now gone off. Maybe there's one more chance before this game is done. Here's Ayotse Perez, clipped in towards Harvey Barnes. It's Barnes! Saved by the legs of Woodman, and a good save as well from close range, but if there was one Leicester City player who deserves another goal in this game, it's certainly him.
Sublime chip, wasn't it, from Perez? Again, can he take it a little bit earlier? He just touches it. Chest, then the touch with his right foot. Can he chest and then volley it with his left foot? Not a criticism, but then it doesn't give the keeper a chance to set. But a lovely little bit of interplay again there between Perez and Barnes.
So a familiar sight here. James Maddison corner. Woodman doesn't punch convincingly when it comes to Woodburn. Dealt with easily by Dewsbury Hall. Perez. Just running out of room and running out of options. Dispossessed by Brown. One final throw of the dice perhaps for Preston. Here's Brown. Still going. And feeds Brady. Fofana will get there first, but not before poking it behind for a Preston corner. We have played the 2 minimum added minutes. There might be a final chance here for Preston to snatch a late equaliser in pre-season.
Yeah, well, this will be it, won't it? So, just got to make sure.
Final chance you feel here at Deepdale. Corner for Preston. Brady's delivery. Bodies flying at it at the near post. Comes for Emil Rees, and that will be that. So another victory under the belt for Brendan Rodgers in pre-season. Earlier this afternoon, a win over Derby, and now a win over Preston North End. In the first half, Jamie Vardy got things going, opening the scoring after 11 minutes before Harvey Barnes made it 2, just before the 20th minute, and Ali McCann came flying out of the blocks for Preston at the start of the second half and finished off a simple chance to make it 2-1. Leicester City could easily have had more goals. They created enough chances. Wesley Fofana played his part in keeping the Preston front line at bay. North End did have a goal ruled out for offside, scored by Emil Rees, but in the end it finishes 2-1 to the Foxes. Ryan Lowe congratulates the Leicester City players on their way off, and for him and the Preston North End players, that is their last pre-season affair before the Championship campaign kicks off against Wigan Athletic next weekend. But still a bit more time for Brendan Rodgers and Leicester City to prepare for their season opener in the Premier League 15 days from now against Brentford at King Power Stadium. And you think that if Harvey Barnes plays half as well as he did today, then there's a good chance that he'll cause some serious problems for the Bees. So a valuable exercise for Leicester City, and one in pre-season that ends in a win. Full-time score here at Deepdale. It's finished Preston North End 1, Leicester City 2.
Because memories never fade, no matter how long. We'll still remember the moments of excitement and the impressions of Thailand. Amazing Thailand, now even more amazing.
Match day. It doesn't start when the whistle blows. It starts with the lucky pair and the lucky party. It starts with making room for the real special one. And with choosing who's on for 2 goals today. It starts with picking up your mate and everyone he lives with, It starts with the usual in the usual coffee house. Oh, and almost ends there. Don't want to leave those behind, eh? It starts with the walking, with the talking, and with that first glance of home. It starts with the next big thing. No, the next big thing. And maybe with a little nap for the tired one. It starts with a quick flick straight to the same player every week. with a quick tap on the way in, with a quick polish of a friend, and with a quick dash for the pies. It starts with finding a seat, with a deep breath of expectation, and with one last check. Here's to the highs, and to grabbing your share. FBS, always by your side.
Lamia is the belief that perfection lies within the details, where the finest ingredients deserve the finest craftsmanship. In every pursuit of perfection, there is passion and perseverance, where attention to detail inspires a masterpiece that's balanced and in harmony. This is the Lamia philosophy, brewed into every drop of Chang beer. This is the taste of Thai perfection. Chang beer. We brew friendship.
Welcome back to pre-match live, or pre-season live here on LCFC TV, and it's been a pretty good day for Leicester City. 2 games, 2 victories, the second one here at Preston, ending in another win for Brendan Rodgers and his side. And David Nugent joins me now. Jerry Taggart will be joining us very shortly as well, and hopefully we'll get some live reaction as well from Brendan Rodgers and a member of the first team, as Jerry is about to clamber over the advertising hoardings behind the camera there. David, while he does that, two games, 2 wins. Yeah. Brendan Rodgers and his side can't ask for much more.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of players got 90 minutes as well, which was the aim. You know, to get a bit of match fitness in before the season starts. So 1 more game to go. You know, we've got last game against Seville is it on next Saturday, is it? So we've got to look forward to that now, and we have 2 victories on the bounce. You know, 2 separate teams, but you know, all the lads are firing ready to go.
Jerry, welcome along. You're on co-commentary. You see, you've putted it down here, haven't you?
Yeah.
You come across the other side of Deepdale. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I thought first half especially. I thought some of the passing seen today was some of the best passing I've seen all pre-season, and obviously a couple of goals, could have been 3 or 4. In all honesty, some decent defending in the end by Preston. They only keep it to 2. You could say, you know, a bit more polishing up on the finishing as well from Leicester as regards to chances, but overall I think it was a decent game.
We'll look at the goals and chances fairly shortly, but in terms of what pre-season is about, which is getting minutes in the legs, that's exactly what they've done today. A lot of those players have had a really, really good run, a really good test, and in a fairly competitive game. I don't think I've seen that many yellow cards in a pre-season game for a while.
Yeah, a few feisty tackles going in as well, a few yellow cards, and for a pre-season match it's unknown really, but you know, Preston rough for the game. I don't think they showed up in the first half. You know, Leicester dominated. Deservedly went 2-0 up. Could have been a lot more, but I thought in the second half they put 2 up front, caused a few more problems, and you know, got back into the game. But you know, didn't have enough in the end to try and get the equaliser. But you know, it's a good result for Leicester. It's a win. 90 minutes in the legs for a few of the players, and a goal for your striker, which is always good.
Was that more the Preston that you know in the second half rather than the first?
Second half was when you play 1 up front. You know, it's a bit. You say it's a bit negative, but when you put 2 up there, it's a lot more chances you create up front. So. Yeah, you know, they looked a bit strong in the second half, but it wasn't enough to try and get back into the game.
Brendan, if we just get you just in here.
You good?
Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome along. How do you find that, Brendan? Another game under the belt for a lot of players, and 2 victories today.
Yeah, that's exactly what we needed. Obviously, over the course of the 2 games, it was trying to get as many of the players 90 minutes. And you could see probably into the second half where we lost too many balls with tiredness and fatigue. But it's not all about winning. In pre-season, you're preparing to win, but it does help when you do, because it sets a mentality. And like I say, Preston are ready for next week when their league starts. Came on strong in the second half, so you have to defend well against it. So yeah, really pleased.
We spoke about that at Hull, didn't we, in midweek, about how the fact that these teams are ahead of Leicester in terms of the fitness and pre-season. They've been back longer, so they're really good tests, these, against, as you said, a side playing their first game next week.
Yeah, but a good side with good players, and obviously Rai changes it in the second half, so we got to deal more with the two strikers. But we've still got 2 weeks to go, and but I was really pleased. First half, some of our football, the speed of the game, and our tactical idea of the team was very, very good. But it's always great. I love coming to here. It was about 7 years ago when I was last here with Liverpool, and it's a lovely place to come and play.
I'm sure you probably have not really had a chance to see any of the goals or any of the action from the other game. I'm sure you'll be watching it back, but 2 wins today must be very pleasing. Have you had a chance to speak to Chris at all about what happened in that?
Not yet. No, I seen the first goal, and then obviously we were tidying up and getting ready for here. So the plan, like I said, people may be surprised that playing 2 different teams, but we're trying to get as many of them through 90 minutes. It's that stage where you just got to keep building the fitness levels, and like I say, for Chris and the guys there, it's great. So like I said, for a couple of days off now, and then we get a real strong week next week again.
Of course, pre-season isn't all about the results. It's about getting the minutes in the legs, the fitness and the performances as well. But to have the 2 victories today must be very pleasing with 2 completely different teams.
Well, as I said, it's preparation. The 2 teams played 2 different systems as well. But no, you're trying to prepare to win. That's what you're doing. It's not all about the winning at this stage of the season, but the mentality we try to frame with the players is that I think any top teams, you play at a top club, they always want to win, and that's always what I've tried to bring to Leicester, that every game, whether it's a pre-season, friendly, whatever, you play to win whilst you're gaining your fitness at this stage.
Just finally, next week, of course, against Sevilla, the standard of opposition goes up yet again in pre-season. Are you looking forward to that one? Yeah,
it's our final game. Got lots of hard work to do during the week. It'd be nice to be at home again. I'm obviously been there for a couple of months, so really good to get back there. I'm really pleased with how it's all going, and as I said, we'll plan for that during the week.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Well
Thank you. Good to see you.
Brendan. Enjoy.
Good man. Well done. Cheers, David.
That was Brendan Rodgers there speaking to us live on Pre-Season Live here on LCFC TV. What did you make of what he had to say, David? Obviously, he's very pleased, isn't he, with both games, both wins, both performances, and everything that Leicester have got out of it today.
Yeah, as you said, winning breeds confidence. He said that, pre-season is about getting fit, but if you can get the results to go along with it, gives you confidence going into the season. So 2 different teams, 2 different formations, 2 victories, all 3 strikers scoring goals. Harvey chipping in with a goal as well, and young Callum Wright. So it looks good. They're all getting ready for Seville next week, which will be a lot tougher, but they'll all be ready, fighting to go.
It's interesting that, particularly about the 2 formations. Obviously, we as neutrals, if you like, watching it can see that and maybe eyebrows raised a little at the 2 different formations, but clearly it's important to Brendan Rodgers that his side knows how to play different systems. We know that he chops and changes throughout a season, throughout even games in this season, so it's important that every player knows how to play every system.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of the players who played 4 at the back today know how to play with the 3 centre-halves and the 2 wing-backs, as the other team know how to play with 4 at the back. So it's just a mixture of how to play the game. You've seen with Preston changing formation, how it can change a game. So they've got to deal with that as well, that side of it as well. But as you said, it's 2 victories. 90 minutes of football for the lads and 2 victories. So they move on, Seville, as I said, and we'll look forward to when the season starts.
You could tell, Jerry, he was impressed by Preston, wasn't he? Both the atmosphere in here, the fans, and it was always going to be a test today, given the fact their first game, as we've said, is next week. Yeah, that's right. I think, we spoke before the game that they're a well-organised team, hard to break down. I couldn't quite get my head around the box system in midfield in the first half, and Leicester seemed to open them up with their passing. They got stretched, the 2 holding midfielders, because in my opinion they were too far apart from the 2 attacking midfielders, and once Leicester broke that press, and the 2 holding midfielders in that box were just getting stretched all over the place. They changed it at half time, went to a more conventional 3-5-2, if you want to call it that, with Ched Evans up front, using all his experience, making it more difficult for the likes of Wesley Fofana, who stood out for me in the first half by being on the front foot, but Ched Evans coming onto the pitch made it more difficult for him by using experience, getting his body in front of the ball, making it harder, and that enabled then Preston to get on the ball, set that pass up and get on the front foot and cause Leicester a few issues. So the second half was a lot different to the first half.
from a Preston point of view in regards to causing Leicester more issues.
Which is interesting, and as what David was saying, Brendan Rodgers will have been pleased almost that it changed and that his players and he had to adapt to that.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great learning curve for the likes of Wesley Fofana, coming up against a player of the calibre and the experience of a Ched Evans. You know, he knows how to manage himself on a football pitch, knows how to play against centre forwards where he's back to goal, and obviously for the other players to manage going from an orthodox midfield system, if you want, in the first half from Preston to a more orthodox but a different dynamic in up front and in the attacking midfield.
Right, let's take a look then at the goals. Then firstly the Leicester City ones, both of them, David, coming in that first half.
Yeah, typical VODs, you know, playing on the last line of the defence. Yeah, waiting for the ball to come through to him, and as you see, he runs off the defender and just slides it past the keeper. And typical VODs, as I said, last line of the defence, using his pace, gets behind the keeper, and it's easy finish in the end for him. So as a striker, scoring goals as well in pre-season always helps.
He keeps doing it, doesn't he? No matter what age he gets to, he's still doing it. And even if this pre-season is anything to go by, that's a couple of goals now in 2 games.
Yeah, and he's using his experience now as well. Obviously, when he first came on the scene, he was running around everywhere, you know, closing people down. You know, he chooses when to do it now. You know, when he gets that energy, you know, he's got that energy to get in behind every run he makes. And as you see there, typical volley celebration with his tongue out. You know, give him a bit of cheek to the fans, but he fully deserves all the praise he gets because he does it year in, year out.
Another goal yet again for a forward player.
Yeah, Harvey again. You know, you want to see Harvey getting the ball on the edge of the box and running at defenders, and you know, he puts the keeper off there by reversing the shot into the bottom corner. You know, he started off well. He scored a goal last week as well, a deflected goal, but this one, you know, he's cut inside, committed 2 defenders, put it back across the keeper and it's gone in the bottom corner. Great finish, and he'll be buzzing with the confidence as well.
It's the only place, Jerry, he could have actually scored there, because the defender, I guess, and even the goalkeeper probably had the far post shot covered, didn't he? So
if you look at the defender, he lunges in with a challenge, trying to protect that far corner. So that obviously gives Harvey Barnes an issue in regards to the options that he has left him. But he's so clever, so quick, you know, quick way of thinking, that he reverses, as David says, in off the post. Fantastic. And 2 assists also for Dewsbury Hall with the 2 goals. His reverse pass for Harvey Barnes' goal is sublime.
3 goals in pre-season now for Harvey Barnes. 1 against Notts County, 1 against Hull, of course, 1 today. His confidence must be sky high.
Absolutely. You know, that's what he's in the team to do. Even though he's playing out in that left-hand side, he's a left-sided forward, and he has to contribute with assists and obviously goals. And during this pre-season, he's done both of that with aplomb. So yeah, things are looking good for Harvey at the minute.
Will Brendan Rodgers be disappointed about the Preston goal, David?
Potentially. You always want to keep clean sheets pre-season, but you know, when Preston went to 2 up top, it caused a few more problems. You know, it brought the midfielders in a bit more with Ched holding the ball up, and you might have just, you know, the crossfire post. You can see there's no one on him at the minute, but it's a tough one when you got wing backs. They make them late runs, and he's got a feather in the end. But he'll be disappointed. But as you say, it's the 90 minutes that counts. You got the result. It might concede the goal, but in the end, you got the results, the minutes, and the win. So he'll be disappointed. But in the end, you know, you can't really help. You can't really do much about that. You know, Wes has tried to get back, but I think he's tucked in a bit too far. But you know, he'll learn. He's still young, and next time he might tuck around a bit earlier and be able to clear that. But he won the game.
Yeah, I guess you can almost say that, being pre-season as well, you can understand why maybe they're not quite in the position that they would be come midway through a Premier League season.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as you said, Preston are 2 weeks ahead of them. Their season starts next week, and you've got to learn from the mistakes and do better next time. I'm sure against Seville you won't see that. You know, there'll be another week's training behind them, and obviously the game against better opposition, they'll be switched on more, and hopefully they'll get another win going into the season.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the clean sheet that we saw against Hull, Jerry, of course, for the Foxes, which, as David said, Brendan will probably be disappointed with, but it's about the 90 minutes, isn't it? And they did get the win in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, if you look back at the goal they conceded, none of the Preston centre forwards are actually in the box, and both the centre halves get dragged out towards the ball, and it's the 2 centre forwards who are in and around the ball, and it's Alan Brown that actually takes up that centre forward role, which drags James Justin across. And when you have a wing back, that's what he gives you, that extra man in attacking positions. And Ali McCann is in exactly the right position as a wing back to get on the end of that. So no fault as far as James Justin is concerned, because he has to take the man in the middle, that is Brown. and he's the only man in the middle, Alan Bryan. But it's just he gets isolated. McCann's picking up a good position. Something to learn from, absolutely. Two centre-halves don't need to go out to the ball when it's not a danger. It's not in a dangerous position. So that's something to pick up on. But other than that, I think it's been a good afternoon. You heard Brendan talk about the first half, and all the positives, I think, will come from there.
Yeah, off the top of my head, there's 5 or 6 teams that play with a back three and wing backs in the Premier League.
Yeah.
So again, it's really good that they've been able to come up against that. And I'm sure it's probably something that when Brendan Rodgers and the football staff sit down and decide what friendlies they want, they pick a team that plays in different ways, that plays in different
That's
systems.
right. We've seen it throughout Brendan's tenure here. You know, he's able to change formations, as you said, either before games, during games. It's not an issue to him, and that's what it's all about in the modern game. It's been able to switch positions at will. If you're not getting a grip hold on the game, then it's, you know, and you find it difficult. The way Brendan wants to play, he wants to control the game, possession-based, controlled football. And if that's not happening, then sometimes you have to change it. And what this does, playing 2 different systems, is give them that opportunity, and the players then become accustomed to it.
You'll have played in both systems at Leicester, won't you? When be it 3 at the back and 2 of you up front, or 4 at the back and maybe just you, or you and another striker. Does it, as a striker, is it the least different, do you think, whether it's 3 at the back or not, or even from a striker's point of view, coming up against 3, is that much different to coming up against a back 4?
As a striker, it's hard to play when you've got 3 centre-halves and 1 striker, you know, because you've got to try and occupy as many players as you can, but it's always easier playing with 2 up front as a striker because you get someone to work with, but you just got to get used to it. You know, you're part of a team, and if the manager wants to play that way, you've got to get used to playing it. And you've seen it today. Vard's playing on the shoulder all the time, works for him. But then if you play with 2, then it gives the defence, you know, different options or different what do you call it? I forgot what I was going to say there.
Options, I think.
It gives the defence like a different option to worry about. And but as you say, if you play 5, you tend to lose that attacking flair a bit more, but if you play with the 2 strikers or the 3 up front, then you get more options going forward, so it's vice versa, depends who you're playing against, really.
And in that first game we saw Leicester playing with that back 3 and with 2 up front, Daka and Iheanacho. Obviously there was the goal, of course, for Patson Daka again, and they linked up well, and that's what you want from your 2 strikers.
Exactly, 2 up front, they both scored. So as strikers, pre-season, you want to score as many goals as you can. We've said this before, but as you say, 2 formations, you know, they're learning. You know, you played it before, so you know, just getting in the minds that they're going to play it again this season. And long may continue. If they are struggling with the 4-3-3, they can easily switch. You've got the players in the squad that can switch to a 5 at wing back. So
it was just the 2 goals here against Preston. It could have been more though, Jerry, couldn't it? Leicester had a number of chances, obviously hitting the woodwork on at least one occasion. Yeah,
absolutely. I think, you know, again, look at the Christmas, the fluency of this pass here. And, you know, Jimmy's unlucky, isn't he? Simple as that. On another day, he just bangs out in the back of the net. There's no doubt about that. So he's slightly unlucky. But for me, the most exciting bit is the build-up to this, the fluent passing, the running off the ball from Barnes, going past the defender. Nice ball into the box. Obviously, Jimmy can't quite sort his feet out in time, but, you know, that was an exciting move.
It's a little bit like Luke Thomas had a chance, didn't he, in the first game? It's a little bit similar, he just couldn't quite sort his feet out.
Yeah.
This was, I think, was this the attempt that Harvey hit the post with? Again, it's Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall is just so good at that, isn't he?
Just the one-touch passing again, just opens teams up with that one-touch passing. You know, they give it away, sloppy Preston with the goalkeeper, but the 3 passes here, Dewsbury-Hall wins it back, plays a 1-2, crosses it for a one-touch finish, and obviously Vard's just missed it, gets underneath it a little bit and puts over the bar. But on another day, give him 2 weeks, that'll be, you know, hitting the back of the net.
Just sharpening his pencil at the minute, Jimmy. Don't worry about that.
He gets that chance in 2 weeks against Brentford. That goes in the back of the net, doesn't it?
Straight in the dream team.
Harvey got his goal. Could easily have had another one here.
Again, he's done well. He's tried to use the defender as a marker there to curl it round the defender, but obviously he's just hit the post and come back out. But again, another day, you take that on your left foot and go across goal, it might be a different occasion, but he's unlucky. He's done everything right there. Used the defender, but he just didn't get enough curl on the ball to, you know, put it into the net.
It was different, obviously, to the one that he scored, Jerry. This time, as David said, he used that defender. He curled it round him earlier. He went near post, didn't he? But that was the option. He was just very unlucky. It didn't sneak in.
Yeah, and I think there was another one, wasn't there? Perez puts him in. Are we going to see that one, I think? But yeah, I think he used it well for his goal. You know, using the defender as a blocker and trying to get it round him. This time, I thought, you know, David got it right. I thought he should have went on his left foot and then strike it across goal. But hey, what do I know? But those are the decisions that he's got to make in key moments in the game moving forward. He's got to get those those decision-making key moments right.
They picked up the ball quite a lot in these types of pockets, didn't they?
This is the one here.
Yeah, perfect. Madison was doing it all first half, getting in the holes, feeding balls in behind. Perez was doing it in the second half. Finds Harvey there. Again, almost perfect. Could have hit the first time there, not having the touch, but as again, he's just learning, isn't he? He's still a young player. He's still getting fit. I'm sure in a couple of weeks' time that'll be hitting the back of the net as well.
Especially with those 3 goals now behind him from these games in pre-season.
Yeah, confidence for him. Like he was running them behind all game today. He's causing a lot of problems for the Preston defence, and with a World Cup year coming as well. He's trying to impress Gareth Southgate and the people at England, and he's had a good pre-season along with Maddison. James Justin pushing for a place as well. So you never know if he keeps going, takes on into the season. He could be on that plane ticket.
Daniel Iverson got a fantastic reception when he came on as a substitute for Kasper Schmeichel in the second half. He was Preston's player of the season last year. He came on and he made a really good save, didn't he? He was called upon. I think even the Preston fans obviously wanted it to go in a little bit, but they were pleased to see their former favourite, if you like, making the good save.
Well, again, if you keep your eye on Iverson, his ball's bouncing around here. It's a more of a reaction save. He's on the edge of the 6 box, then he has to get back on his goal. It's not a true strike, but it's a decent strike, isn't it, Dave? Yeah. From the striker here, from the Preston striker. But he has to react so quickly to get down this with a ball. There's bodies in the way. See, Johnny Evans is probably blocking his view slightly there when that shot comes in. As I said, it's not a true strike, but it's a decent enough strike to trouble him in the action, and a really strong hand to get it around the corner.
And in fairness to a goalkeeper who's come off the bench, he's making a good save. You've got to be right on it from the very start.
Absolutely. He's only been on the pitch a couple of minutes. He's still probably getting his head around the applause that he's getting from the Preston fans behind the goal. I don't know if they were giving a bit of stick straight after that ovation, but yeah, you've got to be right on it. As soon as you come on the pitch, you've got to be, right frame of mind, and he was.
We're on for about another 5 or 10 minutes. We're hoping still to get some reaction from one of the Leicester players. Before that, though, obviously we ran a competition before the game, a chance to win 2 tickets for that Sevilla game. The question was, how many times have they won the UEFA Europa League or UEFA Cup? The options were 4, 5 or 6. The answer was 6. They've done it more than any other team. The winner is Rahul Ravat. So congratulations to you, Rahul. You've won a pair of tickets for that game with Sevilla next week, which is of course on Sunday evening. If you entered the competition and didn't win the tickets, don't worry, there are still tickets available for that game. It should be a really good evening at King Power Stadium. 6 o'clock kick-off a week tomorrow. So head on to lcfc.com to get your tickets for that one. We asked Brendan, didn't we, David, about that game and about the step up again in opposition, and that should be a really entertaining game, a really intriguing game to watch again from a neutral point of view, to see Leicester coming up against a team like Sevilla.
Yeah, we'll do. Again, it'll be a massive step up from Preston to Seville. They're really competitors in the Spanish league. So you winning UEFA Cup, Europa League 6 times is a massive achievement. They always seem to do well in the competition, but I think Leicester will be ready. They'll have a good week's training, preparing for the game, and I'm sure Brendan will get a squad ready for the game, and you think that'll be the team that'll start the season, whoever starts against Seville, and it's up to them to keep the jersey and impress the manager. And
190 minutes left then until that Brentford game, a couple of weeks away. Does that surprise you a little bit? Would you thought they'd maybe try to sneak one more in, or is that the way it is now, that they want to make sure that the recovery is right?
Bit of both here. Obviously, the players that will play against Seville will want to play the full 90 minutes again. If the players who aren't playing might do an in-house game, try and get some minutes that way, but the ones who play against Seville will be probably the ones who will start the season, and they'll be raring to go. So,
what are you expecting from it, Jerry, this Sevilla game?
Well, I think Seville will come and they'll try and play a similar style football to Leicester. They'll try and control the game. They'll be physical. They're a physical side, I think, Sevilla, from what I've seen them in the past, as well as being technically very good. So it'll be a tough game for Leicester, because Seville will come here and expect to control the game. A game possession based, and so it'll give Leicester another headache in regards to how they go about trying to manage a game of football when they haven't got it, because they've had it for a long time throughout pre-season, and now they're playing a pre-season friendly against a top quality European side who will expect to come to King Power and keep a hold of the ball for long periods.
Which Brendan Rodgers and Leicester won't want them to do, and then they will make sure they don't do that.
Well, I think, listening to Brendan's interview there, he said there's a lot of hard work got to go on this week to make in the lead up to that game. And that'll be one of the reasons why, because they will have to try and counteract what Seville bring.
And obviously we know how good Sevilla are, how good they have been over the years. So again, it's that European experience, it's top quality opposition coming down to Filbert Way again. Get your tickets, you can still come and watch it, because hopefully on paper it should be a really good game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the Spanish league in general, over a whole, then the majority of teams tend to play the same way, all possession based. They've been doing it from time immemorial, so each individual player who comes and plays next week will know exactly what their job role is in the team. And so Leicester have to be obviously up to speed on that. How do they stop Seville playing? And how do they get in behind Seville and cause them problems? So it makes for a really interesting game.
It's something you see for not just Leicester, for pretty much any team in pre-season. Even if they're a League Two side, they'll build the standard of opposition up. For Leicester, obviously, they build the standard of opposition up in pre-season. And when you get to playing two Championship sides, or a League One side today and a Championship side today, you then make that next step, and that's what Sunday is for Leicester.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You always start off with like a non-league side, and you build your way up to League One, League Two, or to League Two, League One, Championship, and then you get the European teams coming in and challenging for the last game of the season. So it'll be tough. It's different culture. They want to keep the ball, pass the ball all day long. They will. They'll try and tire Leicester out, but it's up to Leicester how they want to play. Do you either go on the front four, sit back and wait to win the ball back and hit them on the counter attack, or they go in the face straight away, win the ball back high up the pitch and try and hit them that way. But it'll be intriguing, but it'll be a good game to watch.
And there's no way this week at training will be nice and light, will it? It's going to be as intense as it has been, more double sessions again.
Yeah, exactly. The players all want to play in this game, because this is the final last game before the season starts, so they'll all want to be working hard in training, trying to impress the manager and trying to force their way into the team. So it could be a feisty few tackles finding in training, trying to get a place in the team, showing that Brendan that they're ready.
Right, final thoughts now from each of you. Firstly, Jerry, what have you made of what you've seen in pre-season so far? Do you think Leicester are on the right track heading into firstly Sevilla and then to Brentford?
I do. I've only seen 2 games live properly throughout pre-season, but I've seen enough in those 2 games, especially with the passing side of the game. The hunger and desire is still there. Whether that's been coaxed out of a few players because of what's coming down the line in November, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I'm after all that's gone off, there's a little bit of a cloud in regards to the signings, but the lads who are here and what I've seen through pre-season, I'm looking forward really confident to the start of the season.
Finally, David, I hope you've enjoyed your LCFC TV debut. We'll certainly have you back again, and I guess similar question to you. First time you've seen Leicester in the flesh this pre-season. Hopefully, as Jerry says, touch wood, it'll be another really good season.
Yeah, hopefully. This is the first time I've seen Leicester live, so I thought first half they were different class, caused Preston with loads of problems. Vars playing on the line, Madison getting on the ball in the holes, feeding them, Harvey causing all kinds of problems on the left. 2 assists for Dewsbury Hall as well, so he started off really well as well. So I'm looking forward to the season starting. It's always nice seeing your former clubs do well, and hopefully Leicester will be one of them where we can see them have a better season than last season, finish high up the table, and hopefully get back into Europe.
Well, just in the nick of time, we've got Kieran Dewsbury Hall who's coming to join us. Kieran, how you doing? Well played today. Kieran, if you come stand in here next to me, please. You're live on LCFC TV on pre-season live. How was that? Another 90 minutes in the tank?
Yeah, that's the main thing. I think nice to get 90 minutes under the belt. First one of the season, obviously, for a lot of the lads, and it's good to get them minutes in the tank, because it's hard. You can't replicate that in training. So, look, it's a good win in the end. We thought we played excellent in the first half. Really showed what we're about. Second half was a bit tougher fitness-wise, just got to keep in the game, and I feel like we saw it out pretty well, so it's a really positive day.
We've been talking about the tactical change that Preston made in the second half. It must be quite good for you as players to be tested like that in pre-season. When a team changes their shape, changes the formation, you've got to make decisions like that in the Premier League, and you've now had to do it in pre-season as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a positive of today. We've had to deal with different strategies during the game and had to change while the game's going on. So look, we prepared for how they would start, and they changed it, and and we had to figure that out in the game, and I felt like we did that well. And look, the lads are they're all in a good place at the moment. We're all good. We're feeling fitter. We're feeling stronger. So now it's just about recovering and working towards the next game.
On a personal level, you got that goal a week ago in Belgium. Today you were the creator, weren't you? Do you feel like your game's getting to pretty much where it was last season, winning Player of the Season, of course?
Yeah, definitely. It was a good season for me breaking through last season, but I want to kick on again this season, and one of the ways of doing that is adding goals and assists to my game, because I feel like if I do that, I sort of want to be that all-round midfielder that can do everything. So I'm happy that I've managed to get a couple more assists today, and I'll be working hard to continue that, because look, when you got Vards and that running in behind Barnsley, the threat they have is unbelievable. So if you put the ball through, there's a good chance that they're going to score, and I'm glad they did today.
2 weeks tomorrow is the Premier League opener against Brentford. A week tomorrow is that game with Sevilla. Are you looking forward to that one, the final test before the Premier League starts?
Definitely. Look, they're a big team, nice footballing team. We expect playing in the League of Spain, so we'll have a good week preparing, working a lot more on the tactics. We've done a lot of that during pre-season, that behind closed doors that people wouldn't know about. A lot of different ways of playing. You can see that in the game. I feel like we're building it through the pitch a lot better. We're in the final third. We've got a lot more people, fullbacks coming inside. So it's just about continuing to do that, and we've got a great test next Sunday going into the first game.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kiernan. Well
Thank
played
you.
today.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Well done, mate. And that was Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, of course, joining us live here on Pre-Season Live on LCFC TV. Couple of quick bits on Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. How impressed have you been with him? I mentioned it in the interview there. Player of the Season last season. Very much one of the fans' favourites.
Yeah, obviously his breakthrough season last season did really well. Coming straight into the team, he played every game. A local lad. It's not better than a local lad coming through the ranks and playing for the first team. He'll be loving every minute of it. The adrenaline pumping through his body every game, being a local lad. And again, this season, pre-season started really well. Got a few assists under his belt, and you can see him being a long-term future captain of this club. And if he continues, then I'm sure he will.
He'll be a key player again, Jerry, won't he, this season?
Oh, but he's going to be massive. There's no doubt about it. He burst onto the scene. He's on the scene. He's not leaving the scene. He is the scene. Believe you me, he is going to be a big player for Leicester City. Not only this season, but in years to come.
Well, thank you very much to Jerry Taggart and to David Nugent. It's not gone unnoticed, Jerry, that we were all in it together pre-match, in the rain, in the cold, in our T-shirts. David's managed to find himself a little jumper to keep himself warm post-match, so we didn't want to let you forget about that.
It is his debut.
Yeah, exactly. We'll let him off for that, and hopefully we'll have you back again. So thanks to Jerry, and thanks to David Nugent. That's 2 more games for Leicester City, all finished here in pre-season, and both of them have ended in a win. The first one at Derby, the second one here at Preston. You can watch all the goals, all the highlights, of course, on our social media channels and on lcfc.com. But thank you very much for watching Pre-Season Live.